Footy from the Flat is starting. Footy from the Flat is starting.
Yes, welcome to Footy from the Flat on this beautiful Saturday morning in Melbourne. It's draft season, which gets me very, very excited. Joined, as always, I have Jesse McClure sitting to my right-hand side. Mate, what's going on?
It's been a long week, but I'm glad to be back here. I'm hearing myself. We are having
we're
a
good.
bit of echo here. No, we're good. We just didn't mute the TV. I am well, thank you. It has been a long week, but I'm glad to be here talking draft. There's a lot of action under the table at the moment.
There's
Dylan,
plenty of action under the
and,
table.
lots of pick swaps and draft rumors and stuff like that. So we're going to get into all of that and a few other topics throughout today.
We probably broke a record. What are we? 11:09. Only 9 minutes late today.
I know.
With technical problems in the background. So that's pretty good. We've got lots of people in the comments. Matthew Stevenson, I just read an interesting there. Talk about Essendon's obsession with CDT, surely. What would a trade look like? We are going to go into that. We've got a big mock coming at the end of the episode. As you mentioned, Jesse, a couple of things that we're going to go through. Premiership windows in a tier list style. Very YouTube sort of relevant there. Delisted free agents, the top 30 mock, and every club's dream draft scenario. We also have a Discord running at the moment, so we're going to put that in the description of the video, and you can click on that and join our Discord and sort of get on top of all of the news. Jesse, what do you want to start with today?
First of all, I just want to point out that Benjamin has given you some credit for your new intro.
I love that.
SAU, that was cool. That was cool. I saw that for the first time. We had it in front of us. He's also queried the action under the table comment. That's a reference to Dylan accidentally saying that.
Yeah, what
game was that?
It was ages ago.
No, is it Brownlow?
It was probably around that time. Earlier in
finals preview. Finals preview. All the action has gone under the table, boys.
I meant to say water under the bridge, and I said action under the How does that happen?
It's very suspicious.
Yeah, it can't happen like that.
Yeah, no.
But the intro whipped that up in about 72 hours.
That's pretty good.
No, I'm joking.
It was good.
It wasn't that long.
Yeah, I was being generous. 72 hours is incredibly long.
Yes.
But I like the close-up on my mustache. But yeah, I suppose you asked me what we should start with. Well, Dylan, I haven't totally forgotten what we're talking about today.
I mean, that kind of is my job, but
yeah,
I just wanted to put it on to you.
Well, we had some talking points before we get into some genuine segments. Some of them were around rule changes. Some of them were around things that I can't quite read as maybe I do need glasses. I'm 32 in a few weeks.
Yeah, it is pretty small text though.
Yeah, thank you.
I did want to talk about those delisted players, but also the rule changes. So maybe we'll start with the rule changes. So there are seven new rule changes bracing the AFL in 2026. We have the first one. A free kick will be awarded when the ball crosses the boundary between the 50-metre arcs from a disposal. What do you think about that one? Last touch rule, as they call it in the SANFL.
Yeah, sorry, but it's last disposal as opposed to last touch?
Yeah. I keep calling it that because it's just snappy.
Yeah, I like it. It will be interesting. I'm not totally against it, but, it's one of those things where I think the AFL, when they introduce changes, they sort of put it out there in the public consciousness for a while and we start to get used to it. Before long, we kind of accept that it's a thing before it's even been announced. So with this one, it's not a big surprise. I don't mind it. I mean, I don't know if I feel like... I mean, what's the behaviour it's trying to correct? They want to get teams to stop playing around the boundary, I suppose, or disincentivise that. Therefore, that will lead to less stoppages. So I'm a little bit intrigued to see how that plays out, having not watched the SANFL and made much of an assessment of how it actually affects it.
I've watched the odd bit of SANFL, and it's not something that is readily noticeable, I would say. It's not something that you go, oh, that's strange. In fact, you could watch a game and not even realize it's happening. And you said that it'll disincentivize playing around the boundary. I think that would only work on a last touch because it's on the last disposal. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because there's still a good chance it'll get touched out of bounds.
Yeah.
But still distinctly possible though. Like you still have to make the risk assessment if you're kicking long that it's not going to just sort of spill out in front of an opposition player who lets it go out of bounds and gets a free kick. So there will be little things like that, but it won't be a monumental change. And what do they estimate? Like 2 to 3 less boundary throw-ins or something? Yeah, exactly. So, look, I'm not against that one, to be honest.
I will say though, in overall, as we go through these rule changes, I think they all have a bit of an element where it's going to affect rucks, and that's probably the amount of stoppages in games is probably a consistent thing across all of them. The next one is a player must stand if they are within the protected area when a mark or free kick occurs, instead of being able to drop out of the area. So I think this one's been misconstrued a little bit because people took that as anyone that's in that zone suddenly has to stand. So you could have, you could have 2, 3, 4, 5 players potentially in that zone, and then everyone has to go like freeze kind of thing. So that's not what it's going to be. It's going to be one nominated player.
So they can't move backwards. Is that the idea?
Yeah. You can't guard any more space. So you're pretty much stuck to that mark, and the player's still going to be able to like run around you in some sense and sort of open up the field a little bit more. So again, probably favouring those transition players that like to get on the ball, kick, and then stops the opposition team defending as well against you, so you can move the ball better.
I'm struggling to get my head around like what it will actually look like that's different to what it is now. I suppose any outcome where there's more 50-metre penalties paid is a worse outcome as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
Because that was prevalent this year as well. Just so many games, maybe not decided by, but certainly like moments were ruined where it's just like, oh, they get a free kick. Oh, why? Because he stood over the mark.
The worst one is like when it's forward of centre or just from the centre line and someone goes from just having the football about to kick inside 50 to basically an assured goal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it happened across the league, but I remember in Eagles games, we always seem to be on the wrong end of it because we're bad and undisciplined.
Yeah.
I don't mean the decisions were wrong. I just mean like we just did shit like that all year.
Yeah. Made stupid mistakes.
Yeah.
Ruined games.
And in fairness, like this one it gets everyone that rule because it's unclear. So if there's more clarity for the players, maybe it is a good result.
I sort of agree with you. And there's a couple of these rules where I'm like, I read the rule and I'm like, how much has that actually changed from what was happening before? I'm not too sure. I'm one of those people that actually doesn't mind. I can see people in the comments saying that they don't like the stand rule. I'm not against it really. I do like the idea of the game becoming a bit more of a ball movement type of a game as opposed to that sort of heavy contest all the time.
It looks ugly though.
The stand rule?
Yeah, it looks funny to me when a player has to stand the mark and the player's running around him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That
it's counterintuitive,
it looks
isn't it?
Gross.
You're supposed to be able to stop that player. And it is weird, the umpire constantly yelling stand.
Yeah.
That's strange.
Actually, just to go back to the last disposal, one thing that is actually good is if it becomes objective that the ball goes out of bounds every time, like if it's off a disposal, it's a free kick, it takes away the element of umpire adjudication.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously in some ways it makes it harder for them to make those calls, but what I mean is those insufficient intent free kicks that we all hate our teams conceding and where there seems to be real inconsistency.
Can I just say, can I cut in here? Unpopular opinion. I like insufficient intent. I like the randomness of it.
The randomness of it? I don't know about the randomness of it.
I like the spontaneity and the jeopardy when the ball goes out of bounds and you get to go like, is he going to pay it? Like, you know what I mean?
Just as a fan, like from the spectacle point of view?
Just a complete fan.
Yeah.
And like there's something kind of riding on it. It's a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I prefer to see it less random, to be honest. I'd like to see it more predictable, which at least this is what I'll say. So I actually think that's a positive in that, like when we concede a free kick in that manner, we'll go, okay, yeah, that makes sense. None of this like, oh, that's bullshit because that one wasn't paid, but this one is.
What happens though? Say, I don't know if you remember the Nick Dacos one against the Western Bulldogs where he sort of just took a step over the line. Is that going to be last disposal?
Yeah, I would have thought not. But you can still be paid deliberate, right? I would have thought. Or
insufficient intent. Is insufficient intent still a rule?
I presume so.
So we still have that?
Yeah, there has to be. So another scenario is a spoil If you go back to the Ballantine miss after the siren in the Derby, I don't know if this lingers in your consciousness as much as it does West Coast and Freo fans, but
It definitely doesn't.
But
go on.
What happened was Rosa spoiled the ball out of bounds, but because it wasn't a marking contest, it was just like touch ball or a handball, and he punched it out of bounds. Like, he thought he had the right to do that because you can spoil over the line if it's a marking contest, and it wasn't. That, in theory, should still exist because it's not a disposal. He's punched the ball out of bounds, but it was deemed deliberate, which it was.
Yeah, I don't offer spoil. I don't mind it. There was also that one, to give another example, that Hawthorn one earlier in the season. My memory is now struggling, but there was kind of like a skill error. Carl Amon, he was sort of like falling over the line, and he kind of missed his teammate and was given, I think it was against the Giants in a final, I want to say, in this final series. But that was another, see, I don't mind if you make a skill error as opposed to not trying to keep the ball and you've made a skill error. What's the difference between insufficiently intending to keep the ball in play? Have I made any sense there?
Yes, my brain's a little foggy because I'm not very intelligent. No, I guess like it's to disincentivize teams tactically moving the ball out of bounds, right? So if you've made a skill error, I guess the result is the same, but it implies you had a better option.
Yeah, I just feel with a lot of these rules, I apply the same thing to the bumping stuff, and people say like, what was he supposed to do? But if you get the bump wrong, like if you make an error, you've kind of executed that particular skill wrong, and you can still be suspended and things like that. And same goes for free kicks with me. If you make a skill error, I'm okay with that still being a free kick against.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that will be the case now because of his last disposal in that situation.
Well,
right?
in that particular instance, that would be definitely out. Yeah. A few people saying as well, like taking in the comments here, like taking that off the umpires is a good thing because they do have a lot of work to do. And I do agree with that overall. There also are tons of umpires in AFL. Which is sort of
I work with an umpire actually, and he was pretty. Actually, should I say this? No one's going to work out who it is. He had concerns over some of these rules and how much harder it made it for umpires. Actually,
you're talking about Dan.
Like I think in particular the last disposal rule. He's just saying like umpires sometimes like it's hard enough, particularly if you're a boundary umpire, to know where exactly the balls come from.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So, you know, that will make it difficult from that point of view. So we'll see, I suppose, in effect, if it results in even more mistakes.
Yeah. I got a few people in the comments here saying, no talk about draft yet. We are going to get there. I promise you we're going to get there. And this does there is method to the madness here because some of these do affect the draft as well. The next one, a shrug in a tackle will now be deemed prior opportunity, similar to an attempt to evade or fend an opponent. I've got to be honest with this one. I thought that was a thing anyway.
Yeah.
And now it just seems to be how I thought it was always done. But they did show some examples, and it's like, you know when you're playing football and somebody tackles you and you automatically go into that, you put the arm up.
Yeah.
Essentially, like you're trying to slip the tackle.
Yes.
Essentially, if you were re-tackled after that and weren't able to dispose of the ball, it would be a ball up. Now it's going to be a free kick against.
I already thought that would have been considered prior.
So did I. But apparently it's not. Apparently it was adjudicated correctly if you balled it up from that situation, which is strange. But anyway, I don't think that's going to change the game overly.
What if a tackle actually slips high and it's, you know, like a classic Luke Shuey, Jack Ginnivan ball, and he gets taken out and it's high? Do they call that holding the ball?
Well,
like let's say he...
In the examples, that tackle is allowed to slip high because all of the examples they give, it sort of inherently goes high.
Yes.
Because the tackler's arm ends up over the shoulder.
Yes.
But the umpire at that point has deemed that he is ducked. If they think it's overly zealous contact, I think they would pay a free kick high.
Sure.
The difference now is that there's more onus on that player with the ball to dispose correctly of it after that situation.
Okay.
So that's kind of the line in the sand there.
Gotcha.
This is a big one. At centre ball ups, rucks can't cross the centre line and engage with the opposition ruck before contesting the ball. So this one is going to fly completely in the face of those rucks that like to wrestle. Tristan Sherry is a big one for this. He comes across, he goes over and engages the opposition ruckman straight away and tries to get in a wrestle. You can't do that anymore.
Is that just for the centre bounce, or is
that's just for centre bounce?
Yeah, we call it the centre bounce, but it's not going to be that anymore.
Centre throw up.
But like, let's say there's immediate stoppage and then the ball's thrown up again. The players will still engage in a wrestle, right? The rucks
around the ground.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I don't see a big difference in impact, right?
How many centre clearances? How many centre stoppages per game.
Probably 25 to 30. I mean, that's actually, I'm thinking 12 goals a game per team plus the quarter breaks.
Yep.
That might be a little bit higher than what is actually average, but
yeah. Well, for those ball ups at least, it is going to favour a ruckman that can, get a run up and jump at the ball.
Yeah.
More so than the real physical beasts, I suppose.
James points out some players like CDT are going to be more needed v more physical ruckman.
Yes. And I think this goes into the overall rules. If we look at all of these changes holistically, it's not just about specifically the stoppages. It's also about how much rucks are going to be affected from an endurance point of view and their running ability, which a ruckman like CDT, that also helps massively. Because the next rule is at stoppages, umpires can restart play without a nominated ruck present instead of waiting for those rucks to get to the ball up.
Yeah. Yeah, so I read that the ball has to hit the ground before anyone touches it if no ruck has been nominated.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
So the mids can't get involved.
Well, they can nominate. If they fail to nominate, they have to let the ball bounce first.
Yeah.
It's going to be weird to see that play out. I think people will hate that.
Yeah, that's
weird.
But
it may not happen that often, to be honest.
But it will help rucks that can get to more contests.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. And again, those rucks like Tristan Sherry and Lloyd Meek probably aren't as good a runners as, let's say, Rowan Marshall.
Yeah.
For example, who's going to get around the ground. So that's an interesting one. The 666 one's pretty minimal. It's just that there doesn't have to be a player in the goal square anymore. I think we can skip over that one. It won't affect the game too much. It's just
I think they got rid of
the
the warning, which might actually have a little impact.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
And time allowed to kick in will drop from 12 to 8 seconds, which again, if that's going to have any flow-on effect, it's really just that players that can run, the ball's going to be in motion more.
Yeah.
Overall. And that kind of goes into all the rules. Like we talk about the last touch or last disposal rule. The ball will be in play more often. They talked about, overall with these rules, they talked about a drop in actual play time. And the quarter's actually getting longer, but the time we actually spend on field being less.
Yeah,
so that's going to go up.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Interesting. Overall, some interesting changes there. I'd say the most significant is probably the last disposal. That's one of the more significant rules brought in for some time, I would have thought. I'm not against that one. I suppose the stand rule is the one I'm just a little bit nervous about. What I care about is how many 50s are going to be paid. Because, I mean, I know that 50-metre penalties exist to coach out of or disincentivize behaviours, but if the behaviour is so hard to prevent because the players are unclear on what the rules are, then it's just going to...
I know.
We're going to see a lot of 50s.
No doubt there's going to be that 5 to 6 week period at the beginning of the season where there's just overcompensation and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I will say with all these rules and what we're talking about with players changing, there is probably a level of mitigation with that 5th bench spot now opening up. So previously it was a sub and now we're going to have that as an extra running player. Do you think that will potentially help to mitigate some of this stuff?
How so? Because in theory you have fresher legs?
Yeah.
The interchange cap has remained the same. So I haven't worked it through my head
that's true.
How much easier that will actually make it. There's the same amount of interchanges.
Yeah,
I suppose it can give you more structural, a strategic sort of wiggle room, right? If you want to go tall and then small and then tall and then small in the same game.
I'm just thinking how rucks are used currently. Like a lot of teams just run the single ruck, and you've probably got that ability now with the 5th player to run like an extra running ruckman. Yeah. And then they're going to be able to give that ruckman more of a chop out. Yeah. So it's interesting. Yeah. I wonder if teams will employ a more running ruckman at the beginning of quarters, and then you want your Tristan Sherry wrestler as the game gets into a bit more of a dogfight as well.
That's a good point. Yeah. Because wrestling is tiring. It's like when you watch boxers, it's a real strategic thing for them to wrestle when they've got the physical advantage, right?
I remember a game with Tristan Sherry last season towards the end, and he was just it was a really high stoppage game. It might have been against the Swans or someone. I can't remember, but he was just so physically exhausted, and I think he had a couple of head knocks as well, which were affecting it. And it's just that physical game style when there's a lot of tackles, a lot of stoppages, very, very taxing indeed. Premiership window time. Yep. Do you want to kick in?
Yes. Do we need the HDMI thing?
We need the HDMI.
We do. Yeah. Otherwise, you'll just watch me do it on my laptop.
Absolutely. I should have really sorted that out pre-show.
That's cool. I'll have a look at the chat. James says, Livingston delisted because of this rule, in my opinion, CDT and as a direct replacement. Was he delisted? It was curious how late we left the Livingston delisting. I would have thought that would have been an easy one to make a decision either way. Maybe they just wanted to see how many picks and how many rookie list players they can negotiate with to see how that works. Because I'd imagine Livingston, if he goes, then we have another rookie list spot, right? It does feel like we are light on in rucks at West Coast from quality, but also the numbers, a number point of view. So we got Barnett, Archer Reed, Bailey Williams, and Flynn, with at least two of those not being full-time rucks. So I think there's a case to be made for drafting one. Is it CDT? It could be. It could be. I'm certainly open to that possibility, but I feel like there is enough uncertainty about who we actually take that I'm not sure if the Livingston and CDT thing is related. However, I would have thought they would draft another one. Toby says Livingston's on the Cat B rookie list. That's a good point, actually. Not sure if that would make much of a difference. You are right, but we can use those Cat B spots for guys like Kobe Evans or Wes Wally, I think. It's getting a little complicated, all these extra spots, thank you, to keep track of. So I kind of almost just want it to be over. We're just setting up the HDMI aspect of it. Brisbane ran 2 rucks in the final. That's a good point. One thing that actually did occur to me was sorry, I'm getting tripped up on my words today. I need to drink this coffee quicker.
It is Saturday.
Yeah. I didn't sleep well last night.
Don't stress.
But the whole concussion thing, like the sub was, well, we briefly had a concussion sub, which then changed into a tactical sub. But
yes,
I suppose they're comfortable with where that sits. Like the sub was brought in to stop teams keeping a player on that was concussed. Or at least like make it easier for them to replace them.
Yeah, exactly. It was meant to be so that teams didn't when the doctors saw the player and stuff like that. There was once they decided to sub a player out, essentially, wasn't it?
Yeah,
there was like a mitigation.
That's right. Yeah,
against that.
Yeah, totally.
Vicar, is that working? Premiership window. I wanted to just quickly go into that. You talked about Cohen Livingston. I doubt that's got any relationship to Cooper Duff Tyler whatsoever.
No, I think you could make the case that we need a certain amount of rucks on the list. So getting rid of him implies that we're going to recruit another one. That's as far as I'd go. I wouldn't say it means we're going to draft Cooper Duff Tyler because of that.
Interesting though. I mean, what do you got? Flinny? You got
it's a who's who of ruck talent.
Bailey Williams.
Yeah. So with McCoulter's been pretty open about Bailey Williams being a forward. He will naturally be a second ruck as well, but I think there's a movement away from playing him as a ruck.
I don't know much about Cohen Livingston, to be fair. What sort of a ruckman is he?
199 centimeters. I think he has a pretty good leap, but not super like agile or athletic.
He's
outside
been on the
of
list
that.
for a while.
Yeah, 2 years, I reckon.
Is that all? I thought it was longer than that.
It could have been 3. I'm not sure off the top of my head. And so, yeah, sort of more of a ruck forward, big bodied, sort of old fashioned, I'd say. Not super athletic, but he did ruck for the Indigenous All Stars because they didn't. Yeah. I guess he was the best in that position that they had to pick, I think, or second best, and he made the squad. And he played all right, but not super AFL applicable, I wouldn't have thought. Yeah. But not a bad like waffle player. Like he's a pretty good backup ruck, I would have thought.
I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but I just feel like with some of these moves, I'm like, well, West Coast, they're probably just going to move him on anyway. And they get to make this statement. I know it's like they kind of get to go, oh, yeah, Cohen Livingston's going out, and people then start to speculate. Are they going after Cooper Duff Tyler?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's well and truly possible that they had the conversation with Cohen Livingston 4 weeks ago and they just released it now. That is possible.
Yeah, I mean, we will get into this, but I think they ultimately want Dyson Sharp, and I think they would preferably not want to take him at pick 2, and they'd prefer to get more picks at the top end of the draft, but we will go into that.
Yeah.
Let's get into this tier list, which is Premiership windows.
Yep, we're going to go through the 18 clubs and decide where we think they are in their Premiership window and perhaps where they think they are as well. And this is also not meant to be super predictive. So I'll give you an example. You might think that Melbourne finish higher than Port Adelaide. I'm just coming up with this like off the top of my head. You might think that they finish higher than Port Adelaide next year, but Melbourne's behaviours and strategy imply they're genuinely rebuilding.
It's more about the list.
Yeah.
As opposed to finishing position.
I would argue mindset as well.
Ooh.
Yeah. A certain je ne sais quoi.
Yeah.
Look, to use the Melbourne example, they're clearly rebuilding now. With Port Adelaide, you might say that you don't expect them to finish high next year. I've just plucked that team. But they haven't done nothing to suggest they're actually trying to rebuild. And therefore, I would grade them differently.
I love that.
So teams like North Melbourne, West Coast, Richmond, we can categorise probably differently. North Melbourne probably no longer rebuilding, I would argue. We'll get into this. Whereas West Coast certainly is still rebuilding, for example.
So it's more about a state of mind or an identity of where your club is as opposed to they're going to finish in the top 8 because of this.
And equally, because of a list demographic, you might think this team clearly thinks it's in the Premiership window, but you might not rate them. You might think they're doomed, but everything else they're doing suggests otherwise. So we'll go team by team and discuss.
There is one club that I want to talk about too at some point who I don't think fits any of these categories, but we'll get into that. Let's start with the Adelaide Crows.
I know who that is.
We can't see the bottom.
Can't see the bottom category. Okay. That's cool. All right, I'll run through them.
Yep.
And then if they go out a shot, that's fine for the time being. But the categories include It's Time, which is the teams that really think it's time to win the Premiership. So straight off the top, like Geelong and Brisbane probably think they're there.
I had them in low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Absolutely. On the run-up would be teams that are just about there, but maybe need a key piece or some maturation. On the rebound are probably teams that I think are coming up. Whereas in transition are probably those teams that's kind of neither here nor there, or trying to smooth over their list but not actively hitting the draft. And then you got some genuine rebuild teams.
I love it.
Should we just start with the real easy wins, both top and bottom?
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought here. So I've got straight away in low-hanging fruit, Brisbane and Geelong.
Yeah.
It's time.
Yeah, that's
right. You can't really categorise those teams. They're demographically, they're in the... I suppose Brisbane actually probably have a younger list as well. But they're back-to-back premiers right now. They're probably going to win a three-peat. They might win 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And ruin the league.
If they haven't already.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, totally agree. I think Geelong have probably been in those top 2 categories for most of the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Or 17 years.
It just feels like most of my life other than when I was a child.
Yeah, that's right. So I think, looking at the list moves in particular of Brisbane, getting in Allen and Draper, I don't think we need to make that case any harder. So genuine rebuild teams. I think there's 3.
Okay.
Should we move to them? All right, let's start with West Coast. I don't think there's any doubt where West Coast are in terms of their list position.
Well, you're about to get pick 1 and pick 2 in the draft.
Yeah.
That would suggest a rebuild.
I would say that you're still a rebuilding team if you're really prioritizing the draft and these picks are still a really important part of your list build. And West Coast is certainly there. And I would say Richmond's still there as well, even though one team was much stronger than the other this season. I don't think there's any doubt that Richmond with picks 3 and 4 will probably be looking at this draft and probably again next year as a way that they're certainly not on the rebound yet because they haven't got all the pieces together. They've made a really good start, but I think you're on the rebound once you've just about gotten maybe 3/4 of the team together.
So my question here would be, and a team that I have in my rebuilding list as well is Essendon.
Yeah.
Where would you have them? Because
we're happy with Richmond, sorry?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, Richmond and West Coast are probably the 2 most obvious rebuilding sides, albeit they are a little bit different. And it's not always easy to categorise a team like West Coast with what they're doing because I feel like their rebuild's been a little bit more disjointed. Like they've been to the draft in 2, 3, 4 years back as well. And then they've also tried to bring players, like experienced players in at the same time. But you guys were in a pretty unforeseen position, I feel, with injuries and stuff like that to some of your more experienced players. So it made it a little bit difficult. Richmond obviously are coming off a really successful period, but those 2 teams are the most obvious rebuilding sides for me.
Absolutely. I think there's one other, and you asked me about Essendon. I'm not sure where to put them.
They were an easy rebuild for me.
I was thinking about this last night. I'm trying to remember what points I made either side of it.
They're about to go to the draft and take picks 5 and 6 at least. They're trying to get up for specific players as well. If you actually bring in the last 2 to 3 years, they've taken first-round picks that they're sort of building the team around in Isaac Kako and Nate Caddy, as well as some other talent that they brought through the door in 2024. Some really good mid-season drafting as well with some top-up players. But no player over 30 and a key look from the recruiting team to go back to the draft, I think it's a pretty obvious rebuild.
So I was debating between that or on the rebound. But the rebound does imply they've gone down and then up again, which is not true of Essendon.
I think that's taking results into it too much.
Yeah,
because there's
agreed.
a chance that they bounce a little bit in 2026.
Yeah.
But I don't think that actually shows the direction that they're in as a club.
What were their list changes? Obviously, the big decision was to hold on to Merritt. I would agree that I don't think that is a sign that they're trying to contend. I think the reasons for that were nuanced and different.
And manied.
Nuanced and manied. Is that a thing people say?
No,
that's
never.
a great call though. Nuanced and manied. I love that. I'm going to use that again in this show. Look, it is probably a rebuild actually.
As far as the off-season changes, what are we looking at? Ben Hobbs, Will Setterfield went out.
Made some calls on them. Laverde delisted.
Laverde delisted as well. He was one of the first.
They lost Draper as well. That was, that's not a strategic move though, so it probably doesn't weigh into it at all.
Held Ridley, but Ridley's still probably in the sweet spot of, he's what, 26, 27?
Yeah.
So he's not fully aging.
That's right.
The other one they got rid of was Lual, but most of those delistings, to be honest, are just younger players that they probably feel aren't ready.
Yeah.
Or weren't AFL standard for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. Look, I'll agree with that. I can't find a really reasonable argument against having them in genuine rebuild. And of course, it doesn't really matter the fact that, maybe fully fit without injury, Essendon might have finished 12th. That doesn't mean they're not rebuilding.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So they are distinct from genuine rebuild, and they may actually finish higher than some of the teams we put in different categories next year. So it's not a prediction in that sense.
They could bring in the 2025 draft the player that they build this next generation around. So I feel like that inherently is rebuilding for me.
Yeah, I suppose you'd say that they don't have all the key pieces and they're trying to add particularly top-end talent, I would have thought. Like, they probably need to find A-graders who will form that key part of that team.
Absolutely. I have a team to bring up here.
Yep.
Because I want your opinion on this. I've got the Melbourne Demons, and I sort of had them between the bottom two categories of in transition and genuine rebuild. What do you think on the Ds?
What were the two? Sorry, genuine rebuild, and what was the other?
In transition.
Yeah.
I don't think they can be on the rebound because they've been bad for too long.
Yeah, agreed. I think rebuild, but they could be closer to coming out of it than some of the other teams, but I would say rebuild. I think when you make decisions like sell Petrarca, sell Oliver, tell Stephen May that's probably different. It's really about Petrarca, really. I think that decision to, they gave him their blessing to look around. And while they have drafted well for a few years, I still think it's probably rebuild.
Yes. Yeah, the Oliver Petrarca going out.
What would an in-transition team look like? I'd say it's probably like Carlton.
Yeah.
And the distinction is like they're not cashing in the draft. Okay, Carlton kind of are, but or a Port Adelaide even, because they're not like accessing the draft to try and rebuild the next generation. They're trying to maybe use other methods to smooth out their demographic.
I mean, I don't know what the hell I know you just brought them up as an example. I don't know what the hell they're trying to do.
Yeah.
They don't even have a category in this, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'd say Melbourne, because they're hitting the draft.
Yes.
I think, and the top ends of the draft, I think they go in there with these teams here. I'm going to say that I don't expect this to necessarily be the bottom four next year.
No, it's not about ladder position, as you said. I think the only argument that I would make on Carlton to also throw them in that same group is the fact that they kind of are going to the draft in stealth because of the father-sons.
Agreed. I don't know if I would describe them as rebuild. I don't think that's how they'll be talking about it at the moment. I think, going to their hands were tied a little bit in terms of trying to get like Hayward and Florent, because trading in more picks would have had diminishing returns for them this year. So that's why they wanted established players. It doesn't necessarily mean they're trying to contend, but I also don't think they'll be planning to, finish low enough next year. It gets complicated because they have father
Here's
sons.
a question. Is Patrick Cripps, Ben Mackay's a little bit younger, isn't it? Not Ben Mackay, Harry Mackay, sorry. I always do that. Are those kind of more experienced players on the Carlton list that you would call their best players, a la Patrick Cripps, is he going to be in the next Premiership team, or will it be a new group of players leading them?
I would have thought it'd be a new group of players leading them, but I think that when you bring in, how many established players do they bring in? And I say established meaning not draftees. So you're like Campbell Chessers, Liam Reedy, they were unsuccessful getting Buku Kamas, weren't they?
They were.
There were some other players they brought in that are now escaping me. Ainsworth.
Yeah, Ainsworth was the other one. So most of those
and
guys...
Florent and Hayward, sorry, that's 5 players.
Yeah,
there.
and most of those guys on the north side of 25.
Yeah.
But only just.
So to me, that's kind of them planning for a few years when some of those guys over 30 drop off. So I would describe that as in transition, to be honest. You know, I don't think it's been an all-out assault on the draft. They've kind of got their foot in both camps there, but I think Carlton will be expecting to be competitive next year. So I would put them in transition.
Yeah, and I think they still have key pillars. So yeah, fair enough.
It doesn't mean that they won't drop to genuine rebuild if it goes poorly. It is possible, but I don't think they're there yet.
Yeah, they could end up in a really interesting spot there, I reckon, Carlton. What about North Melbourne? My Kangaroos.
I've put on the rebound.
On the rebound?
Yeah, kangaroo pun.
On the rebound. Explain that to me.
For me, on the rebound is the category where teams have probably just about spent enough time accessing the draft. I think this is, and they're ready to move up the ladder. That's not necessarily an assessment of their quality, but I think if you go back to last year when North Melbourne traded their future first to get the player they wanted in Matt Whitlock, I think that, to me that signalled intention that 2025 would not be a year where North were going to prioritise the draft. In the end, they didn't win enough games to really justify that. But at the same time, I think North Melbourne are at the point now where there's diminishing returns on just getting so many draft picks and then playing them in their position. I think the time is now to move up. And therefore, I think they're certainly more advanced than West Coast and Richmond. And I'm not sure if they'll be better than Essendon next year. But, I think it's much more linear. They've gone down and gone up, whereas Essendon are a little bit harder to compare. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd pick a couple of holes in that just on the fact that it's been linear. I mean, it's been just consistently quite bad, I would say, over the few years. I do think, though, the one thing that I do agree with other punters and stuff like that, we've built enough around a good midfield group. And when we talk about North Melbourne a little bit later, we can sort of go into those players particularly. But when you are, building around Sheasel and Wardlaw and these kind of younger McKercher and Dersma to a degree, you are going to have some success eventually. And I could see North even in some ways kind of just jumping up even one more category in 2026 into that like on the run up. I could see them having a bit of a jump in 2026 is what I'm trying to say. And a surprising jump where people probably thought that was going to happen in 2025 and it didn't, which is, I understand why you're putting them on the rebound for that reason. Yeah,
so I'm a little confused. At first I thought you were going to push them down into genuine rebuild. I think they're past that.
Yeah, so do I.
Okay. So so do you agree on the rebound?
Yeah, I do.
So to distinguish between on the run up and on the rebound is on the run up is probably more like your Adelaides and Fremantles who have tasted finals and possibly ready to take that next step. So that's the way I would distinguish it.
Could you imagine North making the 8 in 2026?
No chance. But I think they'll escape the bottom. I think they'll escape the bottom 4.
Maybe I'm being too optimistic there.
You know what's funny though? This is all like in season, we're all negative, and off season, it's like, you never know, because all season you slaughtered North Melbourne on this channel.
Yeah, I know. But there's still a jump coming.
Yeah.
There will be a jump. And I've always said, I think we've like recruited a pretty unbalanced side overall. And I think that's going to leave us like, we're going to come unstuck at some point because we're not going to be able to recruit guys that we need to fill in holes.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that we're not going to go from 17th to 8th.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just means that I don't think that we can make that jump to be a Brisbane or a Geelong, a really successful team.
Yeah. I suppose the play with North, and we're going to talk about North a little bit later as well, is becoming competitive enough that people want to play for you again. A little bit like what St Kilda's done now.
Exactly.
They had the first domino and then they had 4. So we'll see in time. But I think clearly on the rebound, I think from a list build point of view, they'd be more interested in established players that want to play for them rather than more
Yeah.
access to the draft.
So
I think
just to be clear here, you can't see North top 4 Harry Sheezel Brownlow.
no, just to be clear, no, you're right. I'm glad we clarified that. But I think that I'm more optimistic about a jump than I was this time last year. I think they've pretty much finished almost exactly where I had them. I think third last.
Yeah.
I think I had them third last. Next year, we'll see. But I think, they could finish higher than Melbourne, maybe Essendon.
The bottom 3 was very regulation this year.
Yeah.
Like whatever order you had it was West Coast, Richmond, North Melbourne, I think was pretty clear.
That's true. I think North clearly move out of the bottom 2.
Yeah.
Like that mix, if that makes sense.
Levi Sutton makes a really good point there. Jesse just being a hater. Yeah, exactly.
For not tipping North to play finals next year. How do we?
Top 4.
Oh yeah, and Sheezel Brownlow. Yeah,
Brown cheese.
I just look at the age. It is a good reliable indicator of where a team's going to finish.
No, it's a good. I think it's fair. 11th to 15th is what Alex B says, and I
Yeah.
think that is a fair call.
I think that's sound.
Who is next?
We can choose. We haven't done an on the run up team, so why don't we talk about someone who you think is on the run up? I said Adelaide before. So are they? Is it its time or is it on the run up? I would argue that they probably finished minor premiers way earlier than they'd expected in their list build, and therefore I still think from a time point of view, I don't know if we're there with them in the same way we'd be there with expecting Geelong to be there. Is that inconsistent?
I don't want to blur lines here, but I have this feeling that the Crows could be one of those teams that drop off next year as they get found out a little bit from a game plan point of view, because I think their game plan was very predictable in 2025. And it kind of caught some teams by surprise, just the quality of players that they had to play to that game style. But I'm not sure if it's going to yield the same results in 2026. But that's not really what we're doing here at the same time, right? We are kind of trying to talk about the list. I sort of can't shake this feeling that they are still a few players short in key positions to make them one of those really top teams. But if you compare to them, all we're doing here is comparing them to other teams in the competition, right?
Yeah.
And they probably sit on the run up, don't they?
I would agree with on the run up. I also think you think about who their best players are and what's the age demographic of that.
Yeah,
right. And that's your Rankin, your Dawson, your Thilthorpe. I would argue they've got heaps of time. You know, it's not like they're 28. These guys are like 24, 25, some of them. So I would say on the run up, and they do need to make some tweaks. I would agree, and probably reinforce that midfield with an established player to move up. But for the time being, definitely on the run.
If you're picking areas of their team that can improve from recruiting, what do you want?
A genuine dynamic midfielder.
Sid Draper?
Yeah, that's true. I kind of keep forgetting about him.
Yeah.
We talk about Adelaide needing a midfielder, and Sid Draper I really liked in his draft. Yeah.
He's a pretty dynamic midfielder.
So you're right. That could come from within. He is only 19 or 20 years old. So they may have to be patient, but he played a bit of Sandford, didn't he? In his his draft year?
In his draft year. Yeah, he played a couple of games. Yeah. Had pretty solid returns, but no, he's explosive, gets out of the stoppage really well. Probably needs to work on his kicking a little bit, but I think it shows the fact that he didn't have to play as much in his opening year probably shows where their list was at. And they had a pretty good run with injury and stuff like that for most of the season.
That's true.
I think they're a back flanker short overall to draw a line under it. They need to find a bit of a backup ruckman, I feel. Overall, they need to have some sort of a transition there for the future away from Riley O'Brien.
Yeah.
And I suppose, do they need a Tex Walker replacement, or do you think they've got enough there with, say, like bringing in Maley as a potential extra forward? Do they need that kind of third tall type? I suppose Fogarty is sort of that.
Yeah, Fogarty, Thilthorpe. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but I read that they're really big fans of Aiden Schubert, which I thought would have been a strange recruit for them, to be honest. I suppose if he plays that second ruck over time, then Thilthorpe doesn't need to.
Do you think they're just having a little bit of FOMO in the draft because there's so many South Australian players that are sitting around and they want to get up into that a little bit because most of them are a little bit ahead of their pick?
For sure. Although there's still plenty of other SA boys that are not key forward rucks. So it was just the type of player that I thought was curious. So maybe they're thinking along the same lines as you. But Tex signed on anyway, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, talking about next year.
It's you wouldn't expect him to play any more than one more year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I think that's fair. So yeah, they're a clear team here. Another one that I would put in this category pretty comfortably and doesn't need to be spoken about too much, I think, is Freo.
Yeah, agreed.
Who you love?
Yes, love seeing them do well.
Yep,
it's always great around my household when Fremantle's winning. No, I'm joking. I think they have a really good list balance and star quality in most parts of the field. And I think a lot of the players have their best. Well, some of those key players like your Jacksons, your Tracys, and your Youngs still have their best footy ahead of them. Maybe Sarong and Brayshaw are closer to the finished product, but I think it is a matter of time before they contend. But they are still relatively young. I think they in the last 5 to 10 weeks of the season, their average age moved closer to the middle. But I think over the course of the season, they were bottom 4 or 5 for age. So that just means that they have time, in which case I would say they're not in the top category where there's a lot of pressure. But yeah, would you agree?
I would agree with everything that you said there. Yeah, they're definitely, when you actually go through and you look at the exact age of these players, I did this exercise through the week and I was like, Sarong is only 24.
Yeah.
Which is actually crazy.
Yeah.
He feels like a player that's in his late 20s. But at the same time, I do agree with what you said in the middle there, and I've said this throughout the year. I don't think Brayshaw and Sarong are getting much better.
Yeah.
They're sort of maxed out with their output. I mean, what more could Sarong do?
Yeah, exactly.
15 contested possession and 12 clearances a game. He's not really going to improve on that too much, I don't think. So Hayden Young's probably one that can push them to another level in next season. I think they just bring in, they're kind of in a luxurious position where the list is pretty balanced, it's pretty good, and they can just bring in pieces. Like that's why they were able to get Murphy Reid in the draft. They didn't have to go fishing for types that they needed or anything like that. And they seem to be able to, although they've lost a lot of talent over the years, they seem to be able to attract it as well pretty well with players like Shea Bolton. Cosy Pickett could come to them as well.
I long for the day where a talented WA player doesn't just want to play for Fremantle. That's our own fault though.
Yes.
Yeah. What about someone who does have some real pressure to win the Premiership this year based on their list demographic? I would say Collingwood actually has to be put in the it's time.
Yeah, they have to be.
Because I think most people would expect that they probably won't win the flag next year. And you might even, unless you're a Collingwood fan, you might even think it's delusional to suggest that they could. They went a million miles off it this year. But I would just say that based on the list management strategy of up to this very point, there hasn't been a huge amount of consideration for what happens next. I suppose you could say Perryman and Houston are medium-term recruits. So there's that. But I think they're like the oldest team of all time. I don't know if that will change next year. They have moved on a few players like Mason Cox and Tom Mitchell and Myercheck leaves. But regardless of whether you think they even will play finals, I think with a team with a list demographic like that, it's time. And I reckon in 12 months' time, we'll be doing this and we'll be saying they're in transition.
The concerning thing for Collingwood heading into next season is the only way that you can see them bouncing back up the ladder or competing again and getting better, because everyone's going to get better in 2026. The only way you can see that with them is this sort of ambiguous organic growth from younger players coming in and filling positions. And they haven't, it's not like over the last 4 to 5 years, they've gone heavily in the top end of the draft and there's talent sitting there like Adelaide. You said you've got Sid Draper who can just slot in and he's already sort of a potential A-grade talent. They've got guys that they picked up in the 30s to the 50s of the draft. So the likelihood of even one of those guys becoming a star or even a regular starter is probably low. And you would have expected that they were busier in the off-season this year to make them better. So I agree with you. If they can attract talent over the next 12 months, then we might be having a different conversation. But they're on a tightrope, it feels.
I think they're keeping their powder dry. And it feels like this coming year might be a bit of a nothing year for them in the sense that they're not going to be good enough to contend. And they could play finals and have some good times. Yeah.
Have some good wins.
But I honestly think in 12 months, watch them to be a major player in the off-season stakes. So
Zachary Butters types.
Yeah, the upside to losing a Myercheck and, maybe an Elliott Pendlebury side bottom, we don't know about those guys next year. And your Tom Mitchells and Mason Coxes is that they will free up some money and they'll be an attractive club to play for. So I don't think they'll be in too much trouble, but then I think they'll be in transition by that point.
Absolutely.
Who we got next?
Woody just said road call, but 50-50 call for them to make the 8. I think that's probably a fair call. I think I at this point would have them in, but that's open.
Yeah. I hope it's clear why we still put them in its time, even though we're not saying they'll finish top 4.
Absolutely.
What about the Gold Coast Suns, Dylan?
It's time.
It's one of the two categories. I would agree it's time.
It's time.
Yeah.
It might feel a little bit unfair fair, like we're placing too high
God.
expectations of them, because you could argue that they're in that same group as Freo and the Crows.
Agreed.
Based on like kind of just scraping into finals and having a nice little run there. But I think they have more talent than both of those teams.
Yeah.
The acquisition of Christian Petrarca, Jamari Ugle-Hagan kind of signals that they are wanting to really, really compete and have an actual, good run at it in 2026. So I think you have to put that expectation on them. And again, they're set up with the youth. Still got tons of top 10 draft picks that are just kind of sitting there that haven't even played much footy at the moment. So fortuitous position. And it makes me wonder how teams like North Melbourne are ever going to compete and play for premierships.
Yep, I don't think I need to add too much. I think you could justifiably put them between the two categories if there was one, because while there is a level of maturation in the recruitment of Petrarca, you could say that they also don't have the pressure of time, which makes them similar to Fremantle and Adelaide. So I think they could easily sit in both groups, but they could also go deep next year.
I think there's an argument, though, on all the 6 teams that we've got in the top 2 categories. There has to be some expectation of not just being a team that's like almost there.
Yeah.
Like who is going to compete with the Brisbanes and the Geelongs? They can't just win it every season. You've got to try to steal it off them. You know what I mean? Take it from them with even a young team.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Who's next?
GWS.
Oh, they're a hard one.
They're a hard one too. Is it in its time or is it in transition? Those are the two for me. Or on the run up. They're certainly not the other two. They're hard ones. Let's characterize what their list management has looked like. I feel like there's been a push towards the draft and youth to build an up and coming layer to eventually replace those veterans who have served them well for a long time.
I like how you said that, actually. It's sort of like a resistance layer.
Yeah.
They've just been bubbling away under the surface.
Yeah, I mean, those high picks include Goddard, James Leake, Finn Callahan, Aaron Cadman. They traded up to get pick 1. So there has been Darcy Jones, yep. There has been a genuine move towards the draft. They are not really the sort of team who trades in those top line players because of the disadvantages they probably face getting players to come play for them.
They get more the top-up guys, don't they?
Yeah.
Your Stringers, your Clayton
Or your
Olivers.
behavioural issue players that are willing to come like Laverde and Stringer.
Who just got delisted.
Yes. Both of them have been delisted this year from their respective clubs, although I think Stringer's getting picked back up, and I think Laverde does end up at GWS.
Yeah, I believe so.
I think so. So anyway, they're a hard one to categorise. I don't think I see it as a realistic possibility that they win the Premiership. Their list balance has enough players at the top end for me to not want to put them in on the run-up because it feels like there's 2 groups there.
I feel this season we're going to see, and when I say this season, I mean 2026, we're going to see from them a larger number of those younger players who have been bubbling away in the VFL come into the side. And you're going to see some of these guys, obviously Callum Ward's retired.
Yeah.
Is Josh Kelly going to be phased out even a little bit more?
He's got that injury as well.
Exactly. So I think you have to put them in transition. I think this is going to be maybe a bit of a dead year for them.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I think in transition is a good call. I don't think on the run-up, I don't think they're close enough to be on the run-up, if that makes sense, even though they played finals. Like, it's more like their list build. And I feel like, as you said, it's going to be a shift towards that younger group once you're Toby Green, Stephen Cornelio, and Jesse Hogan, who's on the wrong side of 30 as well now.
They don't have the obvious youth of a Gold Coast Suns, Freo Dockers, Adelaide Crows, do they?
Correct. Yeah.
There's still a lot more development to go, which I think kind of naturally puts them into that category.
Yeah. Tom Green is also part of the younger group, actually.
Of course.
Yeah. He's only 24.
And they're definitely, they're in a better situation than a lot of teams.
Yep.
What are you saying about their crosstown rivals?
The Sydney Swans, I think they're in its time.
Me too.
Okay, cool.
Skip?
Yeah, look, summary. They recruited Charlie Curnow and they've played in 2 of the last 4 grand finals, which is actually
crazy.
crazy when you say it like that because recency bias allows us to forget that they are a premiership quality. Well, they're a top 4 quality team. And I think have the top end potential of any team out there. Obviously, there's questions around depth and best 22 balance. But getting Curnow is massive. And I think, as much as anything, it underscores the point that they recruited Charlie Curnow, a 28-year-old key forward with 3 first-round draft picks. Like, what does that say about where Sydney think they're at?
I mean, I think it says that they back in their academy at the moment to produce really good talent,
Yeah.
and they don't necessarily need those high draft picks. But it also, you look at the back end of 2025 where they went on that run of winning 10 out of their last 12. When Errol Goulden is in that side, he is the man for them. So
Yeah.
I think there's no doubt that this team, with a big key presence forward of the ball in Charlie Curnow, if he stays fit in 2026, they have to be competing. And the age profile suggests that they've got one of the best midfields in the competition with Heaney and Warner and Rowbottom and that Goulden mix. A decent back line, probably a bit more workmanlike back there, but they've got ball movers like Blakey to move the footy for them and transition the ball. And then it's really just that forward line where the smalls come into it, but they needed that Charlie Curnow figure.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting side note before we move on to the next team is sort of came out that Dean Cox and Will Hayward and Ollie Florent were basically shown out the door by Sydney, possibly just to facilitate this trade as well. But perhaps Dean Cox is making some moves on.
Ruthlessly efficient or dog act?
We'll see in time. See in time.
That's boring.
The Hayward one surprises me more than the Florent one. I have no insight as to what they're like culturally, but Hayward has been an important player more so than Florent. So interesting.
For me, the Hayward one is just as simple as you're getting an upgrade.
Yeah,
like it's just it's ruthless in the sense that he is a better player than you and we need him more. Florent's probably a bit more. Do we rate you or those sorts of things as well?
True.
Hawks.
One of the top two categories here for Hawthorn. They're not as young as they appeared to be or were maybe 2 years ago in terms of the average age. Obviously, that's skewed a little bit when you recruit Josh Battle, Tom Barras, and anyone else that I'm missing. They tried heavily to go for a variety of midfielders this year. Zach Merritt at 30 years old implies that let's go get it now kind of thing. They also did go for Harley Reid, Zach Butters, I think Oscar Allen they at least met with. What other players did they meet with? I don't reckon I've covered them all there. They met with a variety of players this year.
Yeah, they just didn't seem to land anything, did they?
Yeah, that's
at the
right.
end of the day. I mean, even their finishing position suggests that they're ready to go. Top 6 last year, top 4 this year, as far as where they finished after finals. And they probably do just need that one. Maybe it is just a maturation from within with them because they weren't far off it. And there is going to be some natural development because of their, like compared to say a Collingwood, they're going to have that naturally with some of the picks that they've got in recent drafts. But yeah, it is sort of at the same time, again, it's not like the Crows, it's not like the Gold Coast where they're just going to have this amazingly young team get better after a year. They're going to have to find it from somewhere a little bit more, aren't they?
They are. I think it's a tough one. You could make the case that they're on the run up when you look at some of their best talents. And they're a pretty well balanced team in terms of like quality role players playing a system. And they actually lack, the spread of A-grade talent that other clubs do. With a lot of potential in guys like Will Day.
I sort of disagree with that. I feel like they actually have it, but they don't have it in the positions that we naturally think of. Like,
I think they're niche A-grade players.
They're niche A-grade players, like Dylan Moore.
I agree, yeah. No, I'm with you there. I didn't mean to undermine the team that is Hawthorn.
Yeah.
They are good, and those players are great. But you're right. I think like there's no A-grade key position forward.
No, and there's no
Australian midfielder yet,
apart from Will Day, who's been injury prone. They don't have like a Heaney, Warner, Goulden midfield.
Yeah, that's really what we're talking about here. So therefore, it's a little bit harder to like look at their best players and think how old are they?
Who are their best players? Give me their best players. Will Day.
Yeah, it immediately came to mind because when he's on, he's on, and when he's in, he's on. Basically, rather. I think Dylan Moore at times. I don't know if did he back up? Was it 2024? I think was his really strong year.
That was his All-Australian year. He wasn't as good as that, but he's still a high-quality player.
Yeah. I mean, James Sicily probably on the legacy, if you want to, well, not legacy, but just the reputation.
No, I think he is.
Yeah.
He's in their top.
But Josh Weddle is probably one of their most dynamic, players who can take them to the next level, but probably has he been one of their best players at the moment? I'm not sure.
He will be.
I agree. Mavior Chol actually had an outstanding sort of year, didn't he?
Here's one. What if Cam McKenzie becomes everything that we've expected him to be? He's only 22?
Yeah, he would be. Yeah.
If he becomes an A-grade midfielder, they can win the flag.
I really liked him in his draft here. So all that to be said, it's probably also one of these teams that sits in the middle. They are, I reckon, older than Fremantle. So I reckon you could
Yeah.
say that in 2026, there's probably a sense of it's time.
Absolutely.
Happy
Chad
with that?
Phillips, a great comment here. What's the count up to now for how many times the word maturation has been used in this stream?
We talk about how many we pick up words, we say them for weeks on end, and then we
Yeah.
drop them once we realize we say them too much, and we never say them again.
It's at least 7.
Yeah,
That's what I want to say. We've got a couple of clubs left, do we?
we do. 3.
3 clubs.
St Kilda. Let's go with St Kilda first.
Are we leaving Port Adelaide until the end?
Maybe. I didn't really want to touch it right now.
It's so
But
gross.
St Kilda, I think, like more of a talking point.
Yeah, actually, St Kilda's tricky.
Are they, I'd say, on the rebound or on the run up? They're certainly not in its time, and they're not in transition, and they're certainly not rebuilding anymore. So we're talking about the second and third categories there.
Is there any, are we just completely wiping out its time based on what the off-season that they've had?
Yeah.
That's not.
Nah, because I still think what the group that will take them forward is a lot of the guys they've drafted in the last 4 years and not Jack
Yeah.
Silvani and Sam Flanders.
I've got a question for you here.
TDK maybe.
Round 1, 2026, everyone's fit. Who's in the midfield? And this will answer the question of where they're at.
Put me on the spot here. Flanders obviously will play midfield.
Yes.
Will Naz be a full-time midfielder or will he be like more of an impact? I think probably
I think you will. I think you have to have him in there.
Philippou will play midfield.
That's a complete. I think that midfield there, albeit that sounds sexy as anything, that's still young.
Yeah, true. Windhager.
Windhager.
More the defensive midfielder in that scenario.
Crocker's added in McRae. And you've obviously got TDK. It's a brand new midfield.
Yeah.
McRae will be probably the one that's played the most football
Yeah.
in that team as a midfielder with Nas, who came in the second half of the season, which is crazy.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be straight to on the run up.
Yeah.
They have to compete for finals.
They certainly have more expectation than North Melbourne. Is North Melbourne going to be left alone in that category?
Probably.
See, I did have Essendon originally when I looked in there. But anyway, we'll move on. We're talking about St Kilda.
I can't stand another. Even if we win 8 games in 2026, I can't stand it. I just can't stand the purgatory.
Yeah, totally.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I
But I mean,
digress.
St Kilda were in purgatory and then they recruited all those players. So you never know.
just sort of sense we won't do that. But anyway, 2 clubs to go.
The Bulldogs
Bullies.
on the run up or it's time? This
I-
is looking like we have a lot of premiership contenders, but that was also true this year.
I sort of have this gravitation to put the Dogs in transition as well.
Okay.
But they sort of have been in transition. They've blooded a couple. I really rate Fraser. I really rate Ed Richards. I really rate O'Donnell. And
Yeah.
they're players that they've just sort of rotated into new positions.
That is kind of normal though. It doesn't
Yeah, it is.
necessarily imply they're actually genuinely in transition. I think with their recruiting strategy this year, it was go get Wilkie and amongst others. They tried for Silvani, they tried for Tyler Young, they didn't go for Leaky Lear, did they? But Jordan Butts was the other one. So, I mean, fairly low key. Going for Wilkie would have been a big, massive deal. And I think they're working on Zach Butters in the background. I think they're in the top 2 categories.
Okay. I'd maybe make a small argument for transition, but I think if you have them in the top 2 categories, you have to have the Dogs in its time
Because of Bond?
because of Bond,
I would agree with that.
but also because of Sam Darcy, and not because I know he's future proofed because of his age.
Yeah.
But if you got the best player in the competition in your team in the midfield, you've got the best key position forward. You've got Ed Richards, who is probably a top 10 player in the competition. What more do you need at the end of the day to do something? It's kind of go time, isn't it?
Key defender.
You
No,
do need a
I
key defender.
agree with your point, to be honest. And I think that's why they went for Wilkie, because I reckon their assessment would be similar.
Yeah.
So again, this is a 2026 assessment. I would probably agree. I reckon the Bulldogs in the top tier.
They have to be.
Yeah.
You have to put that pressure on them.
Yeah, that's right.
So that leaves us with 7 teams.
Was that not true this year, though?
Yeah.
We had 9 teams in the top, in the 9.
Yeah.
The top 9.
Well, I would
you believe
argue
it?
that the Dogs they should have been in that category this year.
Well, I included them because they finished 9th.
Yes.
Yeah, we've actually added in Sydney and St Kilda. Again, this is not predicting the ladder next year. This is all about mindset. And it's fair to suggest that about half the league thinks they can win the flag next year. That's
North
probably
Melbourne.
true. Yeah, and North Melbourne.
Throw on the rebound in there.
Yeah.
Probably
all right.
the only one that changes from this season is the Giants have moved out
Yeah.
into transition.
St Kilda have moved into on the run-up.
Yep.
Sydney, I think with the Kerno
Yeah.
thing would be genuinely in its time.
And they played footy to the level of the finals teams.
Yeah. And Melbourne have moved into the rebuilding category.
Does this reiterate the two-tiered system of the AFL currently?
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely. So, on that note, speaking of two tiers, let's cry about Port Adelaide. That was terrible. Segue into the Port Adelaide Football Club.
I can't even give any analysis on them because I don't know what they're doing.
I think they have to count as in transition because they're not hitting the draft. So let's look at the list build over the last few years. They went hard on Jason Horne-Francis, but you could say that because he was in his first year, that counts as like an expensive draft pick, right? So they've got a nucleus of Rosie, Butters, and Horne-Francis, which is that's imposing. That's scary. Can they keep them together is another question, but that is currently where they sit. And probably lack some structural pieces around the field.
This is going to sound facetious.
Haven't liked the draft either.
And a little bit like clickbaity, but do they have any other players that you would write home about? Like any other really good players?
They've got some decent players.
Yeah, decent players, but everyone's got decent players.
I'm trying to think. We may be ignorant here. Help us out, chat, because we're kind of forgetting.
I think people would talk about players like Willie Rioli.
Yeah, who's gone.
Who's just retired. They would talk about players like Aliir.
Yeah.
Who I think is good at specific things, but I think he's like made to defend a little bit too much.
Georgiadis.
Yeah, great.
Good comment. Thank you. I knew we were forgetting someone. He did have a fantastic year.
No, he's incredible. Bergman is too.
True.
Yep.
Yeah.
You've proved me wrong.
It's the 1st of November and it's actually a little bit harder to remember certain things.
I suppose Bergman is probably in that like youthful, it's a future player. He hasn't kind of put it down yet, but it definitely is.
Yeah.
You could argue maybe a Lukosius has the talent, but I don't know if we're going to see it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, we're talking about established good players. I don't think he's there yet, but Georgiadis and Bergman are. It's still light though. It's still light. And you know, some of the players that were part of that Premiership tilt, if you want to call it that. They didn't play in a grand final, but they got close. Charlie Dixon's gone. Willie Rioli's gone. Travis Boak is gone. So there has been some general movement there. So what we're talking about in terms of their list build is they've very curiously traded out of this year altogether. They've taken in Will Brodie and Corey Durden. I think they're cousins, Sam and Corey. It's interesting. I read, and I don't know if this is true, but I read that they really don't rate this draft. And they've pushed their assets into next year. So the part of that Durden trade was also banking a future second, I think.
I feel like that's such a cop-out, though. It's like we're in a really shit position in the draft, so we don't rate it.
I wonder if they're, looking at Dougie Cochran and hoping they have enough points. And I don't even know how realistic that is, whether he counts as their NGA. I think there's some doubt about that.
It feels scandalous to me that a team could perform so badly in a season, lose their best player
and do nothing and
be not even in the draft.
Yeah.
It's such a purgatory situation.
I think that's a fair point. I think I would be really flat if, West Coast were in that position.
Yeah.
Which, we suck, but we're doing something about it.
Well, exactly. And like people are putting in the chat, they're like Soldo, Vicentini, Sweet. They're not.
No. Unless he was... No.
Yeah, I mean, Sweet's been okay.
Oh, no, the previous question was who is Port's ruckman, that's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought they were putting that as like they're the good players.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a weird time, I think, to be a Port Adelaide fan. I think you'll get Will Brodie come in.
I think, do we put them in transition because we have no idea?
Yeah.
I think that's the only way, because they're not, I don't think they're on the run-up.
No, and Zach Butters will almost certainly leave.
It does feel like that, yeah. I mean, on the run-up, do they think they're on the run-up?
Surely not. I mean, new coach, transition.
True. Yeah. All right. We'll put Port in transition because, to cover off that point, they have also, lost players like Rioli and Boak and, replenishing through top-up players, if you want to call them that, and Will Brodie and, they've had a few over the years. Rory Atkins last year. Joe Richards was a pretty decent recruit for him.
The only positive I will throw into this, just because we've been probably overly harsh on them, they did have a good draft in 2024.
Barry, Whitlock and Moraz?
Yep.
That's true. I overlooked that last time we did this.
2023 was, I think, a poor drafting year, and I think they delisted already Charleston from that draft. And Stockwell survives.
Yeah, they drafted 3 small forwards late in that draft because that was the second year of the Horn-Francis trade.
Yeah.
So they only had later picks.
In fairness to them, I think there was a couple of years under Hinkley towards the end there where they overperformed ladder position. They were kind of outside their range, which obviously hurts you in the draft.
Yeah.
To be able to get in early, but yeah.
That's right.
I digress. That is a wrap, I think.
Yeah. So we think there's 7 teams that think they need to win the Premiership next year. We think there's 3 that are on the run-up. Adelaide, Fremantle and St Kilda, who, would like to push it close, but we would all forgive them if they didn't. Especially Fremantle. I'll forgive you. On the rebound, that as it turns out, that is barely worth a category when you've only got 1 team in it. But I think North are distinct from the genuine rebuild teams who are thinking, I suppose the distinction is those bottom 4 teams are thinking, let's get into the draft and draft picks. And I'm sure North don't hate early picks, but they don't have that same appetite for them. In transition are teams that are probably smoothing over a demographic. Carlton lose Curnow. They top up with 5 established players to differing extents. We just talked about Port Adelaide there. And GWS probably also shaping up for an assault on the flag in the future. I don't know. We ummed and ahed about exactly where to put them.
They're a tough one.
But they do have some good youth, which kind of makes them a little bit harder to assess. So
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Of those rebuilding teams, Melbourne, Essendon, Richmond, West Coast, add in Carlton and North Melbourne to that. So it's 6 teams. Who finishes higher in 2026?
The West Coast Eagles.
You don't believe that.
No. It's funny that I can't even get away with that. Like, you're just like, I know you're full of shit.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even serious. Who finishes higher out of those 6 teams? I think Carlton.
Okay.
I think that they will get by on the established players that they have. Look, North could actually finish higher than them. North or Carlton, I'd say.
North or Carlton?
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Do we include Essendon in that?
Yeah. Look at Essendon.
I think they're not as bad as people think.
No,
and they
I know.
might just be mediocre, but like they could finish the top end of that group still.
Yeah, that's true. My leanings would be Carlton, Melbourne, Essendon, North Melbourne. Then that's 4 teams. That's most of them.
I can't say. I actually think Melbourne will finish lower than Essendon, Carlton, and North Melbourne.
Yeah, you're right. I think, I'd throw Melbourne. So,
Richmond could even finish higher than Melbourne next year.
no, I think it's North or Carlton.
Yeah.
I think it's North or Carlton.
Yeah. Or Essendon.
I think Richmond and West Coast will be in that bottom 2.
I think West Coast will be last again. Then Richmond v Melbourne is a little bit harder to split for me.
I say this and now I start to think about it. And then I'm like, when the season kicks around, I'll be like, I have no faith
Yeah,
that North
totally.
Melbourne can do anything. So.
I might actually go the other way. I'm feeling a bit neg about West Coast's competitiveness next year. But by round 1, I'll be like, we are totally beating the Adelaide Crows.
What are people saying in the chat here? So people saying North still in a rebuild. People are saying Roos, though, for the best of those teams, I assume. Carlton, says Alex B. North has the best list, says Edward. Do North have the best list, or do they just have the best midfield? That's the question that I would ask.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, who are we comparing them against? The other rebuild teams, or maybe an Essendon? Because it's a bit tricky to compare West Coast and Richmond, who are like staggered behind them. They've had like less drafts, so it's a little bit apples and oranges, a little bit. Maybe I'm talking shit there, but like it seems disingenuous to compare him to a Richmond who has the better young list. So it's just not.
Yeah.
Because North, we've seen 3 or 4 years of some of these guys.
Joel Haber says Carlton will have the best midfield in theory. As far as like for 2026, I assume you mean there. So Patrick Cripps, George Hewitt and Adam Chera is like the most experienced that will compete the best.
I thought he meant league-wide there. I was like, what?
No, I think amongst that group.
Sure.
So that will, I assume he means that will carry them. Unless he actually is going from a developmental point of view and he's like, we'll have Jagger, we'll have Cody Walker.
Yeah.
And
Sam Walsh would still be in
Sam
that
Walsh.
group.
What about Sam Walsh? Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Walsh and Jagger for 2026. Yeah. Will Jagger play? Will he be able to play round 1?
I would have thought that he'd be close because I think he did it in the preseason. So 12 months would put him to the preseason. But I'd imagine maybe he starts VFL just for, to be conservative. But I could be wrong. Who knows?
Yep.
I might go take a power
Go
tackle.
for it. Brayden Crocker
Do we
says
unplug
Dylan.
this? Is that okay too?
Yeah, you don't have to, but
Yeah, I was just thinking it might just deplete the battery. I don't
Sure.
know
Yeah.
if that's a fact.
Go for that. Yeah, Braden says, Dylan, do North have enough defensive players?
I might tinkle.
I mean, we have enough defensive players. I think the question is, do we have good enough defensive players? So what's the back line going to look like for North in 2026? We're going to have, I assume Whitlock's going to be a regular starter. I know he has played some forward, but I do like him behind the ball because I like his kicking. Charlie Comben, of course. I think the other one would still be Aiden Core. I don't really rate Aiden Core, but that would be my ideal version of your three tools. Whitlock, Comben, and Core. It still feels a bit like unbalanced to me though. I wish Core was better. I want Core to be like a Jacob Wiedering lockdown defender, Sam Taylor lockdown defender. And then our smalls will be Archer is kind of a lockdown, which I think is fine. I think we're one really good distributor short. So we're probably looking at Hardiman. Is Hardiman actually a good enough kick to go up against the best teams? If we're like looking to launch into the finals, I don't think he is. And Caleb Daniels definitely not good enough. I'd love it if we could get into the draft and get someone like an Oscar Taylor who can kick the footy and run the ball out. I think that would be an upgrade. Will Dawson, people are saying, I think that's a chance. I'd want to see McKercher. Alex B says, what do you see McKercher? I see him as a wing / high forward. I want him kicking the ball inside 50 and being a player that plays with more physicality in the front half of the ground, working those tighter spaces. I think he's a little bit wasted behind the ball, and I'd rather get somebody else in there. I think I sort of see him more as that Goulden type who like runs a little bit through the midfield, I suppose is what I'm saying. Glizzy hands. But yeah, overall, I think that would be a reasonable defense. But at the same time, you're looking at those key backs and you're going, Comben's very good as an interceptor, not necessarily as a lockdown. Matt Whitlock's super, super young. And I think Core's not good enough. So there's problems there for sure. And I think we're a team that doesn't, like overall, we don't defend from the midfield particularly well. So we can see a lot of entries and then we're going to struggle. And I think there's as many gaps as I've gone through there in the defense. There's as many gaps in the forward line as well. So not great. Sugar Enthusiast says North love their mids getting cheap touches in the back half though. I can't disagree with that. There's some truth to that. I think a lot of the guys in there get big numbers and ultimately North don't score that many goals. So I would agree with that. The one that needs to play a full season for me is George Wardlaw. If he gets going, I think that midfield has some real edge to it. That would be my take on that. McKercher is a gun, says Joel Falconer. Yeah, he's a good player. He's got a little way to go, though, in my opinion.
Who, sorry? McKercher.
McKercher.
Oh, yeah. What do you think he needs to work on? Is it contested game?
Contested game. I think he pulled out of too many contests last season. He's great on the ball. So if you can get him out into space, and he's a major upgrade for us on players that we've had like Zach Fisher and Dylan Stevens and those types. But I want to see him win his ball higher up the ground. And that's when he came into the 2025 season, he was playing higher and he struggled. And then they kind of move him back behind the ball and he thrives. So it's kind of this juxtaposition constantly.
Where to next?
It's a good question. We've got a mock to do.
And we do have a mock draft.
And we've got some perfect drafty predictions for every club. Where would you like to go, Jesse? To your channel.
Did you want to talk about DFAs as well?
I did want to talk about DFAs. You've got a little bit of news there coming out of West Coast straight away that you guys are linked to some of these players. I saw this in the Discord a bit too, people sharing some rumours and things. Toomey suggests that the West Coast Eagles are after Finlay McRae and Harry Schoenberg.
Yep.
I want to say. Is that true first? And what do you think about it if it is?
I am going off the Toomey connection, so I don't know. Dev Robertson will likely join West Coast. It's important to clarify that we're talking about delisted free agents, but I think with West Coast 4 extra list spots, I think that will just entitle them to more rookie draft picks, which means that they have to join on November 21st, I think is the rookie draft, which means that any of these players can actually sign with other clubs directly onto their main list. But if they want to join West Coast, then they have to be drafted. And who doesn't, frankly? They have to be drafted November 21st, which is worth saying. So Dev Robertson basically has committed. And now Cal Toomey has suggested he expects Finlay McRae to get there, which is the second connection we've heard to that. And then Ryan Daniels supported that by saying Finlay McRae and Harry Schoenberg. So that's 3 inside mids that couldn't quite crack it at their previous clubs. that adds some depth to West Coast, which they desperately need. Although I am curious as to why we're getting all three of the same type of player or similar type of player, at least positionally the same. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are they were the Schoenberg, Robertson, and I mean, obviously Robertson has a connection to WA, but Schoenberg, McRae, and Robertson overall would probably be of all of those types of players, would probably be the weaker ones, I thought. I thought West Coast would target an experience like Tom Mitchell to go in there and just get his hands on the ball. I think Will Phillips and even Ben Hobbs may have been better options just in my head, but obviously they have a strategy and they know what they're doing. You mentioned...
Yes, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, we can't doubt them. You mentioned, though, you thought with Hobbs, he probably would have been the preferred choice, but may have interest elsewhere.
I have no idea if he was preferred, but I think that Hobbs, obviously being a Victorian lad, there also is a connection to Collingwood. And if Collingwood want to sign him as the delisted free agents, they can do that straight to the main list. They can get that done early. And so there's competition is all I mean. So we haven't heard a connection to that player. I reckon there's also... I actually got this from a comment on one of our videos. I forget who, so I can't give them credit. But they suggested that us meeting with guys like McRae and Schoenberg may have actually been through connections through player agents saying, hey, at least interview our guy, blah, blah, blah. And if they make the player agent happy, maybe that will bring some returns in future years. I don't know anything about who are their agents, but I do wonder if that's a little factor here. Connections to the agents allow us to focus on those players.
It's such a weird part of
the
trade.
Never gets talked about. Never gets talked about, but seems to be this underlying world beneath the surface at AFL level. Keeping the player agents happy. So.
Pulling the strings. I've got a question of those guys. Let's put it out there. Will Phillips, Ben Hobbs, Tom Mitchell, Finn McRae, Harry Schoenberg. Who was the other one? I'll even throw Will Setterfield in there, but Dev Robertson as well. All of those guys. Who would be your preferred target as a West Coast fan?
Honestly, in terms of the function they're going to play, function to West Coast, they all really represent very similar things. And I think that's 23rd or 24th now, man in, a support for, our stoppage game and our midfield generally. They will also make our waffle team more competitive, which it sounds silly for any club to think they need to do that, but our waffle team is very hamstrung by the rules that are in place. I think our salary cap's 60% of the rest of the league, and we can't recruit certain players. It makes it very hard to build a competitive team when you've also got a dog shit AFL team, with all due respect. So I actually think that making a more competitive waffle team is important for the development of West Coast, and I think that might be essentially what a lot of these guys come in to do. Really?
So you reckon they're getting AFL contracts to bring them over so they can basically play waffle football?
I think that there is some ambition for someone like a Dev Robertson where they think, okay, he might actually be a good role player in a team, because he has been a good role player in a good AFL team before. So I'd maybe separate him. But I think generally the strategy with this team is to allow the waffle team to develop as well.
Interesting.
Tom Mitchell actually does stand out as a player. I would have thought it was a no-brainer. I would have thought he wouldn't be interested, but he came out and said he'd love to play at West Coast.
He did.
But they haven't got in touch. So I'm curious as to that, because I would have thought transitioning him into a development coach post-career would be a great move.
He's the only one of all of these players that up until at least recently, 2025 season, has actually had good numbers in the AFL. What you're going to get from Tom Mitchell.
That's right, yeah. So I would have gone Tom Mitchell, Dev, and maybe another midfielder. Pretty indifferent about who that would be. And then I'd use another spot on a ruck. A state level ruck, without being able to name who that is. I don't follow the...
Any interest in some of those more experienced types like Dylan Shield, Will Setterfield?
Not overly. I think, with all due respect, if it's a choice between Shield and Mitchell, I'd go Mitchell. Yeah. I think he has a good head on his shoulders, and he's got that ball magnets thing, which is sort of aligned with developing and coaching as well. So I think there's some coaching acumen there with Tom Mitchell. I don't know really much about Dylan Shield in that space. Setterfield, again, I probably just serves the same function as some of these other guys, and not a long-term AFL player, I wouldn't have thought. So Dev, what we know about Dev, he's come from a successful group and can be that sort of defensive midfielder and great trainer as well, which I think could have a positive influence on our team.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I think he's a bit, to me, he looks like a bit more of a seconds player than a AFL player just on the ball. I don't think he brings a lot of quality. He brings a little bit of ball winning, but he just strikes me as one of those guys that is pretty solid, above average at seconds level, and just can't quite make that step up.
That's true, but then I think there's always premiership teams that include those players.
Of course.
You know what I mean? And Dev Robertson's not that far off being a premiership player. And like, what if he comes in and he becomes an amazing blocker for Harley Reid in the same way that Rowan Jones did for Chris Judd in 2006? So
it's just
maybe.
A lot of players go into these rebuilding teams like a West Coast when they're down the bottom of the ladder and they just get sort of spat out. You know what I mean? It's one thing to bring a Dev Robertson into a team that's on the run up, to use our premiership window kind of thing.
Yeah.
But to bring it into a rebuilding team, is that going to work from the get-go? That's a bigger question for me.
I think he could, if he could emulate what Jack Graham brought, I think like that is impactful, I think, for West Coast. That bigger body at stoppages, defensive player, frees up Harley. Like there is some function there, I think.
What about Will Phillips, pick 3?
Yeah, I would have been happy with him. I mean, West Coast were linked to him for a couple of off seasons in a row, I reckon.
Very similar player to Tom Mitchell in a younger body.
What do you think held him back? Because he was obviously pick 3 and North Melbourne just cut him. What do you think was the reason?
He just can't run.
So it's a speed thing?
Yeah, he's not fast enough. He can't run enough. He gives you nothing. He's only an on-the-ball player. He's a first possession player. He's really he's crafty. Like he's around the stoppages.
Yeah.
He's really good at getting his hands on the ball. But essentially, that is all he's doing. So it doesn't help you at all in transition because he can't run away from his man and he can't defend. So, which is, in a way, it's kind of similar to what Tom Mitchell is.
Yeah.
And that player just has become a little bit less necessary in the AFL. So I think and North obviously have that midfield that's coming through pretty well with the other players that they've drafted. So he just ends up getting pushed out. But I think there is at least, with a Will Phillips or a Tom Mitchell type amongst this crop, you know at least that they're really good, even at AFL level. They're good at one particular thing.
Yeah. I think West Coast, in terms of their philosophy also, I think they'd stay away from players who can't defend on transition.
Yeah, fair enough.
Whereas I think that's not a problem for Dev or Schoenberg maybe, or at least, Schoenberg's quick. So I reckon that might be actually why they went for
I'd
those
even
players.
throw like a Ben Hobbs into that same category where they're a little bit more versatile. Like he can play his most recent AFL form at least. Like Hobbs in 2025 played 15 games of AFL football as a high half forward. So he's got that little bit more versatility. I don't think a Phillips could play that role because he can't run well enough.
Gotcha. Yeah. Braden Crocker has asked, is Oscar Smart still on the Eagles radar? Yeah. I don't know.
Didn't he just get signed to a waffle team?
I actually missed that.
Yeah, is it the Sharks?
He's from Adam? I didn't know. I missed that. That makes sense. Look, I'm trying to think about what I should say. Let's just say that, I heard through a secondhand information that Oscar Smart is going to WA. I heard that a while ago.
Yep.
And there is some expectation that Fremantle and West Coast might give him a chance. So I think so. I think that all happened actually before West Coast was given these rookie spots. So
I like the fact that he'd be going to the waffle for a little bit first as well. I don't think you want to thrust him in again to this West Coast team where he can easily get chewed up and spat out. So you want a bit of development for him. And then I think there's talent there with Oscar Smart. He's very powerful. Good contested game.
Yeah.
Good in the forward half. So
that's probably what we need.
Yeah, I like that. Probably the best of all of these players, and someone mentioned it in the comments before as well, and I agree, Elijah Hollands. He's the most talented of all of these players.
Totally.
In the end, I think Carlton were probably able to cut him because they got in Ainsworth, maybe a similar type.
They cut multiple contracted players, didn't they? Jackson Binns was another one.
Jackson Binns, yeah. Who was okay, wasn't he? But yeah, Elijah Hollands had done pretty well. As recently as 2024, he played 22 games and averaged 10 player ratings, 18 disposals and 17 goals.
Yeah, I think Carlton fans really liked what he brought, to be honest. Honestly, I think with Hollands, it is purely off-field, the reason he's been cut. So that also is an argument against anyone taking him. But I think Carlton have said maybe train on. This is what doesn't make sense. Like, why would you delist a contracted player and say, okay, we might sign you back on? Like, what happens to the year that he's already contracted for?
I don't know. And I also don't understand, particularly a player like Elijah Hollands, you're cutting him because of culture, right? And then you're bringing him back in to train on.
I think that it's probably a case of how dedicated are you to this? or like, can we trust you? And maybe this is a way of motivating him. That's the way I would see it. I don't know if it's strictly that he's a bad cultural influence, but at the same time, they do need to make sure that his head is in the game. I think that's probably the way I'd put it. In which case, scaring him a little bit and giving him a chance might be
it's a fair point. That's a fair point. But he can certainly bring something. I think you could even argue that Carlton's demise in 2025, his drop-off or his inability to be there for them was probably a part of that.
Yeah,
I think probably. With the season that he put out in 2024. Chad Phillips says, I'm spewing that Hollands has mucked up so much. He's very talented and dynamic, exactly the player we need more of. Such a shame. Does anyone know the issue? I won't read the last part.
I saw that coming in slow motion. I knew you were going with that.
I would swear that was a serious comment until the last bit.
I mean, I think it is a serious question. I'll just refrain from repeating the exact phrasing.
Thanks, Chad.
To answer your question, I don't know is the way I'll avoid that. Yeah, well, we don't know.
I think one thing that we do know, because he did a podcast, I think, in the off season, and he has had issues, I think, with substances. So
yeah,
he's admitted that.
If that's in the open media, then I think we can at least acknowledge that it's true.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an iffy one talking about this stuff when, it's rumor, but with him, I think that is probably a large part of it.
I can't even imagine how, I know people would disagree with this, but I can't even imagine how difficult it would be to have problems with substance abuse while you're trying to be a professional athlete.
Yeah.
It just must be so difficult mentally.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, just like in society in general, how many people can have issues like this but be high functioning.
Yeah.
And physically high functioning is also another thing. But, Ben Cousins was the most high functioning
That's crazy,
meth addict I think we've ever seen. So at least that we know of. So
yeah, didn't expect that in this podcast.
No.
Yeah, any interest in players such as Jason Johannesson, a Norm Smith medalist? We mentioned Dylan Shield, Ryan Burton, Jacob Blight.
Ryan Burton had a connection to Carlton, I think. I don't know if that is still going ahead. And Jacob Blight has a connection to Collingwood. Jacob Blight would have made sense. We kind of did need a key defender. We ended up getting Tyler Young, so maybe it doesn't matter now. I think that one was also an attitude-related
I heard
delisting.
that too.
And again, I'm not suggesting there's anything going on in terms of his personal life. I think it was just maybe a coachability-ness, to coin a phrase, with Jacob, not a talent point of view. So I read that Collingwood might be a go there. I think on a talent point of view, it would have made sense. We just got Tyler Young, so for us, maybe not, but I think he's draftable.
Jacob Blight was an extremely good player in the VFL.
Okay, yeah.
And I feel like he actually, even when he did play AFL games, I had these, there were times where you'd see him do stuff and you go, that was unbelievable. But it seemed to be like Uze wanted to use him in specific roles, and it didn't seem like he was ever happy with how he was following the instructions, I think, overall.
Okay, gotcha.
Which was a part of that as well. I don't think there's too many needle movers amongst that group overall, though.
No, Johannesson would be a very niche scenario for a club to need him. I don't think that club is West Coast. I mean, he's West Australian, and we do have the rookie list spots, so naturally we keep trending there. But it's not a position of need, and certainly not a demographic that we need, I don't think.
What do you reckon went wrong for Jason Johannesson? Like, comes off that Norm Smith medal. He's probably the most highly marketable player in the competition at that point. That amazing breakthrough flag for the Western Bulldogs. And then he just sort of, I don't know, like he was pretty much anonymous for a few seasons there where Bevo parked him in a forward pocket. Would you say that's a coach thing from Bevo's point of view, or Johannesson maybe just getting, I don't know, too caught up in the following years after that premiership?
Possibly. I mean, like, there is a bit of a trend of Bevo moving players around and out of the team. Whether or not he's right is a little bit harder to assess on the outside. With Johannesson, though, I want to be respectful, but I also want to say that, that was out of nowhere, that Norm Smith. And even on grand final day, I remember being surprised that was the choice. He did play a good game, but I don't know if he really ever was All-Australian caliber.
Yeah, okay.
Did he ever win an All-Australian? I don't think so.
I doubt it.
I could be wrong. If he did, it burned bright. He burned bright for a short period of time. But, I think there's lots of players with that kind of story that they're great for a couple of...
He looked incredibly...
maybe
like that grand final day, regardless of whether he deserved to win. I think probably Bontempelli did. on some level.
I think
But
of Tom Boyd or Liam Picken, but I've also
Picken was
never watched that game again since it happened.
Picken was incredible, actually. But so was Bont. I think Bont had mid-20 disposals, kicked the goal, and was just his ball use was amazing.
Even Josh Kennedy had 36 and 3 that day. It just they happened to lose the game.
Yeah, true. And like a Tom Boyd for the period that he played well was incredible.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. It's tricky when it's just like
Oh, you
an
said Tom
amazing
Boyd, didn't
quarter.
you?
I did say Tom
Yeah,
Boyd.
sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Matthew Boyd when you said that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting.
Interesting. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Cool.
You carry
All
us for a
right.
little bit.
Keep going.
Are we going to go into perfect draftee?
Yeah, let's do that. Oh, we do have a North video as well, but whichever. I'll let you choose this one. Jackson Artemis should be looked at in the waffle. Was a good performer in under 18 and overlooked. Won a premiership this year as a very solid contributor at 19. I don't know too much about him. Doesn't he have a younger brother? I hope I'm not making that up. Does he have a younger brother in next year's draft that's quite highly rated? Dylan might actually be the best one to answer that as he tinkles. Connor Stone and Stringer were delisted, right? And at A4, Angus says yes, but they're going to be re-rookied. That's true. There is a lot of that happening at the moment. A lot of clubs moving players to their rookie list. That does happen every year. It just seems a little bit more pronounced. Alex B says, are they delisting these players to change their contract types? I think that it's weird. You can delist a player and move them to the rookie list while they're still contracted. That's what happened with Gold Coast and Hugh Greenwood. And Hugh Greenwood put up a tweet saying, I'm not going anywhere. My contract's staying the same. Of course, he ended up going to North Melbourne, funnily enough. So there's a weird loophole where North could sign him, but he still had his contract from Gold Coast. The Gold Coast couldn't get out of that. But if we're talking about a player who is out of contract already and then they redraft him in the rookie list, I'd imagine they have to sign a base rookie contract. So I don't know. That it gets a little bit niche, and that's not information we can just find, but that's my understanding of it.
Let's do it. You guys are talking about rookie players that get cut and then re-rookie.
Yeah, they asked about what happens to the contract. If you're contracted, like Hugh Greenwood was, he preserves that contract and just moves to the rookie list. But if you're out of contract and delisted, do you just sign the base contract of a rookie player? I would have thought you do.
How does that work as well? Because you've got, say for example, GWS have just cut Jake Stringer, but with the promise of re-rookieing him, someone can swoop in, can't they?
Yeah.
If they agree.
Yeah. Absolutely. It doesn't happen a lot. It happened with Hugh Greenwood, obviously. But, and Max Noble as well. Gold Coast drafted him when Fremantle had committed to retaking him.
That's a big name.
Yeah, I actually think that he's a not bad player. I would happily take it.
Chad Phillips just said that you having a few alcoholic beverages, Dylan. No, I'm drinking water.
Yeah. Maybe it was your coffee.
Could have been.
I noticed you transitioned it into a glass. I thought that was curious.
Yeah, I'm a coffee in a glass.
Yeah,
if it's a
wow.
long black, it depends on the coffee.
Yeah, this guy used to live in Europe.
All right, let's do it. Perfect draftee for every AFL club. Are we just going to go alphabetical order here, Jesse?
Yeah, I reckon we should. In which case I should open up the laptop.
Open your laptop and
Yeah.
let's do it. We'll start with the Adelaide Crows, who enter the draft at... I should have put the draft
I
picks
reckon
down.
it's 17.
You've got it there, don't you?
Nope. No, we know that it was pick 16 at the time of trading for... I will get the draft order up, actually. It was 16 at the time of trying to trade for Archie. I think it might be 17 now post Oscar Allen.
Yep.
Or something like that. I got a feeling it's 17 in the mock draft. So anyway,
bear with
ballpark.
us, guys. We're very organised.
Yeah.
We do have a run sheet, but sometimes we just confuse ourselves a little bit.
Yeah,
AFL Draft
true.
2025.
With all these tinkles.
All these tinkles. Where's the order? Where's the order?
Hang on, I got it here. Very briefly.
Adelaide Crows come into the draft at 16.
It was 16 all along. Let's try that again.
Let's do that again. Perfect AFL draftee for every club, alphabetically, Jesse, starting with the Adelaide Crows. Who would be the best player for them to pick up?
So there's a little bit of backstory with this particular Adelaide pick, but if we assume it on face value is currently 16, there is a fair swathe of SA talent. I hope I use that right. There's a swathe of SA talent in this particular draft that could still be available. And if you look at a lot of where the mocks are and or other people's mocks as well as our own. We know that there's a bunch that could still be available. So it's then again, it comes down to what do Adelaide actually need from a draft point of view. We know that they need probably another dynamic midfielder, maybe some run-off half-back.
Yep.
But if we're going for a dynamic midfielder, A, 16's a little bit out of the way. B is going to be a player that takes a little while anyway, so they may prefer to trade one in. So with all that all being said, they're in a pretty good position to go best available with maybe a bias toward run-off half-back, I think.
Do you think in a best-case scenario for them, they are actually trading up? Because we do know that the South Australian talent, if you want to say in a perfect world for them, getting a South Australian player maybe is a little bit more advantageous for them rather than recruiting out of state. And this is a particular draft where South Australian talent is pretty good. So is a perfect world for them actually trading up and getting somebody better than their current range?
I think so, yeah. There's some suggestion with the Carlton picks, and it's a bit hard to know exactly how that's going to play out. If they traded up, I think Sam Cumming might be the most suitable. You do have Dyson Sharp there, but maybe some leg speed.
He's just something different for them, I feel, because you've got, like we mentioned, Sid Draper is sitting in the wings, and he's a pretty explosive midfielder, but he's quite small.
Yeah.
Sam Cumming would be that perfect gap, I feel, between what they already have. Because you look at their best midfielders in there at the moment, it's Jordan Dawson, obviously, is that bigger body, and then they've got some speed with Rankin and potentially Rochelle. Saligo is a bit more of probably doesn't have as many weapons as some of those other players. Sam Cumming is going to bring that like contest first, explode out type of player and just give them some real physicality around the ball, I feel, and some penetration. So he would be absolute A1 for the Crows. But of course, they would have to trade to make that happen. So what's a more realistic pick?
Jevon Philippou, I think, would be a great playmaker for them. Obviously, great speed, can play forward. Obviously, they don't necessarily need small to medium forward types as well. But, there's also a nice little element of if they recruit Jevon, is Mateus a little bit more tempted in a few years? Who knows?
And then Nasiah, they get Nasiah as well.
Oh, true. Oh, he'll go to Port, surely.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But they could just raid.
Yeah, they
raid
could.
the Saints.
Actually, I don't know if he does prefer Port. Anyway, it could be Adelaide. I think Jevon Philippou, from a draft range point of view, makes sense. If they don't trade up to get Sam Cumming, there's that. I did read there was some interest in Aiden Schubert. I thought that was curious, unless they really rate him as a partner to Riley Thilthorpe and Fogarty.
We had this conversation the other day. I can't remember which team we were talking about, but when you look at a team like Adelaide, is it better for them to draft SA talent straight away, or is it actually better from a competitive point of view to let it go elsewhere and then bring it in later because it'll want to come back and you'll get it cheaper?
Absolutely. I think that's the play. But at the same time, if the player is right for the fit, you don't discriminate against SA players. But I also don't think you need to trade heavily in the same way that I've made the argument Essendon probably don't need to make a massive move for Dersmer if they were interested. If they can get Zane, then I think let them go.
A player that I mocked to them in our recent mock draft last week was Oscar Taylor. I still think that is a player that they need. I don't think Adelaide fans were overly keen on that. Do you think he could be a player that if he slipped through to that pick?
You say Oscar Taylor?
Yeah.
Absolutely, I do. Yes. I actually get the feeling now he might not be available.
He may not.
But I do think from a, what's the word?
Needs?
Yeah. Well,
Better one?
There was a better one. It doesn't matter. It's gone. I think suitability is high with that player. So, yeah, Oscar Taylor, Jevon Philippou probably.
They do have a player by the name of Oscar Ryan sitting in the Sandful.
That's right.
Currently.
Bolter a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I don't think he's got the foot skills. Good athlete, but he doesn't have the foot skills of an Oscar Taylor. I think he'd be an upgrade there. So I think we're going pretty much Sam Cumming would be Dreamland, maybe with an Aiden Schubert and a Jevon Philippou / Oscar Taylor with that if they stay in the same position on the draft.
There is a scenario where some of these targets are all gone, and I reckon they're the sort of club who might pull the trigger on Harley Barker.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he's the player they're holding out for, but I think it makes sense.
Incredibly versatile player that they could just slot in. And I do think I agree with you on the Crows, similar to Freo last year. They're in that position where they kind of can just see what is available.
Yeah.
And if something that they fancy slips through, they'll just take it.
Yeah.
Brizzy Lions, easy.
Dan Annable.
Done.
Are they going to take any other picks? I actually haven't really researched that part, but outside of that, they'll probably will take another one, but it's a little bit hard to speculate. Dan Annable is going to be a longer term midfield option, and with the Ashcroft boys, Jasper Fletcher and Dan Annable. Like
Don't-
they've had really good access.
Don't forget Sam Marshall too.
I did
They
forget
just
Marshall, yeah.
grabbed in the 20s last year as well. So
Yeah.
they've just got incredible talent coming through, 2 premierships in a row, and they still get top 10 draft picks. The Carlton Blues perfect draft scenario. We'll keep in mind here that they have Harry Dean as a father-son. So kind of like who would you pair alongside him given that they've got picks 9 and 11?
Yeah. Obviously, there's some chance they trade these picks right now. We'll take it on face value and say they're going to keep that second pick because it could just be Harry Dean and Ison. But
Yeah.
let's say after Harry Dean, I think to diversify what they've got, I reckon they're in a position to go tall forward or a small forward. But again, another team sort of placed nicely for a slider. Like, is Jacob Farrow not suitable? I would say there is some suitability there. I think they would be very interested in a Lockie Doverston and maybe an Aiden Schubert if he's available, because now with Kerno gone, suddenly their tall forward stocks aren't as strong as they once were. So they could replenish that way, knowing that they're going to get obviously Ison as is he more of a flanker?
Ison, no, he's a big-bodied mid.
He's a midfielder. Okay. Cody Walker, Jagger Smith, Harry Dean.
Yeah, Ison's got pretty good foot skills, left footer, and he's like that. Like he's a bit of a, how do I put this? He's like a Sam Lawler type, but not as good.
Sure. Yeah, just style. With that all being said, like I think they could go Schubert if he's there, but failing that, a Doverston or a Hibbins Hargreaves. So I'm throwing out a bunch here, but I do think there's
At that point you're almost kind of saying like,
I'm not
best
really,
available.
I'm not really adding anything, am I?
no, it's good.
Look, I reckon a Hibbins Hargreaves would be great for him.
He would be that's not where I expected you to go. I think from if you go the needs route, it's probably Doverston.
Yeah.
He could probably move the needle for them the most in a short period of time, like just coming into 2026. But they are in this, we put them in the Premiership window video, we put them in
Transition.
transition period. So they can afford to just go after different types of players. And I agree with you that if you look at the mids from a high-end point of view that they're going to have bought in over this period, it'll be Cody Walker, it'll be Jagger Smith, who are both pretty good first possession players, but they're both guys with fast feet. So they can probably afford to look at some bigger bodied mids as well. And that's where I think Farrow could come into play for them. If they like him, he'd be a nice one to pair with Ison, who's probably a little bit more speculative, not someone that's like right in that top end of the draft, albeit he's probably in the 20s or something like that. But I don't know if I agree with the tolls. I suppose they don't have a lot of depth tolls coming through, but they have just lost Kerno. Harry O'Farrell they brought in last year.
Yeah, I was thinking specifically key forward because with Dean and O'Farrell, maybe not a key back, but a key forward longer term. They may not think that Schubert is the guy, but I think there's some degree of need there.
Who do you think they line up in 2026 as their 2 forwards? Like, it'll be Mackay and probably Lewis Young. Do you think?
I think I saw a best 22. Lewis Young seems to play more back these days. So
yeah, I like him behind the ball more. But
I saw Brody Kemp listed at full forward in a thing there. So obviously a bit undersized, Brody Kemp.
Yeah,
I reckon there's some appetite to draft one. So I think Schubert kind of makes sense. I think he could be there. Somebody also suggested Mitch Marsh. I like that call.
I was just about to say Mitch Marsh.
Braden Crocker said that.
Yeah, I like that. And another guy that can kick the footy and is very versatile. And I think Carlton have been a little bit like not as progressive as other teams with their drafting in recent times. They've gone for those like really solid big bodied mids and they need to start diversifying that a little bit as well. So to draw a line under it, who's with that first pick that they get outside their academy father-sons, who is it?
I reckon their ideal scenario is maybe an Aiden Schubert.
Interesting.
I think like Doverston makes sense, but could they draft a Taylor Byrne later, as Joel Falconer suggests? Whereas Schubert's probably a little bit more highly ranked and rarer for his position, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a better opportunity, I think.
I feel like it'd be such an opportunity for them if they were like they're in the mid-teens after academies. And if Doverston's there, it's difficult not to take him. And he's Victorian as well.
True.
It'd be just a nice piece to add. And they don't really have any quality in that area, and they don't necessarily have quality coming through with father-sons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Collingwood.
Tough one because they enter the draft pretty late, don't they? I forget
Yeah.
the exact pick. And
50,
they have,
I think.
Is it really? Yeah. And they don't really have, I think that they've got Zach McCarthy, right?
Sorry, it's not 50. That's St Kilda.
Yeah, right. Sorry, let's get back to
Yeah.
that. Collingwood have pick 39.
39.
So do you think a Zach McCarthy bid comes before that?
Yeah, no, it will.
Okay, so
Yeah,
he
it'll be
will
in the
there.
30s, I reckon.
So then you're looking at more your speculative like value types, and this could be anyone. And you have the much broader draft depth knowledge than I do. Is there anyone that stands out other than the obvious Zach McCarthy?
I've got Zach McCarthy written on the page just because I think that's sort of where this is headed. They've already told Thomas McGuan that they're not committing to him. They might be able to pick him up as a rookie later on.
Joel Falcon has just suggested Cody Curtin. I don't mind that.
Don't mind it.
Don't mind that. I think with Collingwood's list position, there's no real need to draft for a single position.
No.
Particularly, I suppose if you're getting Zach McCarthy, he's a ruck forward, isn't he?
Ruck forward, yeah.
So maybe you don't double down, but it's a bit of a blank canvas in terms of their youth. So it would be purely best available, and it's really hard to say at pick 40 odd, 50 odd if it gets absorbed.
The only thing that I would say is if somebody is available, let's say like a Max Condogiannis,
yeah,
for example, someone like that.
Yeah.
I think they would take that player who, given that this pick is probably, 39? It's going to come in a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So they're probably just outside the 30.
Mhm.
I think they will. There still will be someone on the board like that's available. Taylor Byrne was mentioned before. I think he'd be one that they'd be looking at in that range. Yeah, but I mean, if they get out with Zach McCarthy, that's kind of a decent result as well.
Yeah, that's it. I weirdly put Collingwood first in my order. So we're now at the Essendon Football Club, who are apparently obsessed with Cooper Duff-Tytler.
Obsessed.
Did you see this, Dylan?
Yeah, I did see this.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon this is a bit of posturing, a bit of bullshit? Like 2 weeks ago, they were obsessed with Dersma. So
yeah, I think the Cooper Duff-Tytler one makes more sense for them.
yeah,
I guess like thematically in a way. I feel like they have been a club. It's gone under the radar a little bit, but they've drafted Nate Caddy out of the Northern Knights.
Mhm.
Obviously Isaac Kako, as well as their 2 academies that will come through this year out of the Calder Cannons. Hussein and Adam Swade will come through the door. Zach Johnson from the Northern Knights. It's got to be remembered that Cooper Duff-Tytler is from that same region. He's a Calder Cannons player.
Yep.
They seem to have a relationship with these guys already, and it does mean that they want to bring them through the door a little bit more, I think, with Cooper Duff-Tytler. He also does fit a need. He's a highly talented player. He's someone that you could see going in this top 2 to 3 in the draft, and he makes sense given that they've gotten rid of Goldstein. Draper's walked out the door. Fits a need as well as a quality.
So with that being said, do you think that is their ideal scenario if Cooper Duff-Tytler is there? I mean, we're also talking amongst the rumours of a swap up the order with either like West Coast or Richmond. It's so hard to know what's real and what's not. And it could all be simultaneously real, but there will only be one outcome. With that all being said, do you think Cooper Duff-Tytler is their best outcome? Let's just keep it at 5 for now. You'd probably be pretty stoked if he's there still.
Oh, if he's a 5, you'd take him for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I've seen some mock drafts where Cooper Duff-Tytler's like majorly slid, which I think is crazy. Like I do sort of agree with Toomey on that. He suggested in the week that like Cooper Duff-Tytler's not going to get past Richmond if he's available. I think what it's going to come down to is which of those teams is going to want to trade and make their pick more value, splitting picks and making them more valuable and stuff like that. But I'd like to see this. I think their perfect draft scenario is probably Cooper Duff-Tytler, obviously splitting the pick. Like you would have to get up to 2, in my opinion. So you're not going to get him at 5.
Unless Richmond have put that out into the wilderness, Toomey's picked up on it so that Essendon need to trade with Richmond for CDT.
Yeah.
Because I think they have some like motivation to trade as well, Richmond.
Well, both West Coast, and we'll talk about this in the mock draft, both West Coast and Richmond don't want to close the door on making their pick 2 or pick 3, whatever it is, as valuable as they possibly can.
Absolutely.
So saying that they want Cooper Duff-Tytler is going to make that pick more valuable because that's the player that teams are going to want to come up for. I think Essendon's perfect situation, Cooper Duff-Tytler, Xavier Taylor.
Interesting. Yeah. In that order?
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I'm sure they would love Sullivan Roby, but I think that Cooper Duff-Tytler is probably more... Well, he's rarer, I suppose.
He's definitely
from that
rarer.
point of view.
Yep. We talked about the ruck rules off the top.
They could also add a Sam Cumming, who is not so dissimilar to Roby. I mean, they're not the same player, but like it's harder to replace a CDT.
Let's say none of
cost.
the picks swap hands, which rules Cooper Duff-Tytler out of the picture, in theory.
Okay.
What's their best scenario then? Sam Cumming?
I'd probably say Sullivan Roby. But is that realistic?
No. I
This is where
don't
it gets
see
messy.
Roby. I don't think Roby gets past Richmond.
Yeah.
I think the one that slides in that scenario is Grill.
True. I would probably say Taylor is a higher priority than Grill, personally. That's the way I rank them.
Taylor's...
Like if I'm messing it, I go Taylor over Grill.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think Taylor's got that kind of that leadership as well
Yeah.
that comes into it quite strongly.
Yep.
And the position that he plays, I think you can just put that there as a marker. So in the end, what do we say? We say Taylor and...
I think CDT, but if that's not deemed realistic, I will say Xavier Taylor.
And
pairing them?
because of the 5 and 6 element.
Yeah. I reckon Sam Cumming would be a great shot.
Cumming and Taylor, I think, for 5 and 6 if they stay.
And to diversify a little bit what they got. So the CDT and Taylor, I mean, it's good, but you probably want a midfielder in that, I would have thought.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, Freo are next, and they're in a bit of a different situation to a lot of these teams.
Yeah, similar to Adelaide, they can probably just sit back and wait for the best available talent to filter down. They do like their WA highly rated talents, in which case maybe there's a hope that Jacob Farrer gets there. I don't think it's particularly likely, considering West Coast have 3 picks before them, and at 13, are more likely to take the punt.
I don't think Farrow particularly suits them, though, other than the fact that he's local.
Fremantle?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Agreed.
Farrow,
yeah. No, I agreed. So let's put him aside because I don't think it's super realistic. Obviously, that'd be a great result, but it's a little bit harder to pick one outstanding option for them. They were a suitable team for maybe a Harley Barker as that sort of like dynamic athletic wingman, and can be patient with him, I think, with the ACL. Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves, someone like that could suit them, but positionally not a massive need. I mean, you've just got Murphy Reid, and they're not exactly the same sort of player, but...
Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves overall, sorry to just cut you off there, but he's one of those players that I don't think necessarily many teams actually need, but he adds a lot of value. So I think he is one that is just going to be a best available pick.
Yeah.
Not so much someone that comes in to fulfill a role specifically. Maybe there's a couple of exceptions to that. I agree with you on Harley Barker. They don't really have a really dynamic winger like that. That's somebody that's going to elevate them, and he could come in and play a role straight away once he recovers from the knee. Small forwards. Yeah,
I was going to say, if we nail down the positions, I think a small forward there'll be an appetite for. I think there may be a wingman, a quality wingman.
Yep.
And maybe a distributing halfback. So maybe Farrow does also...
Distributing halfback.
So
McVee and Clark.
Is McVee's ball use... Like, I don't know if that's his number 1A game. I think he's a bit more like Brady Hoff, and he's locked down and balanced. Whereas I'm talking like a Josh Lindsay.
Yeah, well, he's not that good.
Yeah. So like a Josh Lindsay could be a really good option for him.
If Lindsay slid to 20 where they sit, yeah.
Yeah,
I
which
see
is,
that.
he may not. But I think it's possible at this point.
It's possible.
Oscar Taylor, I think, will go before Lindsay. But also suitable.
I do too. He's more dynamic.
Yeah.
I'll just throw a hypothetical at you here for Freo. They need that small forward. If Doveston somehow slid past all these mid teams, because one of these guys has to slide.
That's true. Yeah. I would hate that. That's how much I like Doveston. I would hate him to get to Fremantle.
And then they get Cozzy Pickett a year later.
Yeah. I suppose if you look at like Toomey's rankings, 19, I think is where Doveston is, or 18.
Yeah, he doesn't have him particularly high.
So that, it's possible. But yeah, I think suitability is really high there.
Yeah.
I could see them plucking someone random, but we'll get to that when we get to the mock draft.
I reckon, who are the leading candidates? Actually, we should talk about them in the mock. We won't do that right now.
Yeah. Sure.
Geelong.
Pick 19, I think, as it currently stands, bearing in mind it will change, but midfield talent would be one area of the ground I would look at. Ollie Greaves, I think, could easily still be there. I read on Big Footy, and I don't know if this is true, but I read on Big Footy that Tyler Williams actually thinks he's going to get to Geelong. So I don't know if they have put a lot of work into Tyler Williams. What? Yeah. It could be bullshit, but I read that on Big Footy. So just throw that out there.
Big Footy is notoriously trustworthy for everything.
No, I'm obviously not saying Tyler Williams is my choice there, but George Stevens is a better version of Greaves, says Joel Falconer. Was he just cut,
He was
George Stevens? Will he be a real rookie?
I think
There's
so.
also Mitch Nevitt as well. So maybe they don't really need another Ollie Greaves. I would actually be surprised if it did.
Stevens is that real sort of big-bodied guy, isn't he? But yeah, no, it's a fair point. Probably the thing that Greaves would have is a better kick, I would say. Falconer does like George Stevens, though.
Would you go a player in this draft for Geelong who can improve them quicker? So you're more outside types. I think Josh Lindsay is actually the great shout. To be honest.
He's local.
Local.
He can come and play straight away.
Yeah.
He's one of the most ready-to-go guys, I would say, Josh Lindsay. Obviously, Geelong, with where they're at, I think there's an element where they will just take what's fallen through as well and who they think is the most talented, because they don't really – is realistically, other than, say, a Josh Lindsay, are any of these guys going to come in and play from day dot into that Geelong? They don't generally do that.
No, I suppose so. But there's a couple of types like Hibbins Hargreaves or even a Philippou who could probably just play that Murphy Reid kind of unaccountable role and with their skills look really good. So they may go that path, but they might actually just replenish the midfield with an Ollie Greaves. Who knows? But yeah, the speed piece for Greaves, the speed piece might work against him there. Because they do have like Nevitt and Stevens and stuff.
They do. It's just whether they think he's enough of an upgrade on those guys to pull the trigger, I think.
Jared Fox asked, what do you think of Hunter Holmes?
Big fan.
Yeah.
Big fan. Needs some work, though.
It's a great name.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to be one that's going to come in and dominate from day dot.
Sure.
Needs to work on some technical stuff, but he's good athlete, really good athlete. And then we have Hawthorn. I think this one's an easy.
Oh, you missed the expansion clubs?
Yeah, I did too.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, you did. This is the other way around. Let's just go Gold Coast. Yeah.
Yep. So
this one's obvious. We can breeze past Patterson and Newland.
Yeah, and they're not even going to have enough points to go for anyone else like Adensall or Murray or anyone like that, I don't feel. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
GWS.
They are so hard to predict because I think they have their own board and it often looks different to what the media consensus is, but they love a highly talented bolter. And I reckon there's a few players you'd nominate here. Oscar Taylor, I really like for him. Harley Barker could be a GWS pick.
I reckon from about March through to September, nearly every mock I did ended up having Harley Barker going to the Giants.
Yeah, they just love that kind of out there pick. You can be creative with a GWS pick, I reckon.
Yeah.
Having said that, their most ideal outcome is Sam Cummings sliding.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I think they do need it to continue to add to that midfield to support Green, Callahan, Rouston, and I suppose Oliver is a bit older, but I would love another dynamic midfielder for him who is distinctly different from those guys, which is a Sam Cumming.
He just has that little bit of an edge as well. He's not I feel they don't like those non-versatile midfielders as much. They prefer the Finn Callahan type, someone that's a bit more dynamic and has a little bit more to their game, and Sam Cumming fits that. He's got the aerial ability to go and play forward as well, can be a bit of a third tall. Not a great kick, but I think that's something they could work on as well. They tend to like to put these guys not straight into the firing line. They don't come straight into AFL.
That's true.
They play a bit of EFL as well, so that could suit someone like a Sam Cumming, I feel.
They also love a flanker.
They love a flanker.
Like Harrison Oliver, or just like utilities. Harrison Oliver, Hannaford, and Ango's probably more of a wingman.
I think they just see those guys as if they play their what position they played at under 18 level, fine, if that's what their trajectory is. But also some of those guys are malleable enough to move position as well. Like on some level, I think Finn Callahan would have been, maybe he's just a halfback flanker or a winger, but then he can come inside and be a full-time midfielder as well. So it leaves you open.
A4 Angus says maybe they want a small forward like Schubert to replace Hogan. I think that's also viable. They will need a key forward, and they've got Cadman, but I think Hogan's going to be 31 next year.
What do you reckon how highly do you reckon they rate Grushevsky? Because he's done okay.
Yeah, isn't he undersized though? I think you can probably have him as a third.
He was like 194.
I would say that's pretty undersized.
It's a bit undersized, but it depends how. Like he's quite a heavy guy.
192.
190. Okay, that is decently undersized.
I reckon. I reckon they could go a Schubert, a ruck forward.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Could you see them taking a Marsh?
Yes.
Versatile enough.
Yeah, but again, probably. I mean, on talent, yes. Is he different enough? Like, does he fill a list hole? Probably not. But sometimes you just go the talent. And I think that's what GWS do.
Who is their number one though? Best case scenario.
I think Sam Cumming, if that's not realistic, I think they might go Oscar Taylor. But what I think is the most suitable? Maybe a Schubert, actually.
Shuey. I like that.
Yeah. I'll say Cumming is the hope, though.
Cumming is the hope. Yeah.
Isn't that the truth for all of us?
I think it's unlikely though. It's unlikely enough to say I'm going to go Oscar Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those two.
Yeah.
Hawthorn.
Pick 10?
Yeah, it's that Carlton pick, right?
I think absolutely Sam Cumming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he's just they're picking they're picking just after.
That's just the answer for everything now, is it? So Falcon has just put Grill.
Cumming is the answer to all our questions.
Literally. I agree with Falconer. Grill. I've got Grill.
Oh, for Hawthorn?
Yeah.
Actually, I like that.
Sliding Grill.
I did. Yeah.
That was good.
I'll
Sliding
34
grill.
at Bunnings. Yeah, good stuff. Yep. No, I think that's a really good shout, to be honest.
Some people saying Oscar Taylor. I know they need pace, but do they need another? Like Oscar Taylor's primary position is behind the ball, and do they
Yes.
need that when they've got Impey and Amon, these types already there, as well as their Weddles and stuff like that, very athletic running type players. I'd have thought they'd want somebody that's a little bit closer to a midfielder.
Agreed. I think the hope would be your Grills or your Cummings. And that's a weird image. And I'd say one of those two players would be the hope. If failing that, if there's no midfielder, I think you just go talent for them. And that may be Oscar Taylor in their estimation. I don't know if there's a real need for a Lockie Doveston, for instance, but Farrow could
Definitely
be
not
suitable.
a need. It's just like whether you go, like, let's just have the best small forwards in the comp sort of thing.
Yeah, the
Watson.
GWS model.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just smash
keep
it up.
drafting more small forward.
More.
Imagine the Giants go Doveston. After like Hannaford and Goddard and Darcy Jones and Toby Green's still there.
Harvey Thomas.
Harvey Thomas, yeah. Just
I feel like there's
an
more that we're
army of
actually
small
forgetting there.
forwards. Yeah.
No,
totally.
I think for Hawthorn.
Bedford.
Yeah, Bedford is. Yeah, he's more of a mid now, isn't he? But,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. There'll be somebody at Hawthorn's pick is high enough that there'll be one of those, like you mentioned, Cumming, but there will be one of those guys that slides.
Yeah.
Grill, Cumming. Farrow will almost definitely be there, I
You'd
think.
think so, yeah.
Roby won't be. I don't think that.
No.
Yeah. I'm going to say Grill.
Yep.
Thinking of that. Melbourne.
Tough one. They enter the draft at picks 7 and 8, and I think that they're again just in this nice position where they just take whoever isn't there, and I still think that's a really good group to be a part of, which is you're smirking. I can see why. There's so much suitability for like a CDT or a Roby. They are in a position to trade up. Do you think that could be their desired outcome, to end up with a CDT or a Roby?
History suggests yes, because they have been a club that have had a guy that they really like, and they'll kind of do anything to get that player. And they'd rather one really good player than splitting that two ways, I think. And it's probably, that's partly a needs thing. It's like they haven't been in a real rebuilding state. They've had the flexibility to be able to go, our team is good enough to bring in the talent that we want. So I suppose in that sense, the best case scenario would be Sullivan Roby with their opening pick, right? That's kind of the guy that they're obsessed with.
Yeah, as in, do you think it's possible he slides to their
No.
pick? No. It doesn't seem likely, does it, based on everything we're hearing?
That would have to be them getting up, and then obviously then their second pick goes deeper. Where would you think that would end up landing? Closer to 20? If they got up to 2?
If at all.
Melbourne's,
They'd have to trade with West Coast, who I don't think has a pick 20.
they'd have to trade with West Coast or Richmond. That would be the two
They
options.
also don't have a pick in the 20s.
Yeah. So
So-
it would have to go into the future.
Yeah.
Likely, like the pick swapping. I also think Melbourne are in this tricky situation with wanting to get Roby because Essendon sits between them. So whoever does the pick swapping ends up at 7 opening in, and they miss the targets that they probably want. For example, like say West Coast did the deal, they would end up at 7, and then probably like Dyson Sharp's gone,
Yeah.
potentially.
Yeah. I think there's some still good outcomes there if it was West Coast. Because if Sharp's gone, then maybe a Cumming is still there.
Yeah.
I mean, you prefer Sharp, obviously.
I think you prefer Sharp at West Coast.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've always gone with Melbourne. Like, say if they do sit where they sit currently, I'd always say they have a bit more flexibility to go after these types a bit more, like Doveston, a small forward who they could probably use. They've been a bit blunt in the forward half of the ground. And a tall. I know their fans aren't overly keen on that, but I think Schubert comes into play a little bit for them.
Doveston as well, I think, is a player they would like.
Did I say Doveston?
I don't know.
I think I did.
Forgive me, I'm
First
sorry.
one. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I said Doveston straight off. So
My bad.
those, like, I guess like non-midfielders, because they've gone guys like Windsor and Langford and Lindsay.
Yeah.
All those guys can come in and play midfield as well. So, and they got Rivers.
Yeah.
Rivers has played mid. Cozzy can go on ball as well. Joel's just saying Cozzy, Langford, Viney, Oliver starting midfielder. Oliver's not there anymore.
That's right.
Yeah, Viney will be in there. Jack Steele.
Joel said Lindsay with the brother factor. I don't think they're related. Josh Lindsay and Xavier Lindsay.
They're not.
No,
yeah.
no.
But they could be. They could be bros.
Yeah, they could be distant cousins.
They could just be bros, you know,
Yeah, true.
in a homey way.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'll go Doveston.
Yeah, Doveston's probably the one play they want to make a priority, and the other one's probably like who's the available there still. Like
Yep.
It could be a Sam Grill, it could be a Sullivan Roby. I think they'd be equally happy with a lot of those guys. It could be Sam Cumming.
Yeah, insert Sam Cumming to
Yeah.
every team.
Yeah, you can tell I'm a fan. But
Yeah.
he's also, I think a really good outcome there.
North Melbourne.
Maybe I'll let you take this one. They entered the draft at like 26 and 27 or 25 and 26 it currently stands. And I think Talls could be on the agenda. Do you agree?
I think Talls could be on the agenda for sure, but I don't know. They're in such a tricky situation now because like whoever you draft from a tall perspective is going to take quite a while to develop. I think that's difficult for North, and they've got this midfield that's sort of ready to go. I think in North Melbourne's head, in their overall planning with this, they would have been thinking that they could get the Talls through free agency, and it just hasn't happened.
True. Yeah. Not yet anyway.
I think from all reports out of North Melbourne, they want to get up this draft a little bit higher, which is crazy because they traded away the second overall or third overall pick, wasn't it?
Pick 4. It would
Yeah.
be. Yeah.
I actually think a player that would really suit North Melbourne to help them straight away would be someone like an Oscar Taylor. So I think if they got up the draft, as much as someone like an Aiden Schubert would be good for them as that kind of best key position forward, and that's probably a need. Like it's not probably a need. It is a need for them. I'd probably expect that they'd go for someone more like a Lindsay or an Oscar Taylor to help them move the ball from the back half, and then they can get those players like McKercher up the field a bit more. But I think if they stay where they are at 25 and 26, the smartest thing to do would be to go for Blake Threadgold, Louis Emmett, Archie Ludowick, because they'll be in the hitting zone.
Yep. I had all of those. Well, in mind, I had all of those. I wrote down Blake Threadgold as probably your best outcome. Like, I think he'd be the most excited you'd have.
I'd absolutely love that.
Yeah.
Him and Matt Whitlock, that would feel future-proof in the back half.
So Matt Whitlock playing defender, you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I know he has been playing forward, and that's a possibility. It's nice to have that flexibility with him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, Threadgold's probably pretty versatile as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think a perfect scenario for me would be Threadgold and Louis Emmett.
Yeah. I like that.
And Joel points out Curtin's probably in the mix there too.
Yeah. Port Adelaide.
Gross.
They entered the draft so late and you think maybe they'll just go an SA talent, but I'll let you take this one because I don't really know the draft that deep.
I've just gone Krasnodamskus from the Eastern Rangers.
Bless you.
Yeah. I mean, this pick 49 probably comes into 40.
Okay.
Something like that. So they'll just be, I reckon they'll just be sniffing around like a specific player.
Yeah.
And he's kind of a toll that they've probably been looking for. When we talked about it before, they got mids and they've topped up with Will Brodie types. So I just think they'll take a developing toll with this pick that's kind of slid through that has talent.
Yeah. I like it. I'm happy with that.
I don't have too much more to say on them.
No, neither do I. It's a very late draft thing there. What about Richmond? They have picks 3 and 4, one of the big playmakers in this year's draft. We did a whole video on them. And what do you think is the desired outcome? I suppose with this, you can probably pair the two picks together and say, what's their best outcome for who's available? Who would they like West Coast to pick? They'd probably like West Coast to pick CDT.
Yeah, I think they'd be totally fine with that, but they'd also be fine with them picking Dyson Sharp.
True. So
I
they're
think
probably pretty happy with where they sit.
the curveball for the Tigers, I reckon, is Sullivan Roby going to West Coast.
Yeah, that would be a curveball.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be not catastrophic. I was going to say catastrophic. That's too much. I think they'd still get some good players, but I think they see Roby into Sam Grill. I feel is the biggest need for them.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big thing though. If CDT is available, you can't say Richmond have got out of the draft. If they end up with CDT, I think that's a big play for them.
Yeah, it's one of those talent versus list balance things because we know that they don't lack in ruck forwards. I suppose, it's probably just between him and Sims, but even then, like 2 is a lot, considering neither of them are traditional key forwards at this current point in time. But I suppose, he is distinctly different to Sims and he plays a little bit more as that oversized midfielder post-stoppage. So there is something in it that's different there for Richmond. But I think I agree. I'd say Roby and Grill might be their desired outcome.
Is there any argument that Taylor comes in over Grill and Grill slides?
I actually think so. But that doesn't seem to be what's preferred by Richmond fans.
Yeah. I really rate Grill. I'm a big fan
Big
personally of him.
Mm.
I don't think all these rules that we talk about, and we mentioned Cooper Duff Titler benefiting from them, Sam Grill benefits from them just as much.
Yeah.
He can carry the ball better than anyone in this draft. I was watching clips of him the other day. I know that's dangerous sometimes to focus in on clips. But you know the ones that Footy Stuff does? They aren't clips where it just shows their good stuff.
Yeah.
It's got every play out of the game. And he's just like, he can pick the ball up in defense, get into a handball chain and carry the ball for you into the forward half of the ground.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, interesting.
Just runs past guys. Yeah, I love it. So, I think Roby Grill.
Yep, I like that. I had the same thing. St Kilda.
Pick 50.
Yeah.
Gross.
Any thoughts?
I went Matt Leray.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
South Australian guy. I just think he could, more of a needs pick when you're looking at that area of the draft and what they've done recruiting wise. Is the pick that they take likely to play straight away? Probably not, but maybe Leray could be a guy that comes in, plays a wing. He's a tall marking player that has good foot skills.
Yep. I got nothing to add, to be honest. I do know who Leray is, so I wonder if he's realistic, but it's very hard at the later end of the draft. And we do know that pick's going to fluctuate. Like,
he's a bit of a fake Harley Barker.
Okay.
Evil Harley Barker.
Yeah. What does St Kilda need at the draft? I think when you draft in this late, you just go the talent.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not really worth deep diving
list,
too much.
List balance, talent, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And somebody like Angus just put Kai Fincher. So Kai Fincher will be in the mix there for them too as an NGA. They'll get him.
Yep.
Sydney Swans, is this as simple as just saying they'll take Max King and Harry Kyle?
Yes, I wrote down Marsh because I must have been tired when I wrote this, but it's Max King and Harry Kyle. Then there's also 2 others in Chamberlain and Carmichael. Yes. So is there a possibility that no one gets a bid before their first pick, which I think is in the 20s? It's 31 actually, but I think that could come in.
It'll come in a little bit.
Yeah. So I think
one of them will get a bid.
Yeah.
I think actually they'll both get bids in the 20s.
Yeah, okay.
Both those guys. So I don't think they'll get that pick, but
if they
have enough points to get, I reckon at least, well not at least, but one of the other guys if they get bids inside the top 54 picks. So I think Carmichael would be the preference and they'd be okay with Chamberlain falling and maybe rookieing him or something. But
yeah,
I don't think they'll be looking at other players outside those guys. Having said that, I mean, last year they had Cochrane and they just didn't match.
True. I think that it is possible they still get a pick in before a bid. I'm not going to predict it, but I think it's possible. In which case, Blake Threadgold would be a nice shot for him.
I like that.
They do need a key defender. We've been saying it for years.
We have.
But yeah,
I like that actually.
Full-sized key defender as opposed to Sarong, who's a bit more undersized.
I'm just assuming with all of the chat on these academies that someone will just have a pop before their pick deliberately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
totally. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Jesse, this is all you. It's West Coast.
Look, fuck. Willem Dersma is clearly going to be pick 1. So it's just about their desired outcome here. What is West Coast's best case scenario? If you think that it's Dyson Sharp, that's fair. You'd also probably think they can trade down to like 5 and get Dyson Sharp. I'd be willing to take that risk, to be honest, because I still think there's good alternatives if we bank something else.
Which makes Essendon the suitor.
Yeah, that's right. So there was talk of 5 and 15 for 2. Maybe it's a little bit more complex than that, but let's just stay with the Eagles players. Dyson Sharp probably has the most suitability. Sullivan Roby is the more exciting player, I think, from a highlights point of view. And could be a bit more of a game changer. But we also have Reed and Hewitt, and it's a little bit same with Sullivan Roby there, whereas Dyson probably helps us be more competitive at stoppages and it helps release those players. And no prospect is complete, but I think he might be the most suitable, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the only other thing to mention on Sharp there is just that like character piece and the standards and those things that you're buying into as well. So you're bringing over someone that can help with all of those things, where I think there's, more chance maybe with some of these other guys that they struggle in that developing team. So
true.
I like that.
Yeah.
And obviously whatever you can get value-wise out of that pick 2 will come into this as well, which we'll talk about in the mock. The Western Bulldogs are the last team that we are going to talk about here. Someone in the chat just wrote Lindsay Gilby 2.0 for the Western Bulldogs. And I think that's kind of the flavour that we've gone here. I've gone Josh Lindsay.
I forgot who I wrote down. I put Lindsay as my first option there. I think Doveston and Habens-Hargreaves would be players of interest to them.
Sure.
What they don't really need is more forward potency, but I think a small forward could be something they add, like another partner to Waitman there. We know they're good from a tall's point of view, or at least forward in the forward half. But Josh Lindsay, I think, would also be a nice little slider for them for their pick. I'm trying to think of anyone else that might be suitable for them.
I mean, not necessarily suitable, but like I think there's going to be a crunch with these teams down that heading towards pick 20. You're going to have someone that's slid through, like Mitch Marsh might be there.
Yeah.
And I know they don't necessarily need him, but you could just bring him in.
What about Jacob Farrow for them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the same thing. I mean, they drafted Cooper Hines last year.
Yeah.
But Farrow could potentially be an upgrade. Has a little bit more to his, a bit more well-rounded.
You'd think he'd start off a halfback flank. I would have thought AFL. Jacob Farrow?
Yeah, for sure. And they kind of do need, they need users back there. I always talk about Baker and bloody Bramble for the Western Bulldogs. Like, I reckon you'd be not wanting them to start as many games.
Yeah.
So Farrow would alleviate that, as would Josh Lindsay or Oscar Taylor if he slid. Don't think he will, though.
I think with I've thrown in Thread Gold as a potential bolter. I've thrown him into so many options here, but the clarification on that is because there's actually not a lot of key position defenders.
No.
So, teams who need one, I'm going to throw them out there. And the Dogs probably do need one. The argument against it is he's going to take a little while to actually be best 23 for them. So that's the argument against him, but I think on talent, it makes sense too.
I mean, the thing to look at there would be, what do the Dogs have from a youth key position? Because we know that they need it on field right now.
Yeah.
But drafting Thread Gold's not going to win Bont a premiership.
No, exactly.
That's the question, I think.
Yeah.
Joel just says, could Emmett become a key defender? In theory, I suppose. I haven't seen it though.
Yeah.
So it'd be major speculation. He's more of a ruck forward. And I think he's probably one wood that he brings is that sort of aggression around the ground, just, following up after ruck contests and stuff like that. But he can mark the ball when he goes forward. So potentially.
Gonna have a little tinkle.
I knew it.
Gonna fit. I knew it. The laptop got closed. Do you know what time it is?
Oh, I was getting ready for it.
Just fill up my water. What do you want to do next? Should we get into the mock?
We better get into the mock, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon.
Kick things off a little bit,
Yeah.
and then we can see about the North video.
Sure.
Afterwards. Joel Falconer says, I'm a big fan of Riley Onley. How do you rate him, Dylan? He's a tricky one. He has some really high-end traits, like particularly athletically. He's got that genuine burst of speed for a big body midfielder. Comes out of the stoppage like a rocket. So I really like that about him. Some players, for me, are tricky because he's not very, on the ball, he's not particularly aesthetic. Like the ball drop looks a bit funny. Sometimes his handballs look a bit non-confident. But sometimes I also think if you look at the performances that he's had, he kind of gets around that. So am I just looking at aesthetics and it's not actually real? How's his testing? I don't think he tested at the combine, to be honest. I might have to double check that, but I don't think he did. No, he's definitely got some upside. I do think clubs would want to look at some of the technical skills though, the handballing and the kicking and stuff like that. He can turn the ball over. The kicking can be poor, but the traits are there. So needs some time. I think there'll be some development time there for him, but he can come in. I'm looking at him probably somewhere between 20 and 30 in a mock draft. Yeah, our footy says only didn't test. I didn't think he did. He's quick though. He did a preseason test back in February, and he was like, his 20-meter sprint's like 2.9, I believe. It might have even cracked the 2.8. So don't quote me on that, but he's quick. Yeah, very quick. And has a pretty good balance. Like he can find the football across the ground as well. So the endurance is clearly there, a decent balance. So athletically, I think he stacks up, and he's quite good overhead as well. Our footy only's defensive stuff lets him down. Yeah, like I feel like a lot of these guys defensively lets him down. I think from Only, it's more that clubs would see his technical skills as a bit of a deficiency, how well he can use the ball, because he can burst out a la LDU. There's similarities there, but can he kick? Can he handle under pressure? Does he have those like elite decision-making traits of the best? I think that's probably the question. Chad Phillips says, thoughts on Latrell Pickett, especially for Carlton? I'd rather we take a punt and try and snag a gal at bets than use a top pick on Doveston. Interesting. I think that would be, I mean, fair enough. I don't know it, to be honest. I don't know enough about Latrell Pickett. I haven't seen him play enough to really make that call. From an under 18 perspective, Doveston is definitely the standout amongst the small forwards. So yeah, difficult for me to talk too much about that, but I think you would be, with consensus there, you'd be going Doveston over Pickett. But yeah, no, I feel you. Joel Falconer, Only and Greaves, what separates them? Only is explosive, much more dynamic than Greaves. Greaves is more of that just... every time I go to say these words, sometimes it makes it sound bad. Like I don't want to say, not a plodder. That's a very negative word.
That's what Mark from Peep Show does. He thinks of the word he doesn't want to say, and then he says it. He's like, not plodder, but something nicer. Yeah,
everyone's got a bit of Mark in them.
Yeah.
Greaves is like, he's much less explosive, but a better kick and better handballing skills as well. So like, can first possession bring guys in, where Greaves is more going to get up that head of steam. Get on the ball in space, use his explosiveness to break tackles and stuff like that. So there's an argument there that Only's probably got more upside with the athletic profile, but needs to work on some things.
AI Footy says Pickett would be a pure upside pick, so kind of have to just look at the traits over performance. I would agree with that.
Yeah, I just don't know enough about Pickett.
Yeah,
because he hasn't been playing the unders.
Bit of a bolter, and I think if Toomey's raising him up the rankings, I reckon he knows clubs like him.
100%.
Greaves is a bullies in brackets compliment. Yeah.
He just brings physicality, and he's decent. I think like the part of Greaves' game that'll be questioned is like on transition. Like, can he go with other players? Can he create those overloads at AFL level? Because he'd be coming up against better athletes that he can kind of control at this level. So that's the question. Al says Greaves also has the ability to rest forward and impact scoreboard. Yeah, he does. Again, he does at this level. I worry, and I said the same thing about Josh Smiley last year, where he does impact when he goes forward, but the way that he's doing it, like does it from stoppage and stuff like that, is he going to come into the AFL and be able to bully players like that? Not 100% sure. He's not particularly good overhead, so he's not going there and taking big marks or anything like that. So yeah, can bring others into the game though. I think that is the overall one. Joel says, sounds like Darcy Parish a little after pre-season or two. Who are we talking about there? Who's the Parish one?
Greaves?
I'm going to go to the bathroom before we kick into the mock.
Yeah. James says, Greaves for Eagles at pick 17 if we don't get Sharp and if Doveston is gone. I actually feel, I see the logic is you want to go midfielder if we haven't done that too. So maybe we're talking about the outcome where it's Dersmer and CDT, then there is some pressure on picking a midfielder at 17, which is 13, but obviously I think we've added some bids there. That's about right. Greaves, I'm actually not sure if he's a West Coast pick, but you could also apply that to Dyson Sharp. Greaves, I think, I reckon the Eagles will be particular. I think McQualter will be particular about players that are not great on defending and transition. I think in terms of our game style, I just don't know if Greaves fits in. Now, you could say that about Dyson Sharp. Dyson Sharp is actually... I heard a rumour, Dylan, actually I want you to confirm this if you know it's true, but did Dyson Sharp run a sub 3 second 20 metre, but not in the combine, but earlier in the year? I read that somewhere, which is surprising.
He didn't come up, at least from my perspective, he didn't come up in any of the top 10s from South Australia's preseason testing, whether he did something separate.
It could have been a fake news.
Yeah?
yeah, well, it was big footy, but...
what I will say, I would say Dyson Sharp, comparing those big-bodied mids, and we just did the Onley versus Greaves comparison. Like, Onley looks like he's been fired out of a gun when he comes out of stoppage. Like, he's really, really explosive.
Yeah.
Sharp he's more dynamic than a Greaves. So I don't know. I don't think, I wouldn't have suggested that he'd test really well in a 20-metre sprint.
Yeah.
But he's faster than Greaves.
Yeah. It's just a bit more well accomplished as well.
Yeah. And he just, sometimes that is just a little bit like the way that he plays as well. Like he's very aggressive. He runs aggressively. And sometimes, like, I don't know how well he'd test necessarily Dyson Sharp.
Yeah, that's right.
He plays like it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. If he did run a sub 3 second sprint, I'll acknowledge that he doesn't really play like that. You know, he's not a fleet of foot midfielder.
Definitely not.
But
I'd be incredibly surprised because that's, I mean,
as was I. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. That's, you're fast at that point.
Yeah. Joel says he doesn't see much difference between Sharp and Clay Hall at the same age. Clay Hall was a pretty well-performed midfielder, like for WA and in the champs. But what would you say separates Sharp from your Greaves, your Clay Halls, like these other inside midfielders?
I think his stoppage craft is better.
Yeah.
Dyson Sharp.
I would agree with that.
His competitiveness, and that comes into that when I was talking about his speed then, like his aggressiveness at the ball and stuff like that. So a little bit intangible, but he just wants to beat you, doesn't he? And he'll just will himself. He gets forward, hits the scoreboard, and he did this at champs. Like he was playing on guys like Greaves. The game where they absolutely towed up Vic Metro, he was playing on Greaves.
Yeah.
And he beat him.
Yeah.
Physically one-on-one. So it's hard to go against that. He runs to the right spots. He impacts the game.
The IQ piece, I suppose.
The IQ piece. It's big on Dyson Sharp. I know I've turned massively in that space, but
yeah,
I do really rate him. I think he's going to do really well from the get-go as well.
Yeah, that's it.
Should we do it?
Yep, let's do it. We're going to do another mock draft. We are doing these weekly at the moment. I think at this time of year we find new information. One thing we also do to spice it up, first and foremost, is we're going to be going to pick 30 today. So this will be our longest mock draft that we've done together. Furthermore, you know, we take this pick by pick. So therefore, like, there's so many different variables that can play out. Your mind can change based on who's available times 2. We've also gone differently this week where I think Dill's going to have the first couple of picks in West Coast. I'm going to take 2 Richmond picks. Then you're going to go Essendon, and then I go Melbourne, and then we go pick for pick after that. So we're just adding some variability to what we normally do.
And this is a process. We're really going to talk it through all the permutations of what clubs potentially could do. I will kick things off. As I said, we've gone for a graphic this time as well, and we've put away the whiteboard.
Yes.
Had some feedback on that.
That was fun, but we probably need to
stand by
workshop
the
that a bit more.
whiteboard.
I thought it was good.
I love it.
I thought it was good.
But
you know what didn't help is like when we're turning away and putting it on the board. Like, that was probably the thing. I thought you could read it okay, but
yeah, I think it was the microphone element to that. So let's do it. Pick 1. I have gone with Angus, poor whiteboard, exactly. I have gone with Willem Dersma to the West Coast Eagles. I think this is just about as done at this point. There's nobody else really in line for this pick, and he has had an incredible season, put everything together. He was the athlete. He probably was seen as someone that lacked physicality, and now he's accomplished that. He's overcome that, I feel, and he's done everything that he's needed to do. I have the West Coast Eagles then at pick 2 bidding on Zeke Hewland, and the Gold Coast Suns matching, which I think is also a pretty standard thing at this point. Could they go for someone like a Patterson or an Annable? Maybe. But I think they'll want to make the Gold Coast Suns pay up, and they know that they will match on these 2 picks.
They did snub us for a trade for pick 8, so this is our revenge.
It could be some revenge there. And I think clubs in this draft, given the just sheer volume of academy players, they will want to make clubs pay this year. I think that's something to point out, even though we haven't necessarily always seen that since the bidding system has come in. So now we get to this pick 3, which is the domino that is going to make everything fall.
It's Star Wars. Continue.
Let's do it. I like that. Okay, so I think this team's going to be coming heavily for this pick.
Gross.
I think the news that West Coast are wanting to go for Cooper Duff Tytler is a little bit of smoke and mirrors. I think this is to raise value on this pick. So clubs that want Cooper Duff Tytler are going to want to come for it pretty heavily. Again, gross. I think the player that West Coast want here is Dyson Sharp. I think better for them would be to do a deal with Essendon, who could come for the Cooper Duff Tytler pick and they could swap and get extra capital in the draft. But I've got this, with all of that being said, and potentially Melbourne wanting it, potentially Essendon wanting it, I've got West Coast taking Dyson Sharp with pick 2. The Gold Coast model, the Matt Rowell, Noah Anderson, they do the Dersma, Dyson Sharp.
Yeah, I think that's the outcome I'm kind of hoping for, to be honest.
That's what you
as
want?
a fan. Yeah. I mean, I'd be excited if it was Roby, but at the same time, I think logically this is the right call, to be honest. Also, if it wasn't clear, we're not forecasting like live trades or trades at all. In this particular mock, it gets too complicated and we piss off even more people than if we simply do the mock. So I think Dyson Sharp to West Coast.
We're just talking about what possibly could happen with those picks. So obviously for me, there's 2 scenarios here with this pick. It would be that Melbourne trade they've got pick 7, they've got pick 8. They've also got 2 future firsts.
That's right.
To keep in mind with Melbourne. But I think Essendon's pick 5 or 6 would be more advantageous for West Coast. They've got 5, 6 and a future first. So all of those clubs have capital to be able to get this done, I feel. As a West Coast fan, what would suit you the most there?
So West Coast apparently want future picks, a future first.
Yep.
So that's a little bit hard to see how that happens. Essendon wouldn't offer 5 and a future first for pick 2. Unless we send a future second back. And even then, that's quite an audacious move to get Cooper Duff Tytler, which I don't even know if that's who they want, but it seems overly audacious. I would move 2 for 7 and 8 from Melbourne, to be honest, and back us in to get one of Sharp or Cumming. I don't think that's necessarily on the cards. We haven't actually heard anything concrete about that, but
you would get one of those guys.
Yeah, exactly.
If you had those picks.
Yeah, that's right. So there's also the possibility Essendon going to do a deal with Gold Coast, get pick 15, offer 5 and 15 to West Coast, which then West Coast can use 13 and 15 to move up again. This is getting really too complicated, but I think from the player point of view, Dyson Sharp is likely. I don't know. I picked Cooper Duff Tytler last week. I still don't really know, but I think this is what I would hope happens.
I just think this works for the rebuild more than anything else.
I like the logic.
Yeah, I think they take a high floor player in Sharp with a bit of a builder in Willem Dersma, who's probably going to take a little bit longer to develop and hit his ceiling. But I love everything that Willem Dersma has put together. So that puts you on the board there at pick 4. What are you going to do?
I just want to answer a couple of questions quickly to reward the chat. But Angus says, would Essendon future first on its own do for pick 2? I think no. I don't think West Coast want to kick the can down the road and not have really good picks this year. Embrez says absolutely not trade a future first. No, I don't think Essendon should. I'm just suggesting that's what West Coast wanted. Now I'm with Richmond and I have 2 picks and I was hoping you would pick Cooper Duff Tytler because I am a Richmond fan in this case. I am going to take Cooper Duff Tytler here. I know there's arguments against it, but I would say that despite the fact that he is a ruck forward and they have Thomas Sims and went tall heavy last year, I think you can make the argument that he's quite different. And from a talent point of view, it could make sense. I don't think he projects as a future number 1 ruck at this current point in time. I don't think he's a supernatural ruckman, to be honest, but he is a really good ground level player and becomes that transition mid when the ball exits stoppage. And I think that adds something different for Richmond. Just too good to pass up. They'll then bid on Dylan Patterson, keep Gold Coast honest. So pick 5 becomes the Gold Coast Suns' Dylan Patterson, and they match. And then Richmond are back on the board. And I think they take their man, Sullivan Roby, who is distinctly different from the other midfielders they got last year. I mean, there's some similarity to Lawler, but I think you can have too many of these types. I don't think Roby and Lawler would be too many. I think that his big game performances, his upside, the fact that he's so athletic and strong, 192 centimetres, the link is there, and I'm happy with that logic. Sullivan Roby goes to Richmond at pick 6.
I just think with Roby, you look at someone that's on that sort of a ride and that sort of trajectory. It's like it's pretty hard to. I think if you look back in past bolters like this, most of them, if they bolt to that level, and the story of Roby with the growth spurt and stuff like that, most of these picks turn out pretty well.
Yeah.
So I definitely see him as one of the
That's
more
true.
high upside players in this draft crop. So I think that's the way that they will go. You would have to suggest, though, that Sam Grill still exists a live chance at one of these picks.
Totally. The CDT being available was a variable that might not have been part of the planning, but I think it's distinctly possible. And therefore, yeah, Grill's the unlucky one. I went Roby.
I do agree too. And Toomey mentioned this on Gettable during the week that Richmond wouldn't let CDT
Yeah, that's true.
pass them by. And
That's
I think
true.
that's a fair call.
Yeah.
I think the talent would be too big there for them. And they have that, as we've said numerous times, they sort of have a list that can absorb a player like this.
Yeah.
I think a little bit better than a West Coast can.
Sure.
Then I'm on the board with Essendon's double picks here. Pick 7 being the first one that I'm starting with here. And I mean, this could go sort of either way with the way that they do this, but I think with the two players, with everyone that's available here, I think the first one they will go with is Sam Cumming from South Australia. He just brings a physicality to their midfield, I think. They've got some inside mids in there and a pretty nice, I wouldn't say a nice balance, but they've got a nice group in there that can kind of win the football at stoppage. But Sam Cumming will just give them something a little bit more dynamic. They've got Durham in there as that player. Cordwell's a little bit more slow, and they've had Setterfield and these types. Who am I forgetting in the Essendon midfield right now? Nick Martin goes in there at times, but he's a bit more outside. Cumming can give them that athleticism and physicality around the ball as well. So he would be an obvious one for me. Then I would have them bidding on Dan Annable with that middle pick, which would fall to 8. So the Brisbane Lions are clearly going to match that, and they have the points to be able to do so. And then Xavier Taylor would be the pick 9. And this one's probably a pick, not necessarily on needs for the Bombers. I think there's players that would go ahead from a needs perspective, but Xavier Taylor's got that leadership. He's got that big game performance, and he's someone that the Bombers can build around.
Yep. I like it. Diversifies their options there. I don't think they are screaming for midfielders like maybe some of the other clubs above them, but they took a really good one in Sam Cumming, I think, and a very modern style transition midfielder who, probably more of a burst player at first, and once he builds that endurance, I think he can be a very high-level player. Xavier Taylor is a great leadership option as well. So that puts me on the board with pick 10, and the Melbourne Football Club, surprisingly, have Sam Grill still here. So I'm going to take Sam Grill there. Again, a very dynamic midfielder whose movement I don't think is paralleled in this year's draft, the way he spins out of trouble. And I think that, again, they're not a blank canvas, Melbourne, but they can pick a player. They don't necessarily need to go for a strict need. However, Grill is probably also unique to Xavier Lindsay, Harvey Langford, Caleb Windsor. And, it packs a punch suddenly, that young midfield from Melbourne. There's a lot of hurt factor there. I think Sam Grill adds to that.
People sometimes forget too. I feel like Sam Grill is the type of player that's always seen as a bit of a luxury, but people forget how much you sometimes just need to move the ball.
Yeah.
Just from the back half to the forward half. Doesn't necessarily need to hit the scoreboard or anything like that. And Grill can just get on his bike and take the ball from defense to offense so quickly. And like you said, the movement is incredible. He's maybe not fully rounded yet as a midfield prospect, but someone that can do that in the future as well.
I just want to shout out Marlene Baker, who says, "My hubby loves your show. Can you say hello to Darren, a Bombers fan?" G'day, Darren. And Marlene.
Daz.
And Andy Munro, shout out. G'day.
Love it.
So that's the top 10. Should we just recap that?
Yes, that is the top 10. We should recap that. I think we can put a graphic up on the screen. That's Melbourne rounding out the top 10, isn't it?
Yeah, there it is.
With Sam Grill. And they've all of a sudden got some nice pieces.
They do. So should I recap now? I'm
Yes.
just not sure where we're at with the graphic. We were very high tech. It is.
There we go.
Oh, that looks
Hey.
sick. Wow, we're really... Yeah, you guys are great. Willem Dersma went at pick 1 to the West Coast Eagles. Zeke Hewlin was a bid for the for the Gold Coast Suns. Dyson Sharp joins West Coast. Richmond then took CDT and Roby, split by a Dylan Patterson bid. Sam Cumming and Xavier Taylor joined Essendon, split by a Dan Annable bid at pick 8. And then Melbourne have selected Sam Grill and they still hold the next pick. This looks really good.
It does look really good.
You guys have done a great job.
Oh, I thought you meant the mock, but
I meant the graphic.
We've done a great
screw
job
the
too.
mock. That's terrible.
Somebody has said no Dean bid. Now, it's possible that there will be a bid. We've pretty much split every pick there with a bid, haven't we?
Yeah, that's right. And we did the same thing again because I am still on the board and I actually would put Harry Dean bid here. Melbourne probably have a need for a key back, maybe overthinking it really with the needs, but I think this is probably about right with Carlton matching that bid and Melbourne back on the clock with pick 12. So just to be clear, that was Grill at pick 10, Harry Dean at pick 11 to Carlton. And then at pick 12, this was a tough one. So we've been going with Schubert a lot lately and I am going to mix it up a little bit this time based on some feedback. And, there's no real need for them to go taller. I think it makes sense. But failing that, I reckon they could go Lockie Doverston. Bit of a bolter if you compare it to Toomey's rankings, but a dynamic small forward that adds something, maybe not that they don't have, they have Cozzy Pickett, but I reckon you can have multiple players of this type who can hurt you.
I agree with everything there. I think they would be wrapped if they got out of here with Sam Grill and Lockie Doverston. Just gives them a nice balance. I still do think personally that the key position forward in Aiden Schubert is a live chance. For some, sometimes like clubs get a little bit traumatized, I suppose, by certain players and stuff. And a lot of people are saying Schubert's another Jefferson. I don't think there's any correlation there at all. And I think Schubert is definitely a live chance to come into the Ds. But
Kale Morton is also a player that gets an unflattering comparison. It was like, is he this year's Kale Morton?
Schubert?
I have seen that. I wasn't talking about,
Morton's a mid.
Yeah. No, I'm just
Really?
saying that he is a player that gets that comparison.
Yeah, and Melbourne probably, because of that period in the mid-2000s, like they're a club that
that's true.
They were traumatized by draft picks a little bit, weren't they? So
yeah,
I feel like they worried about type. So I don't think whatever their recruiters do, they always have a pretty systematic plan and they execute it pretty well.
Yeah. Joel says Dersmer is the modern day Morton. I think he's the modern day Bond now that he's coming to West Coast.
Yeah, you can go two ways with that, can't you?
Yeah.
I think Dersmer will be great.
Yeah, every player is different as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
on the board. Yeah,
with the Hawthorn Football Club at
I
pick
forgot
13.
about that. So we do also, just to note, we have an absorbed pick here from Carlton because of the Dean bid. We just haven't taken that pick. For reference, there are rumours that Adelaide are coming pretty hard for that pick as well. So that's a real chance, but we haven't done any of those complicated pick trades. I'm on the board at 13 with the Hawthorn Hawks. And I don't think we went this way last week. I think we went for a Jevon Philippou at this point. I think you had this pick. I've gone for Noah Hibbins-Hargraves as someone that can just come in and be a little bit of a utility for the Hawks. He can play across all three lines. And I think down the track, he can become a midfielder with the inside technical skills that he has. He's also clutch and just a player that I think for a Hawthorn team that is pretty much ready to launch, he can make a difference in this best 23. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And also a little bit different from what they already have. If there's a Sheasel comparison, that makes sense. Hawthorn probably, they're small. Like Nick Watson is distinctly different, as is Dylan Moore. And anyone else I'm forgetting. I think Hibbins-Hargraves is unique and high upside and good enough to help them push in 2026.
Yeah. I get vibes of Hibbins-Hargraves that he could be that player that has a bit of a, Harry Sheasel, Murphy Reid. I don't think he'll have as much volume as those guys, but someone that can slot in and is a very high IQ, high decision-making traits guy. Crocker there, Braden Crocker says they'll take their NGA in Oliver Greaves. He's not an NGA. I think he was a live chance, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, I think he means they'd take him anyway. But no, I like your pick, Noah Hibbins-Hargraves, which puts me back on the clock with Carlton. Now we don't know exactly where this pick will fall. We may not know. We don't know if they even hold it, but I'm going to assume that they have it. Aiden Schubert is unexpectedly available here. I'm going to take him here for Carlton. I pushed earlier in the stream that maybe Carlton could go for a key position forward now that Curno's gone. And, we're talking about their best 22 and I haven't deep dived this topic myself.
You created a little launch pad for yourself there.
I did, yeah. It was very tactical.
Nice.
I know, I'd completely forgotten about it. But yeah, no, I think that both from a short-term and a long-term point of view, Carlton could add a tall, and with some father-sons academies and, of course, Jagger Smith last year, they get the key back in Harry Dean. Key forward makes sense here. Aiden Schubert joins Carlton.
I like it. It's maybe not necessarily the pick that Carlton fans would be the most excited about. I think, with a key position forward, because it's someone you feel that's a bit more developmental, but I think it makes sense with the midfield talent that they're going to have coming through. They got the Harry Dean sort of bookends, future-proofing your key position players, and that's something that they've done in the past as well. So I like that. That puts me on the board with GWS. This is one that Toomey flagged during the week as well, and I think it does make a lot of sense with the types of players that the Giants like to go after. Bit of a climb here, and he has been that late bolter. I've gone Oscar Taylor as a running defender.
I love this pick. And true to GWS's drafting history, I suppose, into not necessarily picking what we think they need, but just picking the guy they think suits them. And I think with his run and carry, suits that GWS ball movement as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he does have some, long-term versatility as well to go on ball in the future. I think he's versatile enough to play different roles, which the Giants like as well. We've got someone in the chat from America here. Montana, what's up from America? Love the podcast.
Amazing. Is Montana your name or is it your state?
That is a good question.
Is it a state? It's a state.
It's a state.
Yeah. Silly Australians. I was right. Great. So I am up with the West Coast Eagles, who are now we need to factor in who they've already drafted, which was Dersma and Sharp.
Yes.
And I think with who's available here, I think the most likely scenario here, West Coast select Jacob Farrow, a taller, bustling halfback flanker. I don't know why I said bustling, but really good ball user. And there is some comparison to Hayden Young, of course. It does rely on the possibility that Farrow becomes a midfielder. He may not, in which case, even if he's a medium-sized defender, I would love to see us maybe try and make that midfield transition work. I don't know if it's a position of need, but there's also a little bit of logic here where I've heard West Coast love Jacob Farrow. So if they've been successful in getting Dyson Sharp, it's Jacob Farrow. If they go CDT, then I don't think this pick should be Jacob Farrow, but I'm happy with the talent.
Feed me your starting midfield for 2026 with these picks.
Yeah, I wouldn't have Farrow in our starting midfield, but Elliot Yeo, at least, as a burst player. Reed and Hewitt, Dyson Sharp. Do you think Dersma plays midfield next year? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think he's more likely to. I think they'll give him a few minutes in there, but he's more likely to be wing or halfback.
Yeah.
I would suggest.
Yeah.
Which is, I suppose, that's the only issue with drafting Dersma and Farrow. If you're wanting to play Farrow behind the ball, like where do you fit all these guys in?
Nah, totally. You'd have to move Baker forward.
Dersma can play forward too, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Dersma doesn't necessarily have to play behind the footy. He can play on a wing.
There is a sense, though, with a number one draft pick, I'd want to get like a Dersma into the game a bit more, which would go better for him, I think, behind the ball. But
yeah, facts. Unless, they play Starcevic in the midfield or Hoff in the midfield. It's a little bit harder to tell exactly what West Coast are thinking. But I just went with the talent there, and I think there's no other real obvious choice. I'm not sure Ollie Greaves is suitable for West Coast, particularly if you get Dyson Sharp. So I just went best available.
I agree with that. I am on the board then with the Western Bulldogs at pick 17. We're just over halfway in our mock draft. We're going to pick 30 in this one. The Western Bulldogs, I think they're going to be looking for that slightly more ready-made. I know you went for the key position defender last week, but I have gone here for Josh Lindsay.
Yeah, I love it.
He brings wonderful kicking skills. I think he is ultimately the best kick in this draft overall. Probably he. Hibbins Hargraves, Jacob Farrow is another good one, but Lindsay's just a real specialist kicker. Probably the downside and why I have him falling to this pick is that he doesn't maybe have the athleticism, and we talked about Oscar Taylor as a back flanker, someone that can kick the footy and has that athleticism to carry the ball. Lindsay's more of a pure kicker, so probably one of the more ready-made players in this crop, and I think that suits the Western Bulldogs to come in and have an impact in a position of need.
I love it. I just want to apologize. Marlene says, haha, his name is Daryl, not Darren. It was partially obscured when I read it. I'm so sorry. Shout out to Daryl. Great pick. I think that makes sense. I'm on the board with the Adelaide Crows, who may or may not hold this pick at the time of the draft. There's lots of rumours, but I'm going to assume that they hold this pick, and naturally you're drawn to some of the SA talent. I would have gone, and I have gone, Jevon Philippou as a forward midfielder who I think has the outside ability and the skills to impact early for the Adelaide Crows. It also helps, potentially lure Mateus home in a few years, who would also be a really good fit for the Adelaide Crows. Smaller than his brother, 183 centimetres, at least the last time I saw his measurements, but a real good game changer. Dylan's laughing and I haven't worked out why yet.
I laughed at the comments first, and then I laughed at the last time I checked his measurements. Don't know why, it just felt funny.
Yeah.
I was laughing at Brenton Sharp's comment that Lindsay reminds him of Liam Duggan who can kick. Like what a combination of two traits there. No, you're spot on with Jevon. You mentioned the brother thing, but I think he's one of the more high upside players in this crop, Jevon Philippou. He's explosive. He's got the movement, similar to a player like Sam Grill. He's kind of up there with that, the way that he can step in and out of traffic and hits the scoreboard, can kick long range, has all those AFL traits, but maybe just hasn't, with injury and a few other things, hasn't kind of been able to put the consistency together. So as a local boy, I think if he's there, Adelaide would be certainly in the mix.
Terrific. You are up with the Geelong Football Club at pick 19.
Yeah, I went Oliver Greaves here, which we sort of debated about this a little bit, and some of the comments as well. I just feel like the Cats, they've got Bailey Smith, they've got Max Holmes, a bit more of that kind of excitement and ball carriers. So Greaves is a first possession guy. If there's anywhere in their team that they probably lack on field right now, it is just that first possession player, really only having Atkins to carry them in that sense. And they play largely a transition game around that, but I think they still could use someone that's pretty ready-made to come in and have an impact straight away that can just give them a foothold in games in Oliver Greaves.
I see that. And with pick 20, I have the infamous Fremantle Football Club, who is very hard to pick for, Dylan. I'm going to go with a really, really rogue one. I think they're going to have the appetite. First of all, I think they're in the position to take a bolter. And I think they're in the...
I assume you're going to go Harley Barker here.
Do you? Yeah, right. I was just checking something there. Harley Barker would also make sense. I went for Latrell Pickett, who is bolting up the rankings here as a overager by 1 year, if I'm not mistaken, playing Sandford.
He's 05.
05, which makes him 2023 draft. Okay, 2 years older.
Yep.
I think... as somebody said in the chat earlier, you draft for the traits rather than the performance. I think he's kicked some bags lately in the sandful, and I think would really fit that Fremantle system of coming in and being that opportunistic small forward, which is maybe a little bit different to what they have there as it currently stands. There's also an elephant in the room here. I'm going to let him in. Why? I don't know why. He is the cousin of Cozzy Pickett.
Yes, and tell us about that.
Well, Fremantle, despite the fact that Cozzy Pickett may have signed an enormous 7-year deal, whatever, we know that doesn't mean a lot in our modern game. And I think if Cozzy Pickett does change his mind, it would help if his cousin's playing for Fremantle. In 3 years, if Cozzy Pickett wants to come home, West Coast likely to be an absolute powerhouse by then. This just helps Fremantle get Cozzy Pickett.
So he's a little bit of a sweet treat.
A little bit, but I also think he suits Fremantle here. It's a little bit creative, obviously. There could be better options, but his position of need could play early as well, and plugs a hole a little bit in a team that will be fancying themselves to contend. I think it genuinely would contribute more to the next year than, say, a Harley Barker.
Yeah,
because of the ACL.
Yeah, and obviously he's 2 years older.
Yes, yeah.
Right, so
I mean, you don't pick just for one season. I realise that. I just think there's arguments for it.
Yeah, a bit of a narrative pick there. I mean, Chad Phillips there said, I'm shocked to see you rate him that highly. I haven't seen, honestly, I haven't seen enough of him to rate him, I wouldn't even have him in my top 30 because I just haven't seen him enough because he hasn't been playing in the levels that I've seen consistently. So I think you're probably in a similar boat there. You've seen him less than...
Yeah. I'm not going to pretend I've seen heaps of him. I just think there's some logic to it, and I've seen his highlights. It looks good. They did a segment on...
Yeah, he looks incredible, but it's also the level and stuff like that you've got to take into consideration there too. But bit movement.
Bit of narrative. Plus, I just think that it suits Fremantle to take this kind of risk.
Absolutely, which puts me on the board now with pick 21, which is the Essendon Bombers.
Oh, should we summarise our top 20?
We should. Sorry.
Yes.
I always skip ahead. Essendon are on the board next, but we're just going to go over that 11 to 20 range. Here it is on the board. Pick 11, the Harry Dean bid, which they will match. An incredible intercept defender who's had an amazing season. Doveston to the Ds, which gives them some potency in attack. Hibbins-Hargraves is that real connection piece between forward 50 for the Hawks. Aidan Schubert, a developmental tool for Carlton, who gives them something a little bit different. Oscar Taylor to the Giants off half back with that lightning speed and foot skills. West Coast Eagles take the local product in Jacob Farrow, who is just another big body in the midfield and someone that they can develop into a Bontempelli type creature. Josh Lindsay off halfback for the Dogs is a ready-made player that can kick the football and get rid of Oscar Baker out of the team. And Jevon Philippou to the Crows is a high upside local pick. Oliver Greaves gives Geelong an inside mid, and Latrell Pickett lures Cozzy Pickett home to the Dockers.
Indeed. This is me luring him. That is half of my last name, so I am the man to ask. What have we got next, Dylan?
Essendon on the board. Pick 21. I've got them popping a little bid here to one of their big arch rivals, Jack Ison. They have a go at.
They're going to call him the Bison for sure.
Big Bison Ison. Yeah, big-bodied mid, around the 190 centimetre mark, a guy that actually has some nice traits around just being a big physical presence. He can, win the ball on the inside with that physicality and that size that he has. And he can kick the ball. He's got a nice left foot kick and he can hit the scoreboard when he goes forward. So a nice, well-rounded prospect. He's not as explosive as someone like a Sam Lawler, who you could potentially compare him to, but has pretty good craft and I think will be a nice, again, another one of those players for Carlton that they don't have too many similar types. And with Elijah Hollands, he's probably a type similar to him. So they will match on Ison. They'll bring Ison and Dean through the door, which will put Essendon on the board and have them taking probably the best available player, I think, at this point, or close to it, in Harley Barker.
Good shout. I think that I did consider him for Fremantle, but tell us a little bit about Barker. He seems like a athletic wingman.
I've got a few people shouting here for Fred Rodriguez. Maybe it's just Braden who wants Fred Rodriguez to the Bombers. But Barker is really a prototypical modern-day wingman. He's got elite speed on the outside. He's got great aerial skills. He stands at around 187 centimetres, so he can really go with players in the air. He's not a big, physically built, strong player as a taller guy. He's more of that lean Dersbury build who just leaps at the football. And I think his typical comparison is Ollie Dempsey from the Cats. He plays really similar to him. He looks like a track athlete running up and down the wing. He's got good endurance and just runs people into the ground and takes marks inside forward 50. He's not the best ground level player, but a real specific one, I think, to that position.
I like it. I think that makes sense for Essendon as well, who have a bit of talent on their list.
I think you could argue maybe that they don't need this player, but it's more of a talent pick for me. I think Xavier Dersma kind of plays that role for them right now, but maybe Harley Barker, they could, turn that into a bit more of a threatening combo.
I like it. I do just want to quickly shout out Joel Falconer, who says this should have some Sandy Roberts. Please look away now if you don't want to know the score song. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember that.
And the song is it Hunters and Collectors? I can't remember, but it's
like right on the tip of my tongue.
Oh, that's
right.
That's not the song I thought it was.
Oh.
I was thinking, do you see what I see? Do you see what I see?
A bell too.
Yeah, maybe that
was
both,
a footy song.
But that was the one I remember. And I just remember because back in the day, it was all like basic. Well, I had just free to wear and you couldn't check the scores. And I remember the fascination with seeing what was happening.
I still love that. I remember being a kid and we used to go to local footy all the time. And then you'd get that stuff. I don't know if it came on the radio, but you'd always have there'd be a game on Saturday or Sunday coming back in the car.
Yeah.
On the radio. Good times.
The late 60s. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Where are we?
I'm at Hawthorn here. And I'll tell you what, Dylan, it's bidness time. Because I'm double bidding.
Merry bidness.
I'm going to bid on a couple of players here. Hawthorn will bid on Essendon's Adam Swade, a small forward / media midfielder forward. A bit of revenge for the Merritt ordeal, but also probably about the right range. So that's why I've picked it here. And I'm also going to keep Sydney honest. A bit of revenge to the 2012 grand final where Max King, I'm going to nominate Max King here as a bid at pick 24. So assuming Essendon match at pick 23, they get Adam Swade. And the Sydney Swans get Max King, their first academy talent, bit of an undersized key forward.
So you've got the double.
I have.
The double bid.
Yeah, it's Hawthorn. They do what they want, man.
They do.
They do. Different rules. No, everyone's allowed to do this, and Hawthorn are back on the clock with selection 25. And I'm taking probably the biggest slider so far in Mitchell Marsh from the Perth Scorchers, who is now playing for the SA under-18s. Ridiculous career shift. Mitch Marsh, again.
So wait, there's a Bison.
That's true.
Which is his nickname. Bison. And there's a Mitch Marsh.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's a very Scorcher's theme to this. Mitch Marsh is too good to pass up here, and this is the second draft in a row. We've sort of had him sliding, but that's kind of what happens when you go pick for pick and when it actually plays out. I think this is underrated. I think you could make a case for Mitch Marsh being as early as Carlton's pick, which I took Aiden Schubert.
Yep.
I think there's a decent similarity there. There's other teams.
My
that are
opinion,
suitable.
I'd say the earliest Mitch Marsh goes is Hawthorn's pick 13.
Wow. Yeah. But you take Hibbins Hargreaves, obviously. Evidently you did.
I did.
Yeah. Yeah, no, fair enough.
It's at the same time, like we're doing this mock, it is difficult to see Mitch Marsh going at pick 25. It feels too late. I think his versatility is hurting him a little bit, I feel. Because he's a really high quality player, but he is that Jack Gunston replacement for Hawthorn. So I think it makes sense whether they take him with their first pick. I think he's got a big range of where he could go. And someone has to slide. You know, if it's not Mitch Marsh, it's probably Harley Barker.
Yeah.
Probably Noah Hibbins Hargreaves, probably Jevon Philippou.
Tyler Williams.
So
that puts
exactly who I was going to say next.
We've decided to give you both of North Melbourne's picks. So you can have pick 26 and 7, which are North Melbourne's picks. They finally enter the draft.
Yeah, I've probably spoiled a little bit here. In between that Hawthorn pick, we do have some absorbed picks of the Brisbane Lions and Gold Coast Suns.
Good point.
We'll be matching some bids, but I've gone here with pick 26 for the Kangaroos, Blake Threadgold, one of my favourite players. I think there's a chance that he goes inside the top 20 if somebody particularly wants him in there. I think he's kind of got everything, this guy. He's athletic. He can run with the ball. He can kick the ball. He can lock down on those big key forwards, but he can also play because of his athleticism. He can play on those Mitch Marsh types who he played on in the grand final for Sturt, and he dominated. Interceptor, lockdown, can pretty much do it all. Probably just, I think he only played one game in the national champs, so he kind of didn't have that. He's more of a bolter case with back-end season form, which is probably why he's in this range and not that, 10 to 15.
I think his athletic testing was pretty solid too for a tall.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, so that's very very contemporary style.
Yeah, he ran a 640 time trial, which is not elite, but it's it's getting up there for a key position player. And then he ran a 2.91 second 20-meter sprint and did well in the jumping.
Yeah,
as well. So yeah, bit of an athlete. And then I've got North Melbourne in between their next pick, bidding on Harry Kyle from the Sydney Swans, who will match. He's a sort of, I guess he kind of could be a big-bodied mid. I see him as more of a utility at this point. He's one of those, again, like undersized key players where he's like 190 centimetres. Is he going to be a midfielder? Is he going to be an outside player or a winger? But he can mark, he can kick, and he's pretty athletic as well. Did well in the combine. Sydney will match on him, and they'll still potentially have points to go on somebody else. And then I have at 28... couldn't decide on Archie Ludovic or Louis Emmett here for North Melbourne. I went with Louis Emmett. I just think he's got a bit more physicality and competitiveness to him. I like his follow-up work at ground level, particularly Louis Emmett. So him to the Kangaroos at 28, and they will pair Threadgold in the forward half and Louis Emmett as a bit more of a forward.
So yeah, really stockpiling talls after Matt Whitlock last year. Not bad a result, I think, especially Threadgold, I really like.
Yeah, I also think around this range for North Melbourne, there's not a lot of, like if they wanted to bring in an outside player or a halfback player with elite skills, like there's not too much on the board right now.
Yeah, gotcha. So that leaves me with the Western Bulldogs at selection 29. I'm going to bid on a small forward because I was unsuccessful in getting... it was you who took the Bulldogs pick, getting Lindsay. They haven't got a small forward in this year's draft. So I think let's have a crack at Tyler Williams from the West Coast Eagles NGA. This is about his range, I think top 30 it's expected. Yeah. And quite a playmaker, like small forward. Looking at his waffle stats this year, didn't actually hit the scoreboard a lot, but he did have a lot of up the field transition play, good ball use, makes things happen. And I would be all too happy to match that at West Coast's pick 29. Well, it's not their pick, but they've got some picks in the 30s. We can assume they can match this pick, which puts me on the board with pick 30. And this would have been the most difficult for the entire night for me to nail down who the Bulldogs actually get, because they don't get Tyler Williams. And there's a few, but I actually went Cameron Nairn from SA. I've been researching this guy a little bit, and position of need, not really. He's a little bit of a hard player to label. I went for best available, in my opinion, in the absence of a small forward that fit the bill at this range, and kicks a lot of goals. He's very potent, and 189 centimetres I think he's measured at makes him not a true key position. He's probably more that lead up, undersized key, but I think what will appeal to the Dogs in this case is he plays a little bit higher up the ground. I think in his last 2 games in the Sandford under 18s, he had like 30 and 31. So he can use the footy. He can find the footy, can use it well. He's versatile. And, you know, the Dogs, they don't have potency issues, but he'll just add to that as another player to offset what they already have in the talls.
Yeah, he's got a big performance for the year. Was probably that. I think it was their second last champs game, and he kicked 7 or 8 goals.
Yeah, he did 7, I think it was.
In the champs.
It was against WA, I think.
It was, yeah. So like each of those South Australian forwards and Schubert, Marsh and Nan sort of had a bit of a go at each team, which was interesting. But I think if you're finding that much of the footy and that many goals in that South Australian forward line, it kind of shows that you have the ability to get into games, and he would be nice for them. You had the Williams bid before that. I think he's going to be great for West Coast. I think he offers your small forward something a little bit different because you got, say, like a Malachi Champion last year who's a bit closer to goal, and Williams he can get into the game a little bit higher, and he's got really nice movement, good sidestep, and all of those kind of ground level skills that you'd want in a small forward.
While we're talking about nicknames for players, I think Cameron Nan is going to be called the Batman. Batman. I heard our producer laugh. That's good enough for me.
So embarrassing.
I think that's a great way to end the top 30.
Oh, that is our mock draft.
Yeah, we just lost all the subscribers we gained.
The top 30. Everybody's going off the stream. Fuck. No, we still got 284 on air, so that is good. We've got some comments. There are some people. Here is the list. Here's the list in full screen. 21 to 30. Jack Ison gets the bid from Essendon. This is probably a little bit high for Jack Ison, but I do feel like he'd be a player that Essendon would be sort of keen on, I feel, potentially. So then Essendon take Harley Barker as the best available open pool player. They cop a bid themselves from the Hawks for Adam Swade, who they bring into that Calder Cannon small forward line of Isaac Kako, Adam Swade, and they'll get Hussein El Ashkar later on. Sydney take Max King with a Hawthorn bid. Then the Hawks take Mitch Marsh, who's the best available talent left on the board. Blake Threadgold, the big... I was going to say moping. That's not a good word to say.
Loping?
Moping?
Yeah. Loping is movement. Moping is sad.
Thanks for this educational advice.
Anytime.
Yeah. Blake Threadgold, key position defender to North Melbourne. They'll have a bid at Harry Kyle in between, giving Sydney 2 picks in the 20s here. Louis Emmett, who's someone actually asked in the comments before too, what is Louis Emmett? He's probably at this point more of a ruck forward. I do think he's got the competitiveness in him and the aerial competitiveness, I suppose, to play as a key position forward. He's 200 centimetres, so he's a big guy. And I think down the track you could have Nick Larkey and Louis Emmett sort of teaming up, being really competitive in the air. Tyler Williams to the West Coast Eagles as an NGA, and Cameron Nan as a medium forward to the Western Bulldogs rounds out our top 30.
Will Josh Lindsay be his Robin, or be the other way around? But only time will tell.
Time will tell. Yeah. Still have no idea how you've made that connection. This is incredible.
It's incredible how my brain works. Yeah,
it really is. What do you think of that mock?
I think it's going to get slaughtered from pillar to post.
They always do.
Yeah, look, I think, this is the first time we did a top 30. It wasn't as much fun because of all the bids, right? It really was bidness time up in here. But look, Mitch Marsh sliding makes me feel a little bit iffy because I don't really think that will happen. But then again, it's harder to pick a guy. Oh, maybe Latrell Pickett. Maybe that's the obvious one.
Well, Latrell Pickett,
that was my call.
It may be him, but I think there's players. I think the players, if we go through, and somebody actually asked this in the comments, like who's the likely biggest slider in this draft crop? I think they mentioned Zero Hanger had, I nearly knocked my water over then. Zero Hanger had Cooper Duff Titler sliding to like 11 or something. I don't think that's any chance of happening. The one that stands out in that top bracket, inside our top 10, I think Sam Grill could slide a little bit.
Yeah, it feels like he'll have his favourites and then other clubs may stay away.
Exactly. And if the wrong players slide to the clubs that like him, he might end up domino affecting forward.
Totally.
I think Sam Cummings pretty safe in that top 10 now. I mean, Doveston we've got at 12. I think he's one that is a horses for courses type pick as well. So could go anywhere, I think, from 10 to 20. I really like him, though. I think a team should have a bit of a pop. Hibbins Hargraves could slide for sure. Oscar Taylor won't slide, I don't think.
I'm going to say Greaves goes even later than 19.
Okay.
That's my big call.
Where to, let's say?
20s or 30s.
Yep.
I think that there is a trend with these players who slide. Your Ollie Murphys, your Ari Schoenmakers, your Jack Delines. Two of those went to Fremantle, but they just came into my mind. I think the leg speed for that kind of midfielder is just going. It's going to be an issue when I think the fashion is going to be those two-way runners, unless you're really good offensively.
Yeah.
So that's my concern for Greaves. I think he could slide a little bit.
2024, just to play devil's advocate there, Harvey Langford and Josh Smiley go, 6 and 7 was in the end?
True. I'd say, I'm interested in your opinion. I feel like those two pack a bit more of a punch offensively. Like you can be a slow midfielder, but I don't know if they have the weapons or a little bit more equipped than a Greaves, I think.
I was by the end of so the first time I saw Josh Smiley, I'm like, oh, beast, like he's 194, crazy height and crazy size for a mid, and he can kick the footy pretty well. By the end of that season, I was pretty off him.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I think I still had him just inside the top 10 in my final rankings, but he feels like one that could have slid.
Yeah, I agree.
And was specific to Richmond. Harvey Langford is just more potent forward of the ball and has better kicking skills. And I think that's his speed is then not exposed as much because of what he can provide
totally
with ball in hand. So some good points there. I think it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's a great time of the year. It's equally agonising, but I enjoy making content in this space, and this is real good fun. So let us know in the comments what you think of our mock draft and how much you hate it, and let us know what you think of my Batman joke.
I think my favourite comment from last week was, individually you two work really well together, but this is a fucking train wreck.
That sums us up beautifully, I think.
Yeah.
I think was that comment in particular about Greaves to West Coast, or am I mixing two comments?
It might have been. Yeah, people did not like that. They did not like Schubert to Melbourne, which I think is actually...
Yeah. I don't think we're the only ones who have made that connection.
No, I think it's actually likely. If anything, I think it's potentially you could even say it is a need.
Another player who has a decent range there, Schubert, because if Melbourne don't take him, it's less clear who does.
Yeah, I think that's always a bit of a case with tolls and key forwards, isn't it? When they're not, I think it's going to be different for Cooper Duff-Tyler because he's seen as such a talented player, and such a unicorn. Schubert's a bit different to that though. He's more of a pure key forward.
Yes.
So they can always, and I think that's probably why we've ended up having Mitch Marsh as the one that slides. It's so weird. I don't know where to pin him, which club to pin him to, Mitch Marsh.
Yeah.
And I don't have that information. I don't have the club by club information, but I feel it's very unlikely that he slides to 25.
Yeah.
So I almost don't believe our own mock draft.
I think he would be a good fit at West Coast, to be honest. But I think West Coast has more pressing needs, but I also pick Farrow, who we don't really need. So, I think if we had, let's say hypothetically, a fourth pick in that same range and we pick Mitch Marsh, we got our midfielders, I think West Coast needs potency. So, I'm just saying it's not out of the question that he ends up there.
I agree. It's just tricky because it feels like you've got I know these aren't all the same players, but I look at Ryan Marriage, Jack Hutchinson. You've just Job Shanahan. He's different. He's more of a pure key forward, but yeah, where would you play Mitch Marsh? I think probably Marriage is the most similar.
Yeah, but he played back this year, this entire season.
I know. But I reckon Marsh could as well. He's similar to Marriage in the sense that he's starting as a third tall forward and can kick the footy and go behind the ball.
Yeah. Well, in our forward line, assuming Marrick's not there, I think there's a spot for Marsh to play as that higher leading undersized key, I guess. Not necessarily as a key forward. Hutchinson as well, he's been playing midfield. Whether or not that's the right call or permanent, I'm not sure. I think Mitch Marsh would offset Shanahan and Waterman.
It feels like though with the recruits, like if let's say you do draft Dyson Sharp as well as you're getting Robertson and Link to Schoenberg and these guys, it feels unlikely that Hutchinson stays as a mid, right?
I think we should play him as a forward this year. Is my opinion. Yeah.
Yep.
He could be that two-way hard-running wingman. He's really good defensive efforts.
I saw him as a winger.
Yeah.
I thought that would potentially be his best position.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, he's kind of the only surviving member of that 2024 mid-season draft now.
Is that right?
Yeah. So you've got pick 1, Geordie Payne. Delisted.
Yeah, that's right.
Pick 2, Jacob Blight. He's not the only surviving member of the top group.
Yeah.
Payne.
And they are actually alive.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. A bit dramatic. Hutchinson was 3.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we were third last, I reckon. Yeah.
The pick of those players by some distance, I would say, is Max Hall to St Kilda.
Sure. Yeah.
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 Oh, our footy says Piker. Yeah, I love Piker so much.
I read that as Puka.
Yeah.
Unfortunate name.
Could be. I've copied the South Australian pronunciation of the games that I've watched where they've gone with Piker.
Okay, fair enough.
He's good. I think he's a bit more of a role player, so I don't think he'll go inside the top 30. I hate doing this though, where I've got a player that I absolutely love, but I don't have the balls to rank them. And I feel like Piker's a bit of one of those players for me.
Yeah.
Where I just think he'll be a pick like around the 50s or something, but he's got elite pace, good ball control and stuff like that, and finishes his chances. So big performances in the Sandford and had a really good national championships. Our footy says Puka is Dylan when he hears one of Jesse's jokes. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I was really disappointed with your Nan reaction.
Yeah.
He seemed actually upset.
Actually, yeah.
Fuck
this.
I hate it here.
We've got 266 people in the live chat. What do you want to segue into now, Jesse? You got some ideas?
Yeah, I was going to ask you what you wanted to do, how you going for time and stuff like that. I also do need a tinkle.
Go for it.
There's a couple of things. So we could go into North Melbourne.
Yep.
We also have some Discord messages we were going to shout out.
We do actually.
So
I might actually take them while you're in the bathroom.
Yeah, nice.
They're kind of recruiting type questions.
Sure.
We did open up the Discord. I just want to talk to the producer for a second. Did you put the Discord link in the description, Vicar? Producer? I didn't give it to you. Yeah, there's no expectation that you did it. We're going to put the Discord link for people to join. We've got about 80 people in there so far who have been asking some questions to the group. So we had Red Goat 4 who asked, do you think recruiters change their rankings much pre-combine / post-grand finals compared to post-combine? Hang on. Much pre-combine compared to post-combine, considering there's a massive lull period between the combine and draft night. So it's a good question. I guess it's that period between the end of the season and the draft, how much the rankings do change. I don't think the rankings change at all during this period for recruiters. The only thing that the combine, and I've literally spoken to recruiters about this, the big thing that they're taking away from it is the interviews. So most of the players across the season, they will have interviewed anyway, and they're kind of reaffirming that. They get a little bit more time and they get to have a look at the players interacting and socializing with the other players in the combine setting, whether that be like when they actually do the tests, but also the interviews and stuff like that. So they can sort of see how they react a little bit socially and how they might be a good fit for their clubs. As far as taking combine data, I think we do that because we actually get to see numbers on a page and we can say this guy is objectively fast, etc. But recruiters, they've got all that data anyway because they've been looking at GPS stuff throughout the season. So top speed and all of that kind of stuff, they've already seen it. All of the changes that get made to rankings and things from pundits and people like Toomey and stuff that change within their rankings, that's all because he's getting information from clubs. So he's hearing things and he's changing his rankings based on that. It's not actually the clubs doing that because they're going to have a board that's pretty much set in stone already from the end of the season. And once the football's ended, it's pretty much over. That's my take on that. We also had another question from Kadubia. Kadubia, that's a hard one to say. How many gentlemen's agreements do you think are lined up prior to draft in order to facilitate draft swaps? Or do you think it's dog eat dog? So I suppose we're talking there about potential pick swaps on draft night, but also maybe those handshake deals between clubs that swap picks and then maybe say, I won't bid on your player and you give me a slightly more favourable draft pick up the board. That one's a little bit more difficult to answer. I'm sure it happens. And I know last year they brought in mediators for the club's meetings.
Wow.
So all of the...
That's cool.
Yeah. So all of the, I guess, proper meetings that were set up between clubs to discuss pick swaps and things, they were all... Someone had to sit in on them and make sure that they weren't doing these, off-the-counter deals, under-the-table deals.
Yeah. It'd be so easy to get around that. Like these guys would have all their each other's mobile numbers. God, I'm such a millennial.
Exactly.
They have their phone numbers and they would be able to
page them.
Yeah. They'd set up a Telegram account and, Morse code. There's a variety of options these guys can use to communicate, I reckon.
Yep.
So I don't think there's any way to do it. I like that the AFL's done that, but I don't think there's anything you can do to prevent it. I do think it is a thing. And even if it's not a spoken thing between clubs, maybe, on draft night, the Eagles at pick 2, are thinking, if we piss off Carlton here, does this affect us in future years? For instance, with a Harry Dean bid, that's the reference to.
I find that a really strange space that they would live in, though. I feel like that always gets talked about it's the same with the player agents thing. It's like, oh, we do this, and then we piss off a player agent who might affect us in the future. Yeah,
I agree. It's like that example that I used there was a bit weak, but I'm just saying that I think that it could happen. Yeah. Well, maybe, in 12 months, let's change the clubs to Collingwood and Port Adelaide and a Zach Butters situation where there would have to be a trade, presumably. That's the sort of thing you don't want to piss off Port Adelaide.
Totally.
Not so much West Coast and Carlton.
You'd hate to make it affect a trade, like a really big trade. That could be club changing for you, like a Butters or something, for sure.
Yeah.
Riff says Matt Leray stiff from our top 30. I don't think he's in that range. I don't think you could put Matt Leray above any of those players. I still had a number of guys just outside the 30 that I really rate, probably still above Leray. Like, I'm a big Rory Wright fan. He's coming in there. I like Thomas Burton. I like Max Kondagiannis as well.
His nickname will be Stinger. Matt Leray. Like a French stingray.
French stingray. It's actually a cool last name, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Leray. Yeah, brilliant.
I like nicknames.
Daniel Savanos says, I'm a fan of Darlitt's ball use. He gets 98% disposal efficiency, but not sure if it translates to AFL level. Looking at his highlights, it seems like he is very outside. Yeah, I think he kind of is what he is. I don't think he's in that same, like ball use wise and kicking. I don't think he's in the same bracket as like an Oscar Taylor or a Josh Lindsay or someone like that, but he's pretty athletic. Gets up the ground, and he was taking all the kick-ins for SA, and he's a good size. He's pushing that 190, so theoretically could do a bit of intercepting. I haven't seen a ton of that from him. I like 98% disposal efficiency. Honestly, that for me is like a nothing stat, because it doesn't, unless you actually watch the way that he's progressing the ball, it doesn't really mean anything. You know what I mean? If he's like breaking lines with kicks and hitting, between the lines and stuff, he needs to be doing for that to make any sense, because you could just be going back and forwards in the back line.
I just want to shout out Shazman saying jokes on point. Thank you, mate. I was thinking Ted Closey's nickname could be The Door.
Okay, Close the door.
Yeah. Montana says, hard to get AFL news over here. Besides True Footy, best online source for news. True Eagle, Dylan Alexander. Those are also good channels if you want to check those out. In all seriousness, where do we get our AFL news? Instagram, to be honest. I follow like Fox Footy and Sench Footy. Like, that's honestly how I get my news now. Big Footy is a good one too.
I'd say for me, Instagram and Twitter.
Yeah. I suppose it's just who do you follow? Like draft time, trade time, you follow Cal Toomey, you follow Ryan Daniels if you're in WA as well. Even John Ralph, just to hear gossip. The AFL Trade Radio, Twitter, Instagram, I think over time has become more of that news space where the algorithm now pushes trending or like popular posts to the top. Whereas that never used to be the case. So now, like, as soon as I open my phone, if there's a big AFL story, it'll be at the top.
It's there.
So
it's instantaneous, isn't it? And you also get that element now with how much, I suppose, just people understand social media more. So you don't just have the journalists giving you news. Like, you've got people like, I think this year you saw it a lot with like the Bailey Humphrey situation, and you had just random strangers taking pictures of Bailey Humphrey meeting with Melbourne.
Yeah, Debrief posted that. That's a Melbourne podcast.
Yeah.
Sench Footy might be like the biggest though, I'd say.
Oh, absolutely. As far as the numbers and stuff like that he's doing. And it's a great source for news as well. And just like narrative stuff as well. He just kind of puts it together really well, I think, Sench. So he does a great job. Toby Hull says, thoughts on Sam Allen. Didn't get to see much of his start to the year, but could generally go as far as the end of the second round. I agree. I love Sam Allen. Not someone we've talked about in this draft. I think I mentioned him last week, I think. A highly athletic midfielder. Played for the Oakley Chargers and Scotch College. He's a captain there, so he's got leadership traits. I I was trying to think the other day who I think he's a little bit like. I actually think he shares some similarities to Finn O'Sullivan.
Okay.
He's not that high end, but he did a knee, missed the champs because of a knee injury. So we didn't get to see him there, which really sets you back, obviously, when you don't get to perform at that level. And then obviously the knee, you don't get any back end of the season. You don't get Coates Talent League finals or anything. But I reckon he would have been in that top 20 conversation had he have played the entire season. Just hard at it, competitor, and has a lot of athleticism around it. He used to be from an athletics background, high jump and stuff like that.
I like it. Ascension Baseline. Baseline is a good one for draft specific stuff.
Yep.
Pretty unique highlights. Like I wouldn't like. I'd say it's very informative. If you want to like see a player's highlights, I'd probably recommend going to Footy Stuff on the AFL draft. On YouTube, because you get the full ground view. Baseline, I love what they're doing. Like they're kind of revolutionized the game a little bit in terms of what they do
as well. It's good for the draft, and it's also good for that kind of local footy aspect. They do a lot of sending stuff in that space as well, and just kind of I don't know. It's like almost like a cultural site. I feel, with the local footy part.
Oh, I think as far as any content creator in this space, they've arguably provided the biggest shift in terms of getting younger generations involved in the draft.
Yeah,
like now, like 18-year-olds and just on Instagram, they're learning about Nick Watson, Harley Reid, and Zane Dersmer.
They kind of like that year. That was probably the year, wasn't it? The Harley Reid, Nick Watson one, and like they almost probably two of the more highly marketable players in the AFL right now, and they probably had some say in that. Yeah, because of their draft year coverage.
Yep. The trade period open for pick swaps. I believe you can still do pick swaps. It actually closes I think it's like November 7th. I'm not sure exactly what the date is, but it's around a couple of weeks before the draft. It might be November 5th or something. And then it closes until the draft where live trades are available. So as far as I'm aware, it's still tradable for another few days, I reckon. Picks.
Yeah, I forget the actual deadlines. I haven't checked it or anything, but yeah, it's
forgetting to look it up.
They do. Generally speaking, though, clubs don't execute many trades before the draft, and then most of those will happen on the night. You generally find, unless there's something really obvious that teams can do and agree upon, but they like to leave it to the last minute to create a bit more jeopardy.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
People just giving us some first use. I think is that Jeff White?
Oh yeah, he's sick.
Yeah, he does some breakdowns.
Yeah, Dad, he did a really big Eagles one when we played Collingwood earlier this year. And my old man's like, hey, there's this bloke on YouTube is doing good stuff. And he's not a very good presenter, though. And my dad doesn't talk like that. And I was like, dude, that's Jeff White. He didn't realize it was Jeff White.
Yeah, right.
It's pretty unparalleled in terms of what's out there for analysis at the moment. It's very niche and very nerdy, but in a good way. Yeah. So it's not for everyone.
It's highly stoppage based, isn't it? Because of his experience as a ruckman, which is a cool part of it. But yeah, I definitely think there could be more stuff like that as far as the game analysis and things like that. But I do acknowledge, as someone that's stepped into that area a little bit, it's hard to put together content in a timely manner with stuff like that, because it takes a lot of analyzing and breaking it down, and then being able to get video footage and like do anything meaningful is tough.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Lewis says, hey boys, still at work. You might have already talked about it. Who do West Coast take if Essendon wants CDT at pick 2?
I think that we'd need Essendon's pick 5 and take Dyson Sharp.
Yep.
Oh, what do they take in terms of a trade? I think the rumour is 5 and 15. What I would do, though, I would only accept that if I can do the legwork as West Coast and say get 13 and 15 packaged up for something else from another club and tie it in and make it all contingent.
I stopped listening then for that, sorry.
I was going to say, if you're West Coast and if you move down to 5 and take 15, it would be contingent on pre-negotiating with someone else. If we give you 13 and 15, can we get into the top 10?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is off the top of my head, who's likely to do that. Maybe
Do you
Carlton.
think there's any chance, I was going to say, do you think there's any chance that West Coast can still get hold of that Carlton pick?
Yeah, I think there's a chance. Very hard to say what we can offer them, because if we offer them too many points this year, we might forego a Tyler Williams, which is possible, but yeah.
We had somebody, so I've just brought up the Discord because somebody said that they asked a hypothetical pick swap question.
Oh, yep.
That is Campbell Holtham. Yeah, here it is. Campbell 1667. Hey lads, thoughts on this series of pick swaps, Essendon trade with Carlton? Give 21, 27, no bidding on Harry Dean, which theoretically is illegal but does happen. Get 9, then Essendon trade with West Coast Eagles. Give 6 and 5. Get 2, 34, 41. No bidding on Harry Dean. Then Carlton trade with Adelaide. Give 11. Get future first. Total results. I love how detailed you've gone with this, Campbell. Essendon end up with CDT plus Josh Lindsay, ? Retain 30 and 34 for matching NGA bids. Carlton end up with Harry Dean, with later picks because of no bidding from West Coast and Essendon. Jack Ison, Adelaide future first for Cody Walker / Butters, ? Adelaide end up with an SA-born draftee, Schubert, Cumming or Marsh. West Coast end up with Dersma, Sharp, Taylor and Farrow. You've actually needed to bring this up to visualise it, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look, so that would essentially take us out of the running of our NGA player, Tyler Williams, but you'd have to say that's a better outcome. I'm just wondering, Taylor, I would almost rather double up with Sam Cumming. Get 2 midfielders.
Yeah, me too.
But, I can't argue with it.
Yeah. It's fair enough because he's kind of just put a guy that's in the range.
Yeah, totally.
Dersma, Sharp. Have you got Dersma, Sharp, Cumming? And then I'd almost say you could go Farrow, and then you've just absolutely got an unhinged midfield for the next couple of, next 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
You could also then, I don't think you'd have to take Farrow.
Yeah, Doveston could be there.
Doveston could be there.
I would like a small forward in this year's draft.
Would you be at all keen on, with that pick 13, someone like a key position player like a Schubert, if he was available?
It wouldn't super excite me, but I wouldn't complain. But yes, in theory, if you trade to get 4 first rounders, I'm okay with one of them being key position forward. Yeah.
How would you feel about a reach for a Harley Barker or?
Yeah. Because Harley Barker, the knock on him is probably just the ACL, not the talent. So I think Harley Barker at 13. Again, it makes more sense the more picks you have, right?
Yeah, I like that.
Like Richmond with Taj Houghton.
A very creative trade hypothetical. I really like that. We've got a few coming through actually, which is, it's tough to go through them because they're hard to unpack in your head exactly what everybody's getting. And even in that one, I'm still am I considering everything? It sounds like a reasonable one. Yeah, Angus says trades usually happen on draft day because teams can only have as many picks as they have open list spots prior to the draft. But once the draft starts, you can have as many as you like. Yeah, it's a fair point.
True.
That adds into that as well. So, North Melbourne. Jesse.
Let's do it. Sorry, Spinkscapes. Couldn't West Coast just throw in St Kilda's second round and keep a pick for matching? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I agree with you, Spinkscapes. I think we'd use that. And I'd like to have a Williams pick in there just for that option. But
I did see that comment come through, but I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
I didn't read it.
I understood it as soon as I read it out loud. My brain was lagging.
Gotcha.
As usual. So, in recent times, we have been doing club focus segments, rather. Today, we're going to talk about the North Melbourne Football Club with my resident co-host, North Melbourne fan, Dylan Alexander. And I think we'll talk a little bit about their general list build and how that's going. And I suppose our North Star is where does it place them in terms of who they're going to pick at this year's draft. They famously traded their first rounder out last year for Matt Whitlock and Richmond's second, so they'll enter the draft at 25 and 26, I think it is off the top of my head.
Correct.
And we have just done a mock draft talking about who we think they'll take, but we'll deep dive some options, I suppose. So
yeah, just a bit in the off season, delistings and trade and stuff like that. So Miller Bergman was a player that they got rid of. Cal Dawson, a key position defender. Eddie Ford, Finbar Maley went to the Crows, probably not one that I expected. Geordie Payne, Will Phillips, Bryn Teakle and Darcy Tucker were all delisted. I had a bit of a look at our list again, sort of that age profile thing. One interesting thing to note about North Melbourne, I think, is the elder players in the team, Luke Parker, Jack Darling, Aidan Corr, Luke McDonald and Caleb Daniel. Only one of those players was actually drafted to North Melbourne. So North have definitely gone for a heavy, I guess, trying to bring leadership in from other clubs, particularly last year with Parker, Darling and Daniel. They all sit in that oldest part of our team that we've tried to build around. Everything with North Melbourne, for me, it just comes back to the midfield quality. Tristan Sherry, and they've got even a future-proofing of Taylor Goad sitting there as a potential ruck. He's only 20 years old. LDU is 26, Wardlaw 21, Sheasel 21, Powell 23, and then you've got Dersma and O'Sullivan sitting there as potential midfielders as well, but probably have versatility to play in other positions. I'm trying to work out where I think North Melbourne should focus on in this draft, because I think tolls are a massive issue, but it feels too late if you get what I'm saying. At the same time, it's like the midfield's going to be ready to start pushing up the ladder, and then you bring in these tolls and it's difficult for them to actually have an impact. So say we draft, as my hypothetical was, Thread Gold and Louis Emmett, how long do they realistically take to actually come in and have an impact on the team?
Absolutely. I think this was a talking point at the time of North Melbourne's rebuild. When that started, which I suppose you could say was end of 19.
Yeah.
I remember that you had several off seasons with cutting like 12 to 13 players. I think that started with 17 with Brad Scott and, Brent Harvey and all that. He did it again in 19 and maybe once after that as well. But going back to who you selected in those drafts post-Polek trade, it started with Will Phillips.
Yeah.
Is that right?
And you just mentioned there the key position thing. I think that is the draft where everyone sort of screams about why didn't you take a key position player in that draft. I know it was a strange draft, but you had
Logan McDonald.
Logan
was the main one.
was the one that the people rated above Phillips.
Or Granger Brass, actually.
Yeah.
To be fair, like none of those players are looking great. Logan McDonald does look like the strongest, obviously. Two of them are delisted.
Yeah.
So
I think though it is a cautionary tale around a club at the beginning of the rebuild going too midfield heavy.
That's right. I mean, you also, because while there was those players, you did have Simpkin, who was relatively new, and LDU as recent top draft picks. You had Taron Thomas in 2018.
Yeah.
And probably missing a year in there somewhere. When did Tom Powell get drafted?
He is in the same draft as Phillips.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. So yeah, then doubling down on inside mids. So yeah, it was talked about at the time. The movement away from key position players. Like, who were your key backs back then? It was like Ferrito. Was he still around?
I mean, what are you talking, 2019?
Yeah.
He might have been. I mean, that period, I think of Tarrant, and I think of
yep.
Ferrito, and
I feel like it was
Scott
late
Thompson.
Ferrito. Oh yeah, true.
Remember the Barry Hall?
Yeah,
knocking him over with that was crazy.
And you had Ben Brown.
Ben Brown, yeah, as a key position forward as well. But
that's right.
Yeah, we were sort of in that period. It was that kind of top up.
Mackay.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah,
he was the one that. But North were happy to trade him as well to bring in. I mean, again, another couple of midfielders
later
on
the piece. I was just more getting a snapshot of what your tools were like at the time.
Yeah,
you decided to go midfield heavy, in particular.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's probably not even just tolls. I think there's been a lack of drafting of even those like utility types, halfback flankers, outside type players as well. All of our guys are sort of suited to the inside, I feel.
Yeah.
More so than, and just a little bit too stationed around that midfield group, which I think was North Melbourne's theory that we need to get better quickly. So we draft those types of players and then we'll try to attract experienced players, which is a model that they're copying off other teams, such as the Brisbane Lions and teams like that. But they've got more of a pull power to get players in. We're sitting behind, 9 other Victorian clubs.
Yeah.
It's just more difficult for us to do that. And we haven't been able to, other than really key position players that other teams don't want, we haven't been able to get it.
It compounds exponentially when you're a small market club and you fall into the bottom of the ladder. And I think maybe, we don't need to go through all and be hindsight heroes about what happened to North Melbourne. We're going to talk about their draft, but they probably could have done more to prevent falling into this quicksand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you said Brent Harvey situation, getting rid of a lot of experienced players and just not really, future-proofing the club at that point.
That's right.
A series of coach sackings and stuff. But we'll move towards the draft because I think that's probably the best place to look. The areas that I would be focusing on majorly here are small forwards, outside players, wing and halfback, and key position players overall.
Should we talk about the players that you have that you think are you're locked in, like they're going to be part of the next group? Like, I think that's a good place to start as well.
Sure.
So in terms of the midfield that you mentioned there, Tristan Sherry, Harry Sheasel, probably your 2 best players. Would you agree? On performance, LDU is probably up there in terms of talent.
I think Tristan Sherry in 2025 was our best player. I would hope that some of these guys will start to overtake him a little bit. I think he's been great. Like the way that he goes after the footy, you love to watch him as a North Melbourne player. I don't think the ruck rule changes will. I know he's one of those players that's poster boy to someone that'll get hurt by the ruck rules. I don't think he will. I think he's athletic enough and moves well enough to get around the ground. He's definitely one that's in that bracket and a good age bracket, given that he's 26 already as a ruckman, a position that takes a little bit longer. I'd argue that LDU is our best on-field player right now, and he's better than Sheasel.
Yeah, fair.
And he's probably in that prime age group, age category, isn't he? 26 years old. I still think at times he was found out in 2025. He makes mistakes and isn't as clutch as I would like him to be in the moments. I don't mean that from a goal kicking point of view, but just, double handling the ball and stuff like that frustrates me a bit.
Yeah.
But he's definitely in that group, and he's more explosive than someone like a Jai Simpkin, who they've looked to kind of move on. Wardlaw has to get fit. We have to get his body right to be a big part. If Wardlaw fails and his body doesn't get right, this doesn't happen for North Melbourne. There is no takeoff. Harry Sheasel, Tom Powell, that's probably your sort of current midfield. And I'd like to see Finn O'Sullivan go into the midfield at some point as well. Maybe Zane Dersma, if that works out.
I was going to ask about where those two players that you just mentioned settle at AFL level, because Dersma's probably more like third tall right now, forward. And Finn O'Sullivan has been playing halfback. Is that correct? Where do you think these guys ideally finish?
O'Sullivan has to play midfield. I think his trajectory has to be that sort of Isaac Heaney type player. Forward mid would be the ultimate. I don't think he's a halfback at all at AFL level. That's just where they've put him, I think, to sort of get some football into his hands.
Yeah.
So that'll be his trajectory. Dersma's a little bit of a different one because he's more of that almost a key, pushing that key position height, but I probably still see him as a midfielder. I don't really see him as having the competitiveness in the air to be a key position forward. I think that step up between under 18s is big for needing that. And it just seems like he's not really enjoying himself at North Melbourne, which worries me a lot. I think you've got to play at a club like North Melbourne or to play at a club like West Coast, which we've talked about, you've got to have that real elite mentality and want to work through it. And I think, I don't see it working out, but that's just me at this point. I think he'll probably end up moving on in the next couple of years.
Yeah, well.
Zane Dersma.
I say wow, like I haven't brought it up 5 times in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I just think it happens. I know North aren't going to want that to happen, and it might be a situation similar to Will Phillips where you don't get offered what you think he's worth at the time, and then it just goes on further and his value just drops and drops and drops. And then you've obviously got Nick Larkey, who's led the forward line admirably for the last few years. He's definitely going to be there. He just needs partners. And that's that question. Like with the draft, you're bringing in guys that are coming in as 18-year-olds and they're not really going to provide enough. Cam Zerhal's the other one, but he's more of that medium type. And then you've got behind the ball Charlie Comben, Matt Whitlock, and probably Will Dawson. And then Trembath is the other one that's shown something. But he ultimately is a mid-season draftee and not someone that you can... He's had some good games, but not someone that you can assume is going to carry us or anything.
No, that's right. But potentially there as part of the finished North Melbourne product, you think? Like the door's still open for him to be there when you're good.
Yeah.
You haven't written down Colby McKercher there.
He should be in the midfield group.
Yeah. So do you think outside midfielder is generally where he ends up?
Yep. That's just an oversight by me. So yeah, I think whatever Errol Goulden is doing, Colby McKercher should be following in his footsteps.
Yeah.
That is the player that you want him to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting the ball on the outside, but being able to step inside and affect the contest as well. I think kick the ball inside 50. He's one of our better kicks in the team. Just needs to toughen up a little bit to go with an old school saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So let's just focus on the tall. So Comben back, Larkey forward.
Yep.
How confident are you in it as someone like a Will Dawson, who was a bit of a bolter in 2023, I think it was?
Yeah,
and
not confident at all.
Right,
not confident at all. He's just there because he hasn't failed.
Yeah. Well, he's just quite young for a key position defender as well.
Yeah, there's time.
And Matt Whitlock as well, obviously highly rated by North Melbourne.
Yep.
I think you said earlier in this show, you think he settles back. His brother's a forward and Matt was more of the defender, if I'm remembering that correctly. Yeah. I thought I read that North liked him as a forward, but you think down back?
They both played some ruck as well. Like in their underage footy, they're sort of a bit all over the show.
Yeah.
And they're both really good at ground level for key position forwards, good athletes and can cover the ground. I like Matt Whitlock behind the ball because I think he can kick the ball as well. His field kicking is pretty elite.
Okay.
for a key position defender, particularly one that stands at 200. So I think he'd give us a lot back there. And I think long term, when he gets stronger, he can play on those at that size. He can play on some of those really monster key position forwards. And then if he can kick the football as well, he can stand next to Charlie Comben and sort of make up for his deficiencies, because Comben can't kick the ball.
Yeah.
He's an absolute liability on the ball. He's great in the air though. So I think that shapes as the future of the defense. But it's like when you've got too many Whitlocks and Dawsons and new recruits coming in, how do they catch up to the others is a question.
Absolutely. So what I'm seeing there is probably another reliable key position defender is what you need. And we're going to keep this draft specific. I know that you'd prefer a mature age one, but that window is closed. So probably a longer term, reliable key position defender, maybe to go with Whitlock and Comben. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
You would draft one?
Yeah. I think you still need those players coming through.
Yeah. Even as depth, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And then maybe a forward partner for Larky. Maybe a genuine key forward, because Trembath is 193.
Yeah.
Is that right? So you'd probably, and then, Dersma and Zohar, kind of a little bit more hybrid types. So a key back and a key forward in short, and maybe a small forward.
Yeah, definitely. So going through the small forwards at the moment, you've got obviously Paul Curtis as the blue chip. You've got Cooper Harvey, you've got Constantine, you've got Banch, and you've got Hanson Jr., has played as a winger as well.
Mm.
So if you kind of look at that, you've got McKercher as that genuine winger. Probably most modern AFL teams have a bit more of an aerial winger as well to go along with someone that's like a kicker, like a McKercher. So the aerial wing is probably in play. And with those small forwards, I think outside of Paul Curtis, could you really rely that any of those are going to be up there with the competition's best in 5 years?
No, they're not a lot of them are close to goal, actual goal kickers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Curtis probably is. Like he's put him aside as a safe bet. But
he's not really, if you look at Curtis even just in isolation, he's one of those hybridy type small forwards as well. Like he's quite good in the air and he's powerful.
Yes.
But he's not Nick Watson, Dylan Moore, small and crafty and fast.
He turns into Nick Watson when he plays West Coast.
Does he?
Yeah, he kicks bags. Who doesn't though?
I'm not saying that he's not as good as a Nick Watson, but he's not as like agile and fast.
Oh yeah, I knew what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you'd probably want one of those more like opportunistic, genuine forward craft. Not saying that he doesn't have forward craft, but you know what I mean, like that closer to goal.
Yeah.
Goal kicker.
And like killers, really, like guys that when they get an opportunity, just nail it.
So we're talking about Doveston in terms of suitability there.
Love Doveston.
Yeah,
and
obviously
he'd hit the ground running relatively quickly.
Yeah. What about a Taylor Byrne? How does he compare? Another small forward in this year's draft.
Yeah, I like Taylor Byrne. He doesn't have the like agility and speed of a Doveston.
Yeah.
Albeit I think he's pretty good. His big weapon, I think, Taylor Byrne is just sort of competitiveness, and he's loves the contest, very physical, and he does have that killer instinct around goal. So he would be one, and he would be one that would be available in the 20s for us, I feel. So definitely one that we'd have to be looking at, but probably doesn't have the full package of a Doveston if you wanted to get up. And you're looking at our guys like Harvey and Constantine and Banch. I'd love a player like of Doveston's quality to bring through that just has the full package.
Yeah, absolutely. So a few things I want to ask with respect to this draft. Hypothetical. Had North retained their pick 4 this year, who would you want to take? We've talked a lot about key forwards and small forwards. Key position players and small forwards. So the first one that comes to mind is Cooper Duff Tytler potentially being available at they'd pick after Richmond.
Yep.
So completely conceivable he'd still be there.
If you had pick 4 and you were North up at pick 4, it would have light up, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it would be pick 4 after the Oscar Allen pick.
Cooper Duff Tytler would have to be the player that you picked there.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Moving on from that, I think we saw some suggestion North were trying to go Carlton's pick 9 using their couple of picks, or we don't need to exactly work out what that looks like unless you want to, but more like who would North be looking at in that instance? Doveston would be one player because they're probably not going to be there at 25.
The Carlton range?
Yeah.
And they'd be Carlton getting ahead of the pick.
Yeah.
For example. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah. You would be looking at, for North Melbourne, I think, Schubert would have to be in the mix as a key. And I think he's probably, with his endurance level, he can get into the game a little bit more. So I think he's one that can come in and affect earlier than some of the others. but Doveston for sure would be in the mix, as would, I think, Oscar Taylor.
Okay, interesting. Bit of a deviation from what we've discussed there, but you think add something? I suppose, would you say that frees up Foss and McKercher to play there? Yeah, okay.
Exactly. You slot him in and he's more of a specialist behind the ball.
Yeah.
And then McKercher gets closer to goal. You've got that genuine winger there and you're not shoehorning someone in like a Bailey Scott, or we've played Tucker there in the past as well. Like they're just not high enough quality wingers.
Yeah.
So he would be, in that range of the draft, just specialists in their position, like Doveston, the specialist small forward, Oscar Taylor, the specialist half back. I think he would give us a lift on a Hardiman as well. So
I was going to say, we haven't discussed Hardiman. Do you think he's part of the long-term team?
I think he's okay. He's looked okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Obviously needs more time
to
actually bet into the team, but he definitely gives us something a little bit better than McDonald types.
Okay.
Who've been back there on the footy, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so we said Schubert, we said Doveston. Would Mitch
Taylor.
Marsh be, yes, and Taylor. Mitch Marsh be low suitability just because he is that sort of undersized key when you have
I think
Dersma, Zerha and Tremba?
He's better than these guys that I'm talking about, but Zerha
right.
190, Dersma 190, kind of that third tall forward. We just delisted Eddie Ford.
Yeah.
Like Finbar Maley leaves as well. I suppose that's opening up a spot. But I think when you don't really want too many of those guys like Zerha and Dersma.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
You either want a sort of genuine monster key forward or you want someone. I suppose the argument with Mitch Marsh is that he could play other positions, but I think North would probably be more likely just to go specialists as opposed to just a utility that turns into a good player somewhere.
Yeah. So with that being said, we move now to what is North Melbourne's current picks, and that is 25-26, I think. On draft night, that will be around similar because some picks get absorbed and come back in and shrink and swell. So we have done our mock draft and we talked about some players like Blake Threadgold and Louis Emmett, and talk about those guys' suitability for North Melbourne, amongst others.
So Blake Threadgold, I think, is the big suitability for him in this North Melbourne back six is the fact that he actually defends really well. So he can shut those guys down. And I think that's something North have struggled with, a big key position defender that can actually take a big forward, a physical forward. We've always got Core and Logue and these sort of undersized guys. Combin's a big body, but he's more of a guy that likes to float across and intercept more so than actually wrestle with these guys. So I think long-term issue with that is that he's not really going to do it straight away. He's 18. So that's a tricky thing, but I think he works, and he also is athletic enough to move the ball as well. And I think North could, build a defence with Threadgold and Combin as guys that are very athletic and can get up the ground as well as lock down on players and work together as that partnership. The other one I've got there, the major one, is Louis Emmett. And he's a player that's probably more of a ruck forward than a genuine key position forward, but somebody that follows up really well at ground level. And I like his competitiveness in the forward half of the ground as well when he's following up on those ground balls and stuff. So with my key position forwards, I sort of tend to like the ones that are a bit more rugged and rough around the edges. So when I look at Emmett versus, say, a Ludovic, I think Ludovic's a bit of a nicer player, probably has a few nicer skills and looks a bit better on the ball. But I kind of like Emmett the way that he just, goes after it. He's a really good runner, so he's someone that can cover the ground, work really hard, but also just compete. And I think that's kind of fundamental for a key forward. So I like, in the 20s, I like those two. And then you probably would put someone like a Ludovic who had the long-term injury who's there. Cody Curtin's another one I think North would probably consider as well. And, he's someone that's a bit more physical, has a big size to him and can kind of be a gorilla next to Nick Larkey is something different. Harley Barker, if he slid to one of those picks at 25, I don't think he will, but I think he's someone that North would have to look at. And imagine Colby McKercher and Harley Barker running wings next to each other.
So he'd sort of push out that Dylan Stevens other wing spot.
Yeah.
Who, assuming he's probably a starting wingman next year.
Yeah. Joel Falconer says in the chat there, North could do with a Hunter Holmes. I think for sure as an extra winger as well. I had Hibbins Hargraves and Oscar Taylor as other players that they could get if they slid.
Yeah.
I think they would be in consideration. I think there's other players that you'd probably want ahead of them. Oscar Taylor if he slides. I'd say Oscar Taylor more someone that they could take higher up the draft. Hibbins Hargraves if he slid. I think he'd be around the mark. And I've also got as a later pick, North have that pick 46 and 57, which will come in a little bit. I think Taylor Byrne and Zane Piker.
Oh, yes, we talked about Piker earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Particularly if you did go a thread gold, you ended up with a thread gold or a Harley Barker. Would you look at a Piker as another SA boy to bring across the two of them? You got Goad there, bit of a South Australian flavour.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Adelaide will probably get him in 2-3 years.
Yeah, that is the model. Yeah, I like it. So with that all being said, where did North Melbourne? Where did Dylan finish next year? North Melbourne,
top 4, right?
Yeah,
That's what I said.
Daniel Brownlow.
I mean, realistically, where do we finish? What did we win in the end this year? Did we win 6 games?
You had a draw. Was it 6.5?
We did. It might be 6.5.
Yeah.
I said we had to win 7. I know we finished under what I said we had to win. I think I said 7 was the absolute minimum.
Yeah, right.
Of games. I was quite underwhelmed with our season, though. I thought we were going to do a lot better from a wins and losses perspective. There was some good football. There's still some pretty poor performances in there.
Yeah.
Particularly in patches. What do we have to do? I think next year.
It was 5.5.
Oh, stinky.
But still linear improvement, as we joked it earlier before. I used the phrase linear with North Melbourne. I can't remember exactly what you said, but it was funny. They have improved linearly.
Yeah, just. No, there was definitely, statistically, there were signs last year that we actually matched it with teams.
Yeah, totally.
Much more so than other seasons. So it's definitely coming together, and I think the more this midfield sort of works together, I think that'll be the foundation. Next year, I think we have to fight for the 8.
Next year?
Yep.
Wow.
I'm not saying we have to finish in the 8. We have to. There has to be a time in the season where we can mathematically finish in the 8, like realistically.
Wow. I think that's ambitious.
Really?
Yeah. But not because I just think North's shit. It's just I just don't see a club making that much of a jump in one hit. Right. I suppose Wardlaw, as you correctly pointed out, is the variable that, well, if you had to isolate one individual variable, other than, one of those other players getting injured as well, but Wardlaw's exponential improvement is probably what I would say is a huge factor here for North. I just still don't think it propels them into the top 8. It's too competitive in that top 8 as it currently stands.
No, I think, I didn't say they'd make the top 8.
No, that's true.
I think it's more of it's a little bit more laid back than that. I think it's just, I suppose at least when you play those teams, like if we're up against the Western Bulldogs, for example, or who's just snuck into the 8 there, GWS, those types, we can't get smacked around.
Sure.
Got to be competing with those sides.
Yeah, it will happen occasionally though. It just can't happen regularly. Yeah. Good teams get smacked.
Yeah, totally.
I know what you mean. But
I mean, the Saints smacked the Dockers by 80.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
That happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I think avoiding the bottom 4 is a realistic expectation for North, a realistic goal.
That wouldn't be.
I think
enough
that's
for me.
really. I think it would be pretty good.
That was the goal this year.
It shouldn't have been. You finished lower than West Coast the year before that. Mind you, we were a different kettle of fish to what we were this year as well.
So which year was?
It was 24 last year, which North finished second last.
To West Coast though, didn't we?
No, West Coast finished third last. Richmond won the spoon.
Oh, Richmond, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's obviously the Sam Lawler
one.
Yeah. And then you guys will read the previous year.
The previous year, yeah.
It does feel though, like for these teams down the bottom, like ourselves, it's harder than ever to get out of this. It just doesn't feel like you get those teams that have. There are teams that are banked in the 8 to 12 space that can make a jump, but the teams that are really far back can't.
Yeah, I think both. It's true for North Melbourne and West Coast. You just can't let yourself fall under the threshold of pathetic.
Yeah.
I'd argue we got more pathetic than you did, but I think, I don't know. I saw it in real time. I thought North cutting too hard. It was. I wouldn't say it was inevitable. I wouldn't say I predicted 5 years in the bottom 4 or whatever it's been.
I'll tell you what I will say. At the time, the people that I spoke to with North Melbourne were like, they better know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem like the thing that I would do.
Yeah. That was how I felt.
And it went bad.
Yeah.
So that's about as much as predicting that it was going to happen as you can get.
Sure. That's true. And, Collingwood's in a not similar position. But, if Collingwood cut 13 players this offseason, including all their veterans, I'd be worried.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Completely.
Yeah. Cool.
So what's your prediction for North Melbourne?
For North Melbourne? I think probably 5th last. Off the top of my head.
last.
I think they'll finish higher than Melbourne, West Coast and Richmond, and then a mystery fourth team, which I haven't figured out. That could be Essendon,
Yeah.
but it may not be.
No, it probably makes sense. I was just going to say as well, like the teams that did climb up the ladder this season, I suppose the big one from bottom 4 to finishing first on the ladder is Adelaide, which is a crazy rise. But look at the players that they had to bring in to make that happen. Over a period of 2-3 years, Dawson, Rankin, Peatling, Cumming.
True.
I'm missing
Keys is kind of one of them.
Keys they brought in.
Yeah.
I feel like I've actually missed one as well. Neil Bullen
Yes. Yeah.
is the other one that they brought in. So they between 5 and 10 players have come through in a 2 to 3 year period. And I think that's kind of what ultimately a bit of nice recruiting and drafting with getting Thilthorpe and Fogarty and these types, but mostly off the back of bringing players in. So if you can't bring that quality of player in, you're just not going to make the jump.
Yeah, totally. It's an important part.
How are we looking stream-wise? We've been going about 4 hours, I think.
Yeah, I reckon we've reached a natural
wrap it up.
end. We've had a really good one.
Yeah.
Props again to you guys for the graphics. It's sensational.
I hope you enjoyed the stream. Everybody watching in from home. We have the Discord. Join the Discord. Get in the chat, and we'll Jesse and I will be in there throughout the week as well, commenting, answering questions. But we'll also bring that back to the stream as well each week. And we are going to try and open up some live talk show type stuff as well, where we bring people on. So you have the opportunity in there to be able to jump on those as well. It's just a bit of an easier place for us to all get together, talk, share news, share opinions, all those sorts of things. So stay on top of all of that. Thanks once again, guys, for joining in. We'll have videos out during the week. And Jesse?
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
As they say. Oh, you said it correctly.
Yeah, I lived in Europe.
No.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.